everybody, we're here at Brands Hatch. We're in the county of Kent, which is also known as the Garden of England. So there's no way we'd have 5.5 ton trucks or TCRs or Civic Cups or pickups or mini challenge cars launching themselves around a bit of tarmac. Right, guys?
In the same place, at the same time.
In the same place. Yes, we've got a bumper weekend in store for you. Pointy is back, everybody. He's here,
Hello,
Pointy. And you've got pickups this year.
We have got pickups this year. It's new under the Truck Sport banner. Jack's a coordinator, son of Steve Thomas. We spoke to him last year at Pembury. But yeah, as you can see, they're going out now for their first practice and qualifying. And yeah, they all seem really happy to be here. Great new opportunity for us and more racing action for the fans.
Excellent. Now, here we have Andy McEwen is back as well, the voice of TCR. Andy, this is going to be some season.
Could be the best ever. I think we've got a hugely competitive grid, 2 returning double champions in Carl Boardley and Lewis Kent. We've got a handful of drivers who feel they should have won a championship by now, looking to try and get that first one. It's going to be a cracking year.
Andy, we've got somebody new with us as well, Henry Baudet. Henry, great to have you along. You looking forward to this?
Absolutely. I'll be helping Andy with the Civic Cup as well. We've got another bumper 30 car plus entry of the Civic Cup. Alistair Camp trying to go for another title. I can't wait. It's going to be great.
It is. And we have Leah House here. So Leah, it's so good to see you. You're going to be stepping in a few meetings this year, starting at Alton Park next month. Are you looking forward to it?
Oh, absolutely buzzing. Can't believe I'm here, really. Yeah, Alton Park, first one for the Classic Touring, and then a few more throughout the season. Racing you, because you're double booked, but yeah, really looking forward to it.
I'm very excited for the Mini Club Sport as well today. So much action, every single race live for you here this weekend at Brands Hatch. Come on, everybody. Shall we shout? Let's go racing. Come on! Hello everybody, welcome to the assembly area, the first race of the day about to get underway and the 2026 Civic Cup season about to kick off. Let's go down here and have a quick chat. Jake Hewlett on pole position, the first man taking top spot so far this season after scintillating qualifying session. Just having a quick chat with one of the marshals here, so we'll grab a quick chat with Jake Hewlett in a minute. Jake, congratulations. I know we spoke a little bit earlier, but congratulations. People just tuning in, we've just gone live as well, so you're live on telly round the world. So look, it was a great pole act, wasn't it? How did it feel?
Yeah, it felt mega. The car was really dialed.
Live on telly round the world. So look, it was a great pole act, wasn't it? How did it feel?
Yeah, it felt mega. The car was really dialed. It was tricky conditions out there though. So you know, obviously speaking to some of the other drivers. So yeah, glad we could hook it up and done a few in the similar sort of area. So we've also secured pole for race 3 as well, which is really good. Obviously racing's a completely different thing, isn't it? But yeah, look, super excited to start off the season like this, and let's hope we can get the results on the circuit and the races where it matters. And yeah, hopefully I get to speak to you again at the end of this one, and we can talk about the ballast and stuff, because that's going to really spice things up.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, I like talking to you, Jay. It's lovely. So good luck out there. Yeah, make sure you're certainly in the top 3. The wind is really picked up here. We've got some dark clouds overhead. I don't think too much rain is supposed to come in. Let's jump in there and say hello to Wesley Swain very quickly. Wesley, I know you're about to head out on track, but P2, you happy?
Yeah, I'm all happy. Pace is good. Ready to see what happens.
Excellent. What's the expectation for this season for you?
Just stay at the front. I don't want to say too much yet because it's so early on, but just see what happens, get consistent good results early on and see what I can fight for.
Excellent. Thanks for talking to us. Best of luck out there as well. We've got season campaigner Alistair Camp here as well. I'll just very quickly say hello to Alistair. He loves it when I come over and have a quick chat. I'll just jump in. We ain't got too long. Actually, Mini Club Sport just finished their qualifying session as well. Alistair Camp, it's great to see you again, my friend. And you're kind of where you used to be, aren't you, in the top 3?
Yeah, we're getting there. I don't think we've got an answer to get to the front, but we're going to give it our all.
He's looking quite quick, Jake, isn't he?
Ridiculous, mate, that is. But Hey, if he can send it round there, he can send it round there, can't he? He's obviously got bigger kahunas than me.
I've seen you do some pretty magical things over the years, Campy, so come on. This could be it, right?
If I win this, you can call me Harry Potter for the rest of the season, all right? Because that would be magical.
All right, right. You've just... There you go. If he wins this race, Alistair Camp is known as Harry Potter for the rest of the season. Let's go down, chat to some of the drivers a little bit further down the grid as well, shall we? Yes, 32 cars in this race. An absolutely massive grid to start the 2026 Civic Cup season. Hello. Who do we have here? It's only Charlie Constable. Charlie, how are we doing? Did you have a nice winter?
I did have a good winter.
Did you do any work on the car? You just chill out, relax?
Well, I'm obviously with Ben now.
Yeah.
Done a lot of testing.
He knows what he's doing as well, doesn't he?
He definitely does, yeah.
So what's the expectation for you then from this race? Because what are we down in 20th?
Yeah, I mean, it's really close, obviously on timing, so I'm down here. But hopefully I can get up in the race.
Excellent. I've seen you race, mate. This guy is seriously quick. Best of luck, Charlie. Stay out of trouble, won't you? I might have to call the constables. Let's move along, shall we, as well? I wanted to say hello to Will Butsy. He almost didn't make it. Promised we'd have a quick chat. Well, I'll come in to have a quick chat if that's all right. You told me a little bit earlier you almost didn't make it. What happened?
So we had the bonnet come up in testing 10 days before round one.
Okay, yeah.
So the windscreen went.
Oh.
Engine blown on the road.
Okay.
And we had 4 days to straighten everything out.
Ah. Okay.
And it literally had a windscreen put in it about 8 hours before we left for the track.
Well, it wouldn't be motorsport, would it? Unless something went seriously wrong.
No, of course not.
No, I'm really glad you've made it. I think you're getting the calls actually almost to go. So good luck, mate. Really good to see you. Thank you so much. Almost thought I got hooked up a little bit there. The gates are open. Look at that. We're going to go a little bit early here. Let's move down out the way. It is time to go racing. The first race of the day, first race of the weekend, the first race of the season for the 2026 Civic Cup. I'm going to hand over to your commentators, Andy McEwen and Henry Burdett, for this one. It's going to be an absolute cracker. Let's go racing.
Thank you very much. Yes, here we go. We're back again at Brands Hatch, where it all finished in November last year to start a new season of racing in the Civic Cup and a new season of racing sort of for BARC. It's not their first event of the year, but for all of the championships here this weekend, it is the first time we've seen them racing in 2026. We'll kick things off as we've discussed with the Civic Cup, then the first British Truck Racing Championship race of the season, followed by the Pickup Truck Racing. Great to have them back on the schedule this weekend. Then we have TCRUK, that coming up after lunch, 2 o'clock, for the first round of what is set to be a hugely exciting season in TCRUK competition. The Mini Challenge Club Sport are up after that at 5 to 3. Give or take. These times, of course, all a little bit up in the air, depending on whether we have any delays through the day. Civic Cup have 3 races this weekend, 2 of them taking place today. Their second one at 3:25, and that, I believe, will be the race that features the partially reversed grid. British Trucks are back out again at 5 to 4, and that will conclude our first day of racing before we come back and do it all over again tomorrow, with a full day from 10 o'clock in the morning till about 5 in the afternoon. A busy weekend ahead, a big crowd on hand already here at Brands Hatch. I'm delighted to say I arrived at the circuit this morning at around about 7:30, and already they were queuing back to the main road to get out onto the South Bank, which is the sort of area you can see just to the left of shot, where you can park your car and camp out, as many spectators are, and watch the racing with one of the best views in motorsport. It's a great place to come and start the season. I'm very excited to be here. Andy McEwen in the commentary box, joined this weekend by Henry Burdett. We'll hear from Henry and get his thoughts in a moment or two. We will have more cars on the grid than that grid sheet was alluding to. There we go. We've got 32 of them, I believe, set to take the start. And it's Jake Hewlett by a colossal margin in Civic Cup terms, 0.3 of a second, who was quickest in qualifying. He starts on pole alongside Wesley Swain, with last year's championship runner-up, bridesmaid again, Alistair Camp. Can he get that title back this year? He starts the first race from 3rd on the grid alongside the very impressive Matt Wilkins. Then comes the Benchmark Racing car, Jake Renshaw, with Dave Marshall, new livery for Dave to get used to this year. The grey FN2 starts 6th, ahead of Wilf Butler, who has graduated out of the Junior Saloon Car Championship, which he finished 3rd in last year. He's got Daniel Petters, the first of the Petters brothers, for company on row 5. Row 6 for Louis Austin, another youngster looking to make ground up in the early stages of the season in his Civic Cup debut. He's got the other Petters, Jamie Petters alongside him on row 5, and those two complete the top 10 on what is, as I said, an absolutely packed grid, and a very competitive one at that. Down on the 11th row, as if to illustrate that point, two potential race winners, I think, Spencer Stevenson and Don de Graaf. They'll do well to win this race from the 6th row, but they'll be having one eye towards that reverse grid for race 2, trying to get into the top 10 to get themselves near the front for race number 2. Harry England and David Walsh are next on row 7, ahead of Josh Bromley, who had a spin at Graham Hill Bending qualifying. He's on the 8th row alongside Harry McGovern. Freddie Ingram starts on row 9 alongside Disco Howitt, who I reckon should move forward from there as well. Likewise, Jack Riddell. What's Jack Riddell doing? 19th on the grid. He is a regular frontrunner in the championship, and he should move forward, as indeed should Charlie Constable from 20th on the grid. We're almost there, 2/3 of the way down the grid sheet. Row 11 for Sean McGovern, it should be. And Charlie Budd, yes it is. Will Budd, we just heard from the Welshman in the assembly area. He starts on row 12 alongside Adam Parker, another quick driver who's well out of position. Ben Bateman and Anthony Gannon are next, ahead of Mark Hughes and Callum Ainstone, with Adam Kirkland and Joseph Delgado, a few new names here in the second half of the grid. They start together on row 15 with Aidan Mitchell, actually the 31st car that qualified, starting potentially on his own on row 16. Is there 32nd car? I don't think there is. So yes, it will be Aidan Mitchell then bringing up the rear. There he is, confirmed on row 16. Cars out on their green flag lap. We'll briefly check in with Henry Baudet, who sits alongside me. Henry, new season, great to have you on board. I fear we're about to throw you in at the deep end, though. This is going to be a busy 15 minutes.
Well, there's nowhere else I'd rather be. It's Easter. There's a full bank of cars, spectators here in the Garden of England, and 31 superbly presented Civic Cup cars. One thing I do know, Aidan Mitchell, 31st, isn't going to be there for long.
I agree. I mean, there are a whole host of drivers you heard me mention as I went down the grid sheet. I'm shocked they're so far down the order. So I think there are going to be a fair few movers and shakers in this one. As always, there are. Front though, Jake Hewlett, 0.3 of a second advantage. I know you've not covered many Civic Cup races, but even you know that's odd.
That is, it's a huge margin, especially around a circuit like this. You know, just over a mile in length. Qualifying did take place where there was a few little spots of rain in the air, which I think may account for one or two drivers being out of position, just being caught out by the, well, we hope not the onslaught of Storm Dave, which we hope stays away. The only Storm Dave we want is Dave Goddard up here in the commentary box for the truck racing.
Yes, and don't worry, he is very much here and ready to take over at the end of this race. I think we will need a break after this race to catch our breath, if I know my Civic Cup. Very, very exciting 15 minutes in prospect. A 15-minute sprint then around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Who comes out on top? Can Jake Hewlett translate that phenomenal qualifying pace into a dominant race victory? Well, not if Wesley Swain, Alistair Camp, Matt Wilkins and the rest have anything to say about it. New colours on Swain's car, a tweaked livery on Alistair Camp's still predominantly black and pink machine. The revs then start to rise. All eyes turn to the starting gantry. Round number 1 of Civic Cup in 2026 is underway, and it's a good start from pole position by Hewlett. A better start though from the two FN2s behind, and Swain will draw level with the pole sitter on the approach to Paddock Hill Bend. Can he go round the outside? This is so difficult to do on cold tyres, but it's exactly what he's trying to do. Sweeps to the outside of Hewlett with Camp and Dave Marshall up to 4th. The FN2 is launching off the line supremely well, but it will be the EP3 of Hewlett that hangs on to the lead through Druids for the first time. They round the right-hander, one car sideways further back. That might have been Wilkins getting out of shape on cold tyres, but they're all cleanly through the first few corners.
Yeah, Swain getting an initial good start, but then that kicked in and tried to go on the outside at Paddock Hill Bend, but he pulls in, and Jake Hewlett just holding him off one car about 2/3 of the way back, sort of semi-stalling, dropping back here, but here we go into clearways for the first time. Whoa, and side by side, save of the day. Is he going to keep it out of the barriers at number 37? Just about as Josh Bromley minus a rear bumper.
Someone said to me this morning, Josh Bromley's car looks really, really well sorted out. It is squeaky clean.
Yes.
Yeah, it was never going to last, was it? Josh Bromley, I'm afraid, with the rear bumper hanging loose and right to the back of the field. Another potential podium finisher, you feel. He was knocking on the door of good results last year and really wanted to make that step forward in 2026. 1:46. Hewlett then leads by 4/10, but that's about 2 or 3 Civic lengths at the end of lap 1, with Swain, Camp and Marshall's FN2s behind. For a 5th position, Daniel Peters, so a real sort out in the order. Daniel Peters started 8th, he's up to 5th. Marshall started 6th, he's up to 4th. So quite a lot of drivers getting significantly better starts, seemingly, than some of those who started ahead.
But unfortunately, it looks like Jack Riddell, they're dropping down. He was supposed to be starting up near the front because he's quick enough to, but he's dropped down to 16th now, ahead of Charlie Constable. I know they didn't start great. Freddie Ingram as well, newcomer to the championship, down in 22nd. We got side by side across the line and into Paddock Hill Bend. Everybody is still taking it nice and steadily. They're obviously pushing, but as I say that, somebody almost moves into the gravel trap coming up towards Druids Bend. Now 3 wide in the middle of the pack there, and just about everybody getting through unscathed.
Yes, just about. That was Jack Riddell, the sort of burgundy and black car, trying to go around the outside of Harry McGovern, and they were nose to tail, or in fact neck and neck at the line. That was Ingram there on the outside at Graham Hill Bend as well. It's an absolute dogfight in the midfield, isn't it? And of course we now had another quick driver into that mix in Josh Bromley, and there are some real battles to be had side by side. I am going to call whoever's in that silver and yellow car Matt Luff at some point this year, because I'm pretty sure that's his former championship winning car from a few years ago. It's certainly running a very similar livery. That is the Charlie Budd number 44 area motorsport machine, which finds itself on the outside line through Paddock Hill Bend. They're about to appear at the top of shot. They've got it sorted out now, single file, and in fact he lost out there, I think, to Bateman, that was, as they went through Paddock Hill Bend. Down the hill we drop then. Francisco Howitt there with Jack Riddell again on the outside. Every time we cut to Jack Riddell, he's on the outside of somebody as he continues to attempt to march to the front, spin a further back, and that is the 146 car. That is Ainstone, who's gone off at Druids. Doesn't go off, but has a rotation, and thankfully is able to get going without too much delay.
And you can see the cross on the back of the car signifying he's a novice driver there, Callum Ainstone, just testing the limits. Up at the front, has a bit of a quandary on his hand. He made such a good start. Here's a replay there, and it was a case of turn in, brake too late, and back end just overtaking the front. Look at Swain, he made such a great start. Now he's got a quandary, he's into that rhythm. How does he capitalise now on an early race pace before he lets Hewlett get into his rhythm? As you can see, the gap is stabilised. In fact, it's going out a little bit, about 3/4 of a second. This is a short, sharp lap, nowhere to rest, and Les Swain has got to start picking up ground every single corner, just a quarter here, a quarter there, and hopefully get to the front, or else Hewlett will drive away.
It's really interesting to me, though, that Alistair Camp is not the fastest of the FN2s. He's been dropped by Swain, and now Dave Marshall's behind him. What on earth's Dave Marshall doing fighting for a podium in the first race of the season? With the greatest of respect to Dave, he's the kind of driver who tends to come alive later on in the weekend, but he's taking it seriously this year, and he really, really wants to try and get himself into a podium position. The timing screen actually has him in a podium position, because I think that Jake Hewlett's got a transponder issue.
Well, I mean, last year Dave Marshall, he was second in the round 17 race here at Grand San Gini, so he does have pedigree. 4th in the championship in 2025, but like I said, like you said, and there's a driver just coming out of Graham Hill Bend. We've got our first visitor to the gravel trap. You're about to see the dust billowing into the summer sky, or the spring sky, and it's the number 90 car, Jake Renshaw, who has nestled himself quite nicely in the sand trap there. We've got a battle up there. There's the number 19 machine. That's Jack Riddell again, and he's still mired back in 18th position. It just goes to show how competitive the midfield area. We made a mistake early, just tried to get back onto the prepared surface, but that was a strange looking one.
I'm almost inclined to say, Henry, that something broke, because that's not really it's an odd place to go off by yourself, and that seemed to be a solo incident, didn't it?
Yes, if he was making a mistake, he would have made back onto the circuit a lot sooner than that gravel trap, but it seemed to be turn left, no, don't want to turn left, want to go straight, and eventually we stop.
That's such a shame though for Jake Renshaw, who was running solidly inside the top half dozen or so, and another of those drivers who I really think is going to be challenging for the title this year. Last year was very much a learning season for the youngster, but he stuck at it. He stayed with Ben Sharp Racing. Ben Sharp, team owner of BSR, is a multiple former race winner in Civic Cup lands, and he is using his wealth of experience to try and guide this group of young drivers to success, and it looked like it was working for a while there for Jake Renshaw. Try and get to the bottom of that between races and find out what happened. Meanwhile, out on track, we've got a good little battle going on here. This is the 8th position, I believe. Don de Graaf, new to the championship, is at the front of that group. Don de Graaf, who nearly 20 years ago was racing Formula Renaults with the BARC, is now in the Civic Cup, and he is at the head of this little group with Jamie Petters right behind, then the 26 machine of Louis Austin. It's a proper battle pack here, and of course in amongst this group is the all-important fight to make it into the top 10.
Yeah, Wolf Butler is right behind them. Harry England, the number 21 car of David Walsh, also with us now, side by side across the start-finish line. On the outside, that really smart livery number 90 car, Riddell, still trying to make his way up. Now the crossover coming out the Paddock Hill Bend. This is Riddell trying to pass McGovern for all of 15th position, and they're stacking up behind. Have to say, Riddell, it's now or never. He's got to go or face getting swamped by this chasing group of 4 cars. You see Constable, Howitt, and McGovern, the other McGovern, in the number 67 car in that. That'll be Sean McGovern.
Yes, and you've got the recovering Josh Bromley in there as well now, the lightweight spec Civic without a rear bumper, the blue car. He's in this group, as Sean McGovern there had a bit of a wide run through clearways, but carried good momentum onto the straight. Riddell, though, is absolutely stuck behind him as one of the Petters is in the pit lane. Which Petters is that making his way in? It is Daniel Petters. Disaster for Daniel Petters then. He was the better placed of the 2 Petters siblings, and he was running, I seem to recall, inside the top 5 or so, so a disaster for him. Early mechanical issues taking him out.
Yeah, going the other way, Aidan Mitchell, 31st on the grid, is up into P22, chasing Charlie Budd. Now let's look at this battle for 3rd position. Alistair Camp still has his hands full with David Marshall, and I have to say that grey, gunmetal grey, is it's a very imposing grey. It mixes in with the tarmac and the gloom overhead, and maybe Alistair Camp is thinking he's seeing mirages behind him, but no, it's not a mirage, it's a Honda Civic.
And it's not a Honda Civic that you really want in your rearview mirrors, because Dave Marshall is quite partial to a lunge, and he makes one of Druids. It doesn't quite work, but Dave Marshall is well and truly up for the fight here. I was taking the mick out of him a little bit earlier on when I said, what's he doing fighting for a podium position in race 1? He, I think by his own admission, has had a lot of his success in the championship through those reverse grid races, but that's often been because he's not necessarily got the funding to do extensive pre-event testing, to throw new tyres on the car every time he goes out on track. The fact that he's got this really very sleek new livery on the car, though, that tells me that he's taking this very, very seriously this year. He's always here just for a good time, really, to try and pick up some trophies if he can, but I think he's after a proper championship run this year.
I mean, for Dave Marshall, this race is all about, you know, I set myself targets over the winter. I want to come in, I'm taking it seriously. He's probably changed his diet, he's probably changed a lot about his lifestyle to focus on this race. Just come out and admit to yourself, yes, I can do it. That's really important. That's a really important bit of a Civic that appears to have stopped working.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they were trying to work on, still diagnosing the problem maybe on the Dan Petters car, but that is such a shame that he's been taken out of a really good potential result. Down through the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend goes that midfield pack. Dave Marshall launches to the inside of Alistair Camp, this for 3rd position. It was another great committed move on the brakes. He teed it up at Druids last time we saw him, and now he is alongside. Camp, though, has the run, has the momentum on the outside, gets a bit of a side draft as they come through Clearways and Clark Curve, edges back ahead of Marshall. He wants to get to the inside line to defend, but Marshall is still there, and we know he's good on the brakes. He holds the inside line through Paddock Hill Bend. Superb driving between the 2 FN2 Civics. They are still door handle to door handle into Druids. point where again Marshall's got the preferred inside line. Surely this time he'll get the move made. Camp is sort of sniffing around on the outside, but yes, Marshall's got it done and he's into a podium place. Great move.
Whatever happens in the rest of this race, Marshall gets sideways coming out of bottom bend there. Whatever happens, Dave Marshall, the work you have put in over the winter has been worth it. Going toe-to-toe in the opening race with Alistair Camp. If Camp gets him back, fair enough. But Marshall has proved he is here for the duration of the season and he means business. Great move, great respectful racing. Still 3 minutes to go. Not going to happen.
He might not admit it, but I think that will have stung Alistair Camp a little bit. Look at that, meanwhile, for a real lunge up the inside from McGovern. Josh Bromley had got ahead of him. McGovern got him back. There was almost a tangle coming out of Clearways. And up the inside will go Bromley. This is for 16th place, by the way. You'd be forgiven for thinking it was for the race lead, but it is not even for a top 10 position. Bromley, of course, on the comeback trail, though, after that off in the early stages. And he does now slip up the inside of McGovern, who's very well presented car. I have to say that number 67 car just slips down a position, maybe a second position now. Is that Adam Parker up the inside? It was, and Parker will now gain 18th position away, or will he? Maybe not. McGovern, not one to back out of a fight, is straight back up the inside of Graham Hill. Then plenty of side-by-side racing. I did promise that at the start, and I'm glad they're delivering.
You did indeed, and tell you what, chasing them down in 20th place is now Aidan Mitchell in the number 14 car. Now I know there's sort of, there's spots of rain appearing on the commentary box window. 2 minutes to go. Can you hear that? That's the sound of a cat being thrown squarely amongst the pigeons, Andy.
Yeah, this isn't ideal. Luckily, they've got the tyres up to temperature by this point. They do run on treaded tyres, these cars, but they're lightly treaded. And if this rain becomes anything other than light rain, it could present a bit of an issue. The way that Hewlett has gapped Wes Slane over the second half of the race. He's nearly 4 seconds clear now from the second place man, with Marshall and Camp continuing their battle for third. There's a lapped car behind, and then in 5th position is Matt Wilkins having a quiet race. Spencer Stevenson is 6th, which is good progress from 11th on the grid. Then it's Don de Graaf, Jamie Petters, Wilf Butler in the top 10. That's good to see. And Harry England completing that all-important top 10 at the moment. So Harry England on for potentially a really good position for that second race if he can stay where he is.
Now here is the battle of the non-factory spec number 37 car of Josh Bromley alongside Jack Riddell. Wheel to wheel across the start-finish line. I believe that puts Bromley into P16. Does it? Not quite. On the outside line, Riddell, does he hang on to it? No, inside move. Bromley gets a tank slap. I know that car can't get tail happy because it's got no tail.
It's possibly not helping the balance, nor is the rain though. He's outbraked himself for Druids now. Riddell's back to the inside, but that becomes the outside line at Graham Hill then. Jack didn't fancy that and decides to bail out of that particular move. They go past the stricken car of Jake Renshaw, which, fair play to race control, was dealt with under yellow flags and then left there. It's well out of harm's way, so no need for a safety car intervention, which is great news indeed. The leader comes across the line, in fact has already been across the line. Jake Hewlett on course for the victory. He begins his final lap of the race, which means it's probably time for Henry Baudet to begin the long slog downstairs and towards Parc Fermé, where he will soon be interviewing, it would appear, Jake Hewlett as a race winner. A dominant performance this has been for Jake Hewlett, who we had flashes of this last year. He started off the season really well in 2025, I seem to recall. It's great to have him back, hopefully for a full season campaign this year, and he has set his stall out early with a very convincing pole position time earlier on this morning, and now he's only a corner away from an equally convincing race win. To the line he will head, and Jake Hewlett is going to claim victory in round number 1 of the 2026 Civic Cup. Jake Hewlett victorious at Brands Hatch, with Wesley Swain second and Dave Marshall on the podium. Fantastic result for the man from the North East, Dave Marshall on the podium, and that is 2 FN2s in the podium positions, none of them though driven by Alistair Camp, who has to settle for 4th position. But Campy knows how to win championships, and it's consistency that will take you a long way towards achieving that, so he'll be, maybe satisfied is the wrong word, but I think at least happy that he's got some points on the board, and he will be gunning for a better result in race 2. Remember, success ballast new for 2026 in the Civic Cup, so 40 kilos of success weight will now be added to Jake Hewlett's car for race number 2, and that is potentially going to be a bit of a game changer. So, Jake Hewlett the winner in the end by 2.9 seconds, but he backed off quite considerably on the final lap or so. He was nearly 4 seconds clear at one point of Wesley Swain, who finishes second, and will be regretting not being able to get past Jake on that opening lap. That really was his best opportunity. Dave Marshall with a fighting drive to third, ahead of Alistair Camp, with Matt Wilkins fifth and Spencer Stevenson in sixth. Don de Graaf seventh on debut, the highest placed of the new drivers actually. Don de Graaf, who's had a couple of years racing Civics elsewhere before now moving up into, he says, the much more challenging Civic Cup. Strong result that in seventh, ahead of Jamie Petters. Wilf Butler ninth, also a debutant, with Harry England, former junior racer, in 10th position. Then it was David Walsh ahead of Harry McGovern. Charlie Constable was 13th place at the end from 20th on the grid, with Louis Austin in 14th position. Fastest lap set, unsurprisingly, by the race winner Jake Hewlett, that on the 6th lap, before that little bit of precipitation arrived in the air. A 52.88 was unbelievably only a tenth of a second away from his pole position time. That lap time would have still been more than good enough for pole position if he'd set it earlier on this morning. But Jake Hewlett setting this astonishing pace. Can he do the same, though, with that extra ballast on board later on? Outside of the top 14, by the way, 15th position at the line was Francisco Howitt. Josh Bromley recovered as far as 16th, ahead of Jack Riddell, who just seems a little off colour, I would say. I'm not convinced all is right with that car. Then it was the 67 machine of McGovern, with Aidan Mitchell 19th and 20th position for Adam Parker. So, I believe we're heading down to the Parc Ferme area, and I think Ian is there to catch up with our race winner.
I'm getting a nice hug from a very warm Jake Hewlett there. Jake, what a race that was. You controlled it from the start, pole to flag, perfect.
Yeah, really good. Obviously couldn't ask for anything more. Car started dropping off towards the end, so I'm quite thankful that we got it home. And yeah, of course, now we look to race 2, reverse top 10, 40 kilos in the car.
Yes.
It's going to be really interesting. Great television for everyone at home. But yeah, really pleased to start off the season with that.
How slippy was it out there? Because I did see the slippery track. Was there a bit of oil?
I think maybe there was just some debris off at Surtees. It didn't really seem to drop away at all. It was only light rain, so luckily we made the right decision there because we was a bit on the fence.
Excellent. Look, well done. What does it mean to get the first win of the season?
Yeah, really pleased. Obviously, it's super early on, so we're obviously trying to continue this, and can't wait to see how the ballast and the restrictors and everything, even everything out.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's going to be really good television.
You enjoy this one. Well done. Congratulations. We've got Dave Marshall over here. Let's have a quick chat. Dave, can I? Sorry to interrupt, guys. This isn't a red car. What's going on here?
It's not. It's a bit shiny and a bit nice, isn't it?
You did really well. 6th to 3rd.
6th to 3rd, yeah. Quali, I felt I was a bit out of position. We were up on the deltas and then got blocked on one of my laps, and that was it. But everyone's in the same boat. It's hard to get clear lap round here, but I knew I had a little bit left in the car. And then all I said all last year is, if I can just find a car where I'm almost even down the straight, I'll race. And I think we've got one of them, so yeah.
You've got a big smile on your face. You're a happy man. I know you're pleased. It's just started to rain now. So perfect timing.
The hours that's gone into this car, we probably left things a bit late to get things moving. But like, a huge thanks to all the people on that fence line on the left-hand side.
There you go. Let's get a car in as well. You've got a few sponsors on there.
The effort everyone's done to get this car ready, like monumental, and it's paid off. And I didn't mark it. I was really worried about getting them out on the new car. So.
Dave,
absolutely chuffed.
I think we might be chatting a lot this season. Congratulations, well done, good stuff. We've got nice warm hands as well. Where's Wesley Swain? There he is. Let's have a quick chat. Congratulations, P2. Jake, just a little bit too much in the tank this one.
Yeah, I mean the pace was good. Got a good gap, good race, nice and calm, but need a bit more pace to find then to get P1. But yeah, still very good start to the season. Nice opener.
Top man, look, I'll let you crack on as well. Really do appreciate it. Now, I don't know if I'm going to move around over here as well. Look at these clouds we've got above us. It is starting to feel a little bit of rain. And guess what we have up next? The very first race of the season, the first of 5 this weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. And it's just started to rain as well. So this is going to be an awful lot of fun. I'm delighted to say I'll be able to hand over for the first truck race of the season. It's almost time to go racing, everybody. It's going to be an absolute cracker.
We are back.
This is the British Truck Racing Championship. Delivering edge-of-your-seat racing action for over 40 years, this is a championship like no other. While looking very similar to their road-going counterparts, these monsters are built from the ground up. With over 1,200 brake horsepower and 6,000 Newton meters of torque, these things don't hang about. Weighing in at over 5.5 tons each, these guys spray water on their brakes to stop them exploding during the race. Consisting of 34 races over 7 race weekends at some of the UK's best circuits, including one at Le Mans in France. So that's it, we've got 20 trucks in 2 divisions battling at 100 miles an hour around circuits at the UK and in France. For more information, check out BTRC.co.
Yes, thanks very much indeed to Ian and Pointy down in Parc Fermé. Yes, we are back with British Truck Racing Championship 2026, just in time for a bit of rain to arrive out on the circuit here at Brands Hatch. Dave Goddard here. Yes, hello everyone. On camera here in the commentary box today as well. Yep, you can all see what I look like as well as hear what I sound like this weekend here in the home of motorsport in the southeast of England. And I cannot wait to go racing here this weekend. Seen a great opener there from the Civic Cup to open the season. And then we will move on with our first of 5 truck races across the course of this weekend. A very interesting qualifying session took place at the beginning of the day. We had a couple of drops of rain coming down on that occasion as well. So the drivers will be used to these conditions, and we'll be getting the trucks out onto track very shortly indeed. 15 minutes race to kick off their programme. It'll be the last race before our lunch break here at Brands Hatch today. After lunch we'll have the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. Yes, they're back under the promotion of Truck Sport UK this season. They're back with BARC after a year away last year. It'll be over to Andy and Henry to take you through the TCRUK Championship season opener. That's a cracking racing prospect. The Mini Challenge Club Sport division are here. Big grid of BMW Minis here this weekend. Then it'll be back over to the Civic Cup for their second of 3 races this weekend, and then the British Truck Racing Championship for the second of their 5 races across the course of this season opening weekend. Well, what a great occasion we have. As we said earlier on, the crowd were queuing to get into the Brands Hatch circuit from very early this weekend. Very eager indeed for truck racing to return for the 2026 season. Of course, the question on everyone's lips going into this season: can Ryan Smith make it a record 11 titles in a row? He beat Stuart Oliver's record of 10 championships in the UK last season. And those two will be among the favourites for this year's championship. Ryan took his 10th consecutive last year. Stuart Oliver won 10, but he didn't win his consecutively. He took a couple of years away to win the European Championship as well, Stuart Oliver. But those two protagonists, I can tell you, they have qualified back on the 3rd and 4th rows of the grid coming into this first race of the season, so they're going to have to fight their way through if they want to open their season with a win. And the pace truck's out. It is a returning name who has taken pole position for our first race of the season. Welcome back Craig Reed and his brother Simon in their Ivicos. They were competing on the continent over the last couple of seasons, and Craig Reed has come back to the championship and probably stuck the Iveco Stralis, the Reed Truck Sport machine, on pole alongside number 14 John Bowler in his MAN. Second row, 69 David Jenkins, new livery on his MAN this year. Will start alongside Michael Oliver on the number 12 MAN. Row 3, Ryan Smith, who had his fastest lap time disallowed for exceeding track limits in qualifying. New livery on the Daimler Freightliner this year as well. He lines up back in 5th on the grid alongside Nathan Smith. Made his debut at Brands Hatch in November last year in his MAN, son of David Smith. He took over father here at Brands last year and probably scored a win on his debut. Row 4 is Stuart Oliver, the second of the 10-time champions in the field, alongside Simon Reed, the elder of the Reed brothers in the Iveco. And on row 5, Ricky Collins, the veteran in number 95, had a turbo clamp come loose in qualifying, which restricted his running a little, but he will start on row 5 of the grid alongside number 33, Neil Yates. Decent qualifying efforts from the recovery company boss. A big section of Neil Yates's fleet is on display here at Brands Hatch in the show truck display this weekend. His teammate Stephen Powell, number 3, lines up on row 6. Paint job on his truck this season, alongside Tom O'Rourke in the 86, the Scotsman. Row 7, we've got the first of the Division 2 trucks. Bradley Harvey has qualified fastest there in the 96, alongside the number 10 of Jake Evans, the defending Division 2 champion. Had that cracking battle with Callum Eason last season. Row 8 to number 6, John Powell. Now, John is back in Division 2 this year after a struggle in Division 1 with his DAF last season. He's back out this year alongside number 61, Finland's Sami Ojanen, in the Finnish-built Sisu, not in a Mercedes. He's in the Sisu this year. Row 9 of the grid, we should see Callum Eason, but I don't think he's there. No, the 26 is not there. Just looking down as the trucks come round. I don't think Archie Handy's there either. We didn't see those two come out in qualifying, so those two are not there. Simon Cole is there. He missed qualifying, but the number 41 Iveco is on the grid. I'm just waiting to see if Warren Harvey is going to appear as well. Yes, Warren is there. Warren is the father of Bradley Harvey in the 96, and he's making his debut here this weekend. He starts at the back in the DAF as a novice. Well, there is the new livery on the number 1 of Flying Ryan Smith, the 10 times consecutive champion, the red and day-glow yellow, with sponsorship for NYR, Neil Yates Recovery. Neil Yates a bit further back on the grid in the number 33 truck. Some saying in the run-up to this event that Ryan Smith's truck looks a bit like a fire engine with that red and day-glow yellow paint job. He certainly won't need any blue flashing lights to get his opponents out of the way, though. He'll be on a charge right from the off here from the 3rd row of the grid. But in pole position it is the man from Stoke, Craig Reed. Great to have the Reed brothers back in the championship. Craig Reed is a former Division 2 British champion. Raced in the Dutch Championship over the last couple of years along with his elder brother Simon. A great qualifying effort from John Bowler as well. The second quickest time from each driver has set the grid for race 2 later on, and he will be on pole position for that race. Very impressive indeed from John Bowler. Race 2, row 2 of the grid rather, it is the 69 of David Jenkins, man from Stafford. A new paint job on his MAN this year, the navy blue and white. Morris Lubricants and Digraph Transport sponsorship, and starts alongside Michael Oliver, son of Stuart, in the GT Tyres sponsored Team Oliver Racing MAN. We haven't got the 3rd Team Oliver Racing truck out there this year. No Martin Gibson this year. We also don't have Adam Bint in the black Mercedes. He's not out in this year's championship, so that's left room on this capacity 20 truck grid for the Reed brothers to return. You mustn't forget the Division 2 trucks towards the back of the field as well. Jake Evans, number 10, in the blue and silver MAN for Evans Truck Sports, defending the title. So a few spots of rain having come down as the trucks are coming out onto the grid behind the GT Tyres Milwaukee Tools DAF pace truck, which is about to lead them away. A big thank you to all the partner sponsors, as always, of British Truck Racing. This year's partners: GT Tyres, Fleet Safe Cameras, Sylvie Fleet Management and MB Energy, the suppliers of renewable diesel HVO fuel for this championship. All the trucks running on HVO fuel. Also thanks to Phoenix Scales, Milwaukee Tools, Ride-Am Universal, the official wheel suppliers for the championship, LTS Global Solutions, Total Care, Vehicle Lifts and Testing Equipment, MV Commercial, that's Tom O'Rourke's company, Freuhauf Trailers, Neil Yates Recovery and Alco. Big thanks to all of them for their sponsorship this season. Pace truck leads them round Druids. These 5-ton race trucks producing almost 1,000 horsepower each. These some of the most dedicated and determined racers in UK motorsport. 18 trucks on the grid for this first race of the season. We are missing a couple of the Division 2s. Hopefully we'll see them out later in the weekend. Callum Eason and Archie Handy. But it is Craig Reed and John Bowler on the front row of the grid. That's new, very new for 2026. Ryan Smith back on row 3. And Stuart Oliver back on row 4. It was certainly a slightly jumbled order in qualifying. There's Simon Cole at the back. He missed qualifying, so has to start at the back of the grid in the 41, the Iveco. In trying for several years to win the Division 2 title. Here we go then, the wait is over. The first British Truck Racing Championship race of the season here at Brands Hatch. 15 minutes of racing coming up from the big rigs. The first of 5 races this weekend. Pace truck is pulling into pit road. They come up towards the red lights. Craig Reed and John Bowler on the front row of the grid. The revs are up, the season about to begin, the pack about to be unleashed. Here we go, the power comes on and they're away. And down towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Decent start by David Jenkins from the front second row of the grid, tries to get down the inside, but it's Craig Reed who's just about held his lead in the 68. John Bowler runs out wide. Jenkins could make a move here on the run up towards Druids Hill Bend. They're all round Paddock Hill Bend okay. Reed has held his lead. It's side by side for second. Michael Oliver's got away well into 4th place. Running wide there, Tom O'Rourke and Neil Yates a little bit further back in the pack. What a sight they make as they charge down the hill into Bottom Bend, side by side for second. David Jenkins gets forced wide by John Bowler. David Jenkins keeps his foot in. He's lost a couple of spots there. He's rejoined. Well, that's one place made up by Ryan Smith. Up towards 30s, and Michael Oliver's on the grass as well. Well, it's clearly first day back at school. That's 2 of them on the grass already, and they haven't even done 1 lap yet. All that's allowed Craig Reed to clear off in front. There's somebody else off on the infield. That's Bradley Harvey. He was on pole in Division 2. He's taken a shortcut over the infield. The rest of the pack completes the first lap just about. And it is Craig Reed who leads by 1.5 seconds at the end of lap 1, ahead of John Bowler, Michael Oliver and Ryan Smith is in 4th place. He puts a wheel onto the gravel there, so does Michael Oliver, cuts back in, he nearly hits Ryan Smith. Ryan had to stamp on the brakes there, goodness me. Pause for breath needed there after just 1 lap. Bradley Harvey, I can tell you, has rejoined through the pit lane after that unscheduled shortcut at the end of the first lap. So the leaders come along the Cooper Straight for the second time. It is Reed from Bowler, Oliver, Ryan Smith in 4th, Jenkins 5th, Nathan Smith going well in 6th position, just ahead of Stuart Oliver. Then it's Simon Reed, Neil Yates. There's Tom O'Rourke, already a bit of damage to the front end of his Bonneting International Navistar, the American truck. Just ahead of Stephen Powell and Ricky Collett. Jake Evans leading Division 2. Meanwhile, further back, side by side up over the line, there is Jake Evans, our Division 2 leader. He's ahead of Sammy Oyen and the Finn. There goes a bit of bodywork, not sure who that belongs to, down the pit straight. Somebody else pulling into the pits as well further back. It's Simon Cole who's pulled up. So his issues from qualifying possibly returning. Ricky Collett, the Yorkshireman, runs a heavy haulage company in 95. Has a look up the inside there, coming up Halewood Rise into Druids. Stephen Powell, I wonder if it's him who shed that bodywork look, because you can see a chunk bitten out to the front of the very smart number 3, the man who lives literally just down the road from Brands Hatch, battling with the veteran campaigner Ricky Collett. So things starting to calm down slightly now in this first British Truck Racing Championship race of the season, and it's Craig Reed who leads, looking for his first Division 1 victory on his return to the British Championship. Michael Oliver coming under pressure from Ryan Smith, who's got the wiper going. You can see it's still a little bit damp out there. Here comes Flying Ryan, the 10-time consecutive British champion. David Jenkins, his arch rival over the last few years behind him. Ryan Smith looks to the inside as they run up towards Druids. No. Michael Oliver holds the inside. Down the hill they come, the first two starting to go clear. Gap between the two of them is down to just under 1.2 seconds now between Craig Reed and John Bowler. Is there a new status quo being established at the top, I wonder? There's Tom O'Rourke, he's now got ahead of Ricky Collins. Something flew off, I don't know if that was from O'Rourke's truck or from Stephen Powell just behind them possibly there as they came through towards Surtees and McLaren. 4 laps completed. Craig Reed leads back, gap is back up to 1.5 seconds now. Up Halewood Rise go the leaders. Just looking out of the commentary box window, it is still Michael Oliver who holds 3rd place. As we pick up our Division 2 leaders, there is Jake Evans going through. His cousin Craig Evans used to race that truck. John Powell, good to see him back on form in Division 2 in the number 6 DAF. He ran that truck as a Division 1 last season, but couldn't get it to run properly, sadly, for much of the season. He's got ahead of Sammy Oyen and the Finn into P2 in class. 13th, 14th and 15th overall. And behind them is Warren Harvey, our newcomer, joining his son Bradley in the championship this year, just learning his craft here at Brands Hatch this weekend. Bradley delayed by that early excursion at Surtees. There's Sammy Oyenon, the Mad Croc energy drink Sisu. Just under 10 minutes of this race to go, the first of the season for the British Truck Racing Championship, and Sammy Oyenon's got a wheel arch coming loose, I noticed there. That happened in qualifying as well. Here are the leaders. Reed from Bowler, still Michael Oliver working hard to hold off Ryan Smith. Now Michael Oliver is something of a Brands Hatch specialist. He's had a few wins here before. David Jenkins closing back up after he ran wide earlier on, coming out of Graham Hill Bend on the first lap. Got forced wide by John Bowler, battling the second. And behind them, Nathan Smith in the number 11. He's having a good run. Holding off Stuart Oliver, the 10 times champion. Through towards Clearways and Clark Curve, the end of another lap. Fastest lap of the race is with John Bowler, 59.352, and he's got a bit of damage to the front end. You can see there, that might be from the first lap with David Jenkins. But Ryan Smith trying to close down Michael Oliver, and you can see that Michael Oliver's last couple of laps have been slightly quicker, so Ryan Smith is not really closing him down here. Quite a few surprises already in this opener for the British truck racing season. Swing their way through Druids once again. 8.5 minutes still to go. We're not even at half distance yet. Still your leader is Craig Reed, looking for his first ever Division 1 victory. He's a former Division 2 champion. There's our reigning Division 2 champion, Jake Evans. First season in truck racing last year in the family MAN. Previously raced by his cousin. He just beat Callum Eason to the Division 2 title. Leaders coming up across the start-finish line. You can see that Evans is clear of John Powell to the tune of 4.3 seconds in Division 2. There go the leaders into Paddock Hill Bend. They're starting to stack up now slightly for second place. Bowler, Oliver, Ryan Smith and David Jenkins. John Bowler's still the fastest lap of the race, but Craig Reed just did his personal best of 59.707 on this 1.2 mile Brands Hatch Indy circuits. Through Graham Hill Bend they come. There's still a few drops of rain coming down. You can see the wipers going on a few of these trucks. This is magnificent stuff. Hugely entertaining season opener and unpredictable as well. Is this year Ryan Smith's run of titles going to be ending? Michael Oliver right on John Bowler's rear bumper now. They've caught the man from Stockport, the number 14. Michael Oliver from Hexham in Northumberland. His father Stuart down in 7th place. But that'll put him on the front row for race 3, the first of tomorrow's races, because race 3, the grid is set by the results of race 1 with the top 8 reversed. That would give Simon Reed pole position as things stand at the moment. There's Simon coming down Paddock Hill Bend. And here come the leaders through trees. They've got Warren Harvey ahead of them. There are Novice. He moves aside, lets the leader through. It's all a learning exercise for Warren. He's moved right to the side there onto the grass. He might be out of the race. He's pulling over, I think. Yes, so Warren Harvey, I think, is out of it. I thought he was going very slowly for pulling over for the leaders, and he's pulled up. He's had a problem and has stopped at the exit of Graham Hill Bend. His son Bradley's still going, though. So we're down to 16 trucks running in this season opener, just over 6 minutes of it to go, and Craig Reed is clear in the lead by over 2.5 seconds. Here's a battle further back in the order. This is the battle for 9th place. Neil Yates ahead of Tom O'Rourke, and you can see the rain on the camera lens there on the top of the Brabham Suites, the hospitality suites on the home straights, just alongside my commentary position. Ricky Collett not far behind as Tom O'Rourke, the MV Commercials CEO, trying to make a move here at Paddock Hill Bend. He's going through, up the inside into P9, he's done it. Good move there by Tom O'Rourke, the man from Livingston in Scotland, and now here comes Ricky Collett trying to follow him through into P10, and he's done it. Neil Yates, the local man, loses 2 places. Closing him down now is Stephen Powell, who's had a quiet season opener so far. This is all playing into the hands of Craig Reed. Everyone else is battling behind him, and the Iveco pilot is able to pull away. The lead was 2.44 seconds last time through over the line. We'll see what it is as they cross the stripe this time by. John Bowler comes through in 2nd position. Yeah, 2.43, so the gap just about the same. And there is Stuart Oliver, back in 7th place in the number 7, the 10 times champion, former European champion, having a rather subdued season opener, it has to be said. Oh, off goes Nathan Smith. He's gone straight on, coming out of Paddock Hill Bend. Now, has he hit the tyre wall? There's a great cloud of dust there. I can't see the truck for the cloud of dust and gravel. I think he has gone into the tyres. Now, I reckon something broke, or he blew a tyre there. Yes, he has gone into the tyre wall. Unfortunately, Nathan Smith, that's the end of his race. We hope that Nathan's okay there. That's a great run coming to an end. He was in 6th position, but he just suddenly got straightened up there coming out of Paddock Hill Bend. And in fact, the red flag is coming out. The red flag is out. There is Nathan Smith's truck in the gravel, in the tyre wall. That's Rectisol barriers there, I think, not tyres on the run up Halewood Hill, but whatever. Nathan is out of the race. The race has been stopped. I imagine that will be a result declared. We'll await to confirm that as soon as we can. In which case, Craig Reed would take his first ever Division 1 win. There were just over 4 minutes left on the clock. Nathan should be perfectly okay in there. The stoppage due to the damage to the barrier up there. So we'll await confirmation that the race is going to be declared a result. I imagine it will be. Let's take a look back at some highlights of that cracking season opener for the British Truck Racing Championship. Craig Reed led off from pole position. The first bit of rubbing came from John Bowler and David Jenkins. Put Jenkins onto the grass down the Cooper Straights. And then John Bowler not giving way. That forced Michael Oliver to go over the grass, but he stayed ahead of Ryan Smith in 4th place. David Jenkins going down to 5th as a result of that early mishap. Ryan Smith nearly clipping the back of Michael Oliver, as in the background Ricky Collett ran wide onto the gravel. They were certainly frantic in the early stages, very eager to get back racing. Meantime, Jake Evans was dominating Division 2 as John Powell battled with Sami Ojanen for 2nd place. Craig Reed having cleared off in front. Simon Reed was clear of this battle for 9th, with Tom O'Rourke lunging past Neil Yates and Ricky Collett following him through. Meanwhile, Bradley Harvey was leading a charmed life further back. He took a shortcut on the first lap and then power sliding Kurt Goranson style around Druids. That was as the rain came down, I think. The battle continued for P9 further back in the order, but then this is what brought out the red flags. Nathan Smith just suddenly ran wide. The truck just seemed to turn off to the left coming through Paddock Hill Bend. I reckon something in the steering may have broken there on the MAN. He just suddenly turned to the left there and straight on into the recticel barriers. Thankfully not a heavy impact, with gravel doing a lot to slow the MAN down there. Okay, the clock has gone to 0. Just had confirmation from the timekeepers. This session will not be restarted, so the result is going to be declared, and it is a first ever Division 1 victory in the British Championship for Craig Reed. The former Division 2 champion takes the win. We'll confirm the provisional results as the recovery vehicles arrive. It is Craig Reed who takes the win by 2.4 seconds over John Bowler, and Michael Oliver completing the podium with Ryan Smith, the reigning champion, in 4th. David Jenkins in P5 ahead of Nathan Smith, Stuart Oliver and Simon Reed. Now that top 8 will be flipped around to give the grid for race 3. That's tomorrow morning. In Division 2, meanwhile, Jake Evans takes the win down in 13th place overall. He finished some 5.6 seconds clear of John Powell. He just beats Sami Ojanen. There were a couple of non-finishers there. Warren Harvey stopped at Graham Hill Bend. Simon Cole pulled into the pits at the end of the second lap. Fastest lap of the race going to John Bowler, 59.352, set on the second lap before and to spit with rain. Well, recovery operation taking place, as we can see, up at Halewood Rise. But I think we can head down to Pointy in pit lane.
Well, it's a bit late now. Going home now. Right, red flag ends the race. However, we do believe there has been a result. Of course, we always go back to the previous lap on a red flag for the results, but because of that, I say, this is still provisional of course, that yeah, Mr. Reed took first place, which is very, very good result for him. So first weekend back in the British, coming back over from the European Championship last year. Very good result for Team Reed. John Bowler in second, and a very smiley face from Michael Oliver taking third for Division 1. Back in Division 2 though, an interesting battle. It's nice to see John Powell completing a race in that beautiful new DAF truck that he's been working on tirelessly for the last 12 months. A lot of issues with that last year, so I'm sure he'll be thrilled to have actually got a race under his belt. Sami Ojanen then taking third place there. Again, in his last year's truck, they are still in development for a new truck that we will be seeing hopefully at Thruxton. I spoke to Sami in the paddock last night, but of course, current champion for Division 2, Jake Evans, a very good start to the year. Will it be 2 consecutive, or is it way too early to see? I'm going to run down and hand out some trophies, hopefully to the right people. Ian, what are we doing next?
Right, we're into the lunch break, but don't worry. I think we might hear from you actually in the lunch break as well, because you were chatting to some of the drivers yesterday and today as well. After lunch, we have the pickup truck racing. Yes, they are back. You're doing them as well, aren't you?
I'll be back, yeah.
You'll be back,
yeah.
So we'll be back with Pointy in the assembly area live, quite possibly, to chat to some of the drivers.
Pointy, it's great, yeah. We got Pointy before lunch, Pointy at lunch, then Pointy with pickups after lunch. Oof.
I mean, you can never have enough Pointy, can you? Then straight after that,
can you?
We'll leave that as an open question. He's gone. He doesn't even care. He doesn't even want to finish this link with me. He's gone. Straight after that, then we have the first race for TCRUK this season, and then mini challenge club sport get underway. We have another Civic Cup race and one final British Truck Racing Championship to round out the day. Don't forget, we're live on the British Automobile Racing Club YouTube channel. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We've got so much coming up for you. I'm going to hand back to your commentator very, very shortly, but we've got plenty of content coming up throughout the lunch break, so don't go anywhere. I'll see you soon.
We are back.
This is the British Truck Racing Championship. Delivering edge-of-your-seat racing action for over 40 years, this is a championship like no other. While looking very similar to their road-going counterparts, these monsters are built from the ground up. With over 1,200 brake horsepower and 6,000 Newton meters of torque, these things don't hang about. Weighing in at over 5.5 tons each, these guys spray water on their brakes to stop them exploding during the race. Consisting of 34 races over 7 race weekends at some of the UK's best circuits, including one at Le Mans in France. So that's it, we've got 20 trucks in 2 divisions battling at 100 miles an hour around circuits at the UK and in France. For more information, check out BTRC.co.
Right, I'm here with Jack Finland, the head honcho, I'm going to call him, for Civic Cup, and we've got a massive grid of cars, over 30. Jack, you must have put some work in over the winter.
Yeah, it's more so what we've been. That's just Mickey Goodyear.
Mickey Butler from Goodyear over there, causing all sorts of problems.
I think it's more of a testament to the work that's been done maybe for the last 2-3 years. You know, Civic Cup, you know, in the price range it's in, and for the tin top racing it is probably the premium series at the moment for that. So I think it's a culmination of factors, but ultimately it's just because of how good the cars are and how good the racing's been over the last few years.
We've seen a lot of drivers come back, a lot of them stay in the championship as well. What makes it so exciting?
I think it's just because the cars are so close, aren't they? So evenly matched, and the price point is pivotal at the moment, you know, in the current climate. So I think they're the main reasons, but I think ultimately it's when you put that many of them on track and they race, it's so good to watch and people love watching it. And it's probably the thing I'm, you know, most excited about seeing is when they line up today and see who comes out on top. So yeah, I can't wait.
Is that a bit of a pinch me moment? Hairs on the back of your neck go up a bit?
Yeah, I think a little bit. I think, you know, I think when you go over 30 cars, there's something really special, isn't there? And yeah, we're really close to a capacity grid. I mean, there's 33 entered this weekend. Unfortunately, Tristan Powell had a bit of an incident in testing and won't be with us. Although I know he would have loved to have been, and he's a really nice kid, Tristan, so it's such a shame. But there's 37 registered cars for the season, so at some point we are going to have a ridiculously big grid. So it's just amazing, isn't it? It's such a good championship.
Right, Jack, I'm going to put you on a spot. I know you're keen to get away. One last question for you. A lot of people who watch this, who watched Civic Cup last year, but we'll have a lot of people who are new to it. Can you just give me 3 or 4 names of people just to watch out for?
Oh, I'm going to get in trouble for missing somebody out, aren't I? I just think all over the grid there's different battles, and you know, whether it be for the Paul Winfield Trophy, the overall championship, or the Goodyear Diamond Trophy, there's battles that happen throughout the grid up and down. So I'm not going to give you any names to not offend anybody, but anybody, you can pick any name in that grid and they'll be in a race. So you know, take your pick.
Jack, thank you so much, appreciate it. I'll just go get you that fence to sit on.
Yeah,
all right,
no problem.
Jack, Civic Cup.
So I'm here with Aaron Thompson. I take it this is your car, Aaron?
Yes, it is.
It's got your name on the roof. What am I looking at?
Well, right now you're looking at the UK pickup truck racing car or truck.
Right.
There's a bit of confusion now. We're back
Everyone's
with the trucks,
used both words
trucks.
though, so yeah.
Well, race pickup truck, which isn't really a pickup truck. It's a space frame race car, fiberglass body on it, 4-speed sequential dog box. As we were saying earlier, there's no sort of drive rails at all, no power steering, no traction control, no ABS. It is as raw of a purpose-built race car that you can find in the country for the value that it is.
I mean, there's barely anything to it. Obviously, I'm coming over from the truck racing championship, and they are huge, massive pieces of metal. You're 5 foot up in the air as a driving position. This thing, you've barely got 2 or 3 inches off the ground, and there's about 2 mil of steel in between you and the tarmac.
Yeah, my rear end knows about it when it's over those curves, I'll tell you that. You suddenly get a big compression and it hurts in the van on the way back home. But
Speaking of rear end, there's quite a bit of tail going on here from the cab back. What's actually under here?
Fuel cell.
Yep.
Chassis.
Wow.
Nothing. There is
So
no
lots of fresh
weight
air.
over the rear at all. And going back to saying with there being no traction control, when you start getting a greasy track or changing conditions in the wet, the rear end is so light. I mean, you've really got to feather that throttle because there's no stability over the rear at all. It really is a driver's car.
So the back end will just go out essentially whenever it feels like it, unless you're fully paying attention.
Yep.
So front engine, this one?
Yes.
Right, and then obviously, drive shaft, rear wheel drive.
Yep.
So not much weight other than the diff at the back?
No, not at all. And again, the fuel cell sits in the middle, sort of directly over the rear axle where the diff is. And where we've only got 15-minute races, you're not even brimming the tank up.
Yes, there's not much weight there either. So, well, that's crazy. So a bit different than the British racing trucks. You raced with us before a few years ago,
yes.
I believe. Were you in the championship at that time?
I was indeed, but again, I was just finding my feet for me. I come from a predominant front-wheel drive background. I mean, I did karting when I was younger, but I'd always come from Fiestas into Clios, so it was such a big learning curve. I mean, it's like assuming that Ricky Carmichael's going to be great on a MotoGP bike. You know, they're both bikes, but you know. So,
totally different setup.
Yeah, I mean, halfway through last year, the penny sort of dropped. I remember the exact moment it was, racing at Liddon Hill in the wet, and just sort of got into my groove and went to the next round. And I thought, well, does that style sort of correlate to the dry? And it did. And then out here today, wet and dry sessions, you know, feels good. Obviously, we don't know, timings mean nothing. We're not looking at that. But I feel comfortable in it now. We had a good success at the back end of last year, and I'm just hoping that momentum carries on to 26.
I think that's what a lot of drivers do say though, isn't it? You mentioned when the penny drops.
Yes.
It's like you can be trying to be a racing driver for as many years as you like, but unless you get that light bulb moment when things just start to feel right.
Yeah.
And again, you mentioned no timings this weekend. It is literally about, is the vehicle right? Is it running right? Does it handle right? Are you feeling right inside it?
Exactly that. Obviously, it's not a full rebuild. So we did the whole season last year, but things have been upgraded, things have been maintained, and you want to make sure that where we have no practice in this championship, obviously everything's about cost savings and affordability to make sure we can sort of make it as fair for everybody. We go straight into qualifying. So you don't do any pre-season stuff.
Right.
You go to Brands Hatch, the first time you drive that pickup truck is a 15-minute qualifying session. So if anything's going to be loose or fall off, Dad's not tighten up the rear brakes like he did at Alton Park last year.
Yeah.
You want to know now. And not when you line up qualifying.
So this kind of pre-season shakedown day, is this an opportunity that you're not really been used to in the pickups up until now?
Oh, completely. You know, it's nice to have in my opinion, when you pay for a test day or a track day, test day is a lot more expensive than a track day, but a track day you have noise restrictions, people's personal vehicles out there. And for me, I almost feel like a pressure of, you know, I can't afford to do 5-6 test days. It's a one and done. The opportunity Truck Sport will provide by putting on a day like this, you know, it's a real relaxed atmosphere. You know, you're sort of not having to feel like you're having to maximise every time you're out there. It's been a real nice break into the start of the season.
So, last question, very simple yes or no answer. Are you excited for 26?
Oh God, yes.
Right, I am here with two rookies in the Civic Cup, and they were competing against each other in Junior Saloon Car Championship. Wilf Butler, Louis Austin here as well. Wilf, let's just have a quick chat with you, because I had a little bit of an off.
Yeah, obviously pushing a bit too hard going into turn one at Paddock. Just locked up the brakes and went through into the gravel, but managed to get back out and set some decent laps.
It's just a learning curve, isn't it? Of course, a Saxo to a Civic, quite a difference, I imagine.
Yeah, massive difference in speed and driving style is completely different. So relearning everything really, but yeah, we're getting there, getting up to the pace.
You enjoying the extra speed?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Really love it.
Louis, let's have a quick chat with you. First qualifying session, of course, done for Civics. Why did you choose to come into the Civic Cup?
I like Civics, and Gary, the mechanic, he's good at them, so it made sense for us to come into it.
Did it feel natural to you out there on circuit?
Ish. They're very different to drive, like Wilf was saying. Their driving styles are completely different. But the biggest thing I found was the traffic. Because obviously the grid in the Saxos are a lot smaller.
Yeah.
Where here it's so hard to just get a lap. so it makes each one count so much more. Where Saxos, you had such more opportunity.
I imagine the general racecraft you've learned from junior saloons and brought into this, but the racing's going to be quite different, isn't it?
It seems quite elbows out and it's done that, so we'll see.
Wilf, what are you most looking forward to in the race?
I think just more cars being around me. Obviously, Saxos, it was quite a small grid compared to this, so yeah, I think it's going to be very tight, clean racing.
Are you two subconsciously having a little bit of an inter-battle between each other, or am I just making something up here?
Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit.
Well, I'm making it up, or you are going to have an inter-battle?
Bit of both, I don't know.
Yes, that's all we like. Guys, thanks so much for talking to us. Enjoy your time in the Civic Cup. It's great to see you. Remember these two names, Louis Austin, Wilf Butler. It's going to be a cracker.
Hello there, Pointy here. Just letting you know that all of the British Truck Racing Championship and pickup truck races this year for the 2026 season will all be available to view live and look back on our official YouTube channel. Well done, that's in 24/7. This is mine from home. Do you want to? I'll get a new one. Shall I get a new one? I'll get a new one. Shall I get a new one? BTRC muff thing, wind protect. Okay, right. Well, here we are. Another groundbreaking interview brought to you by the motorsport journalist, aka Pointy, with, of course, 10-time reigning champion, consecutive Stuart, reigning champion Ryan Smith, Division 1 driver, and snapping at his heels. I never thought I'd hear that statement. Possibly Stuart Oliver, who's also got 10 championships and one European. One European there, Ryan, just not point that out. So fair's fair. We've all got fantastic attributes, but the battle for 11 is on. I mean, yeah, let's go with Ryan first of all. Consecutive 10 times. We saw a rerun on Instagram the other day of our celebration in the, well, right here actually, last November, the firework finale here at Brands Hatch. You know, it was high energy. It was fantastic. We see a new kind of livery this year, new main sponsor, new race suit, and yeah, what else is new that we need to know about mechanically, shall we say, mentally?
Well, if you go back and, you know, this journey started for me 11 years ago when I entered the championship as a Division 2 driver, and I wanted obviously to take the step up to Division 1. It's the pinpoint of the sport. And, you know, like Stuart's been there, he's got 11 championships, 10 British and the 1 European. And, you know, it's remarkable really, isn't it, that, you know, there's 21 championships between us. You know,
It's a lot of years.
Big rivals, by the way, because Stuart will tell you this as well. When you're the number one for, you know, Stuart's been in the sport quite a period of time and he's dominated the sport. And you look, if I wasn't in the sport, how many championships would he have won? And you get a target on your back, you know, and people want to chase you down.
So he's saying that perhaps, Stuart, you might have set the bar, perhaps.
Well, that's right. You know, Ryan's correct. You know, Ryan's got, you know, he's 10 consecutive wins, which, you know, hats off to him. You know, it doesn't come without a lot of effort and commitment. I've probably got 10 consecutive seconds, or thirds, seconds and thirds. But I think most of them are seconds. But yeah, you know, it's great. It's great for the sport. It's great for team. You know, yeah, you know. Rivalry is maybe the wrong word, but it's the right word, and if it's used correctly, I think.
I think there can always be a professional rivalry because, after all, we are all here to win. You know, even Division 2, Division 1, doesn't matter where you're racing, you all want a podium win, don't you?
When you've won the titles that me and Stuart have won, and you know, me and Stuart has had some arguments. We've had clashes on track, but we always come out the steward's room or where we've been, and we go back to normal. And look, when you if you mention my name in truck racing, you mention Stuart. You mess about on AI and you ask it things and.
Oh God, do you?
No, but you do. Do you know when you're messing about and you're trying to design stuff?
No,
it's the sport, and look, Stuart's been a fierce competitor. He's still, he won't mind me saying this. He's getting a little bit older, but he's
put that politely.
but he's a fierce competitor, and like I say this, and there's fine margins in sport, and Stuart will look back at the end of his career and he'll go, if it wasn't for them little bits, the accident with Shane Berriton, these little bits, how many titles would he have won? And it's funny how our sport changes for small margins. And there's probably 3 of them championships Stuart probably could have nicked, and Dave Jenkins in the same conversation. Because, for I don't mean anything derogatory to the rest of the competitors, because they've been absolutely immense. But the first thing I look for when I get to the first opening day, the testing or the qualifying, is where's Stuart, where's Dave?
Yeah.
And to share that with them, and Stuart will probably agree to this, the gap's closing, by the way, with other competitors. They're developing, spending more time, the sport's growing.
There's a lot more coming in from the ground now, isn't
there? That's right. Ryan's right, and I can mirror what Ryan's saying. I look at where Ryan is, I look at where Dave is, because historically, as Ryan says, that the 3 of us have been there or thereabouts. 2026 is a completely different. It's a kettle of fish.
It is a new kettle of fish, yeah.
Because like Ryan rightly says, Nathan Smith, Norbert Kiss, a European multi-champion Norbert Kiss, sim racer.
Yes, true.
Nathan Smith, I think, is probably on a par. He's got a bit of racecraft. In sim race, and I've never ever done it, but I always get the impression when you crash into the wall, you just press reset and then you start again.
You do, yeah. Pretty sure that's how it works in simulations.
It's a bit different out here, but Nathan, the 2, Craig and Simon, Michael, Tom, everybody's good.
And not only that, you look at last year. And you look at the Division 2 battle with Callum Eason and Jake Evans.
Oh, yeah.
2 up-and-coming drivers.
It's fierce.
Probably the next generation, because after mine and Stuart's time and Dave's time and whoever else has won a championship, there's got to be a new lion that takes over, haven't they? And you look down the field and they're young. And you look at little Archie, he hasn't had the best of trucks, but he stays out there, he battles, he's had his podium. And it's
certainly a fan favourite, I'd say, Archie is. He's got nothing out. Yeah. Even if, this year the truck looks pretty smart, to be honest. I'm interested to see how that goes. But yeah, like you say, there's lots going on, and I think the last couple of years especially, we've seen so many new faces coming into it. The technology's getting better. I believe that the running of the whole thing's getting better. We've got, more consistency with regards to the results, exactly. We've got more consistent with regards to regulations. I think a lot of them are coming a bit more common sense now as well.
You look at the regulations, and there's regulations now. If you don't have the right attire on the podium, that things will happen, and whether that's a fine or a penalty, whatever. But do you know what? You moan about it, don't you? But if you want the sport to grow and go in the right direction, and you want to attract new sponsors as a competitor and as well as a championship, then these things must happen. So, the drivers will be a bit disgruntled about it, but in the end, it paints a better picture for everyone.
It really does. And how it looks to everybody else. I mean, I mention it myself a lot. We're streamed live on the YouTube, and of course, not only that, we've got that's there forever. You can't, it doesn't disappear. Once it's been on the internet, that's it for life. And it's just that image that you want to portray. So moving on then, personally then for you this year, any, top secret projects on the truck over the winter break, or has it been a kind of shine it up, get some new tyres on it and crack on for 26?
No, we've done bits and pieces as all teams do. You always look at things like, I've put a different rear axle in, a different ratio to be more suited to the engine, which is just what the other guys have. It's no different to what any, so it's nothing anything special. It's just I've moved. I've always been
tinkering. I mean, it's not like you're redesigning a rear foil and it's taken a few million to get that bit of fiberglass right.
That's right. Truck racing, I think, what sums it up, it's 5.3 tons with a big engine in it, and yes, you can do tinkering and this, that, and the other, but I always remember this gentleman here at Silverstone many years ago jumped into a Sisu, I think it was. Andy Lovery's Renault. Andy Loverenbury was doing well, don't get me wrong. Ryan got into it, and I'm not blowing smoke, but it was a totally different animal. So it's, yes, you can do a lot with the truck and you can tinker this, that and the other, but it's further up the steering column where most of the good work.
Say, do you know what? And I've took people out passenger rides. I've let people have a go. Until you drive one of these things, because on track they look like a big billboard. Yeah. They look quite slow, but
I've been in one. It's a slightly unnerving experience because you shouldn't be going that fast.
Stuart's right. Stuart's right with the setup, with the driver. Stuart knows his truck. Could Stuart go out and get a new truck? Do other people? You know what you've got. You have a relationship. People think I'm crazy, but sometimes I'll put my hand on roll cage and I'll talk to my truck because don't break down, baby. Don't break down.
Yeah, please, just one more race.
And it's a compliment to everyone. Don't take the foot off the gas. The winter, everybody's doing work and like what Stuart's just said, we haven't really done any changes, but we've tried to get more reliability in things, and we've built another engine and stuff that a Euro 6 to try and get a little bit more reliability. So everybody's always moving. Nobody steps still. No sport steps still. But at the same time, the championship's growing. We're getting we've upped our social media. Stuart and everybody else have. Dave Jenkins, I see he's doing a lot more. And the amount of new followers that we're getting,
it's fantastic,
who still don't know about truck racing. We've got a massive
blows
support.
It blows my mind.
But when people do see how quick these things are, they're hooked. I don't know anyone that comes to truck racing and don't return.
It's true, very true. And you've seen that for a long time.
You do. You get hooked. You do. People get hooked and
Gets
more
in
and
your
more.
blood,
And,
that's it.
Right, love it or hate it, we've got to go down certain routes of sustainabilities and this, that and the other, and we've done that. But you go back 10, 15, 20 years, watching the race trucks around here, it was like, it's 3 laps in, you couldn't see anything for black smoke.
Well, this is it. I mean, on that note, we mentioned one of our championship sponsors, Silver Fleet, with regards to the renewable fuel, and I think it's interesting to see that the trucks themselves are still getting better lap times year on year. The consistency is still there without that smoke, without what the old saying is no smoke, no poke. Well, I'd beg to differ nowadays because that biofuel, provided to the championship by Silver Fleet is absolutely phenomenal. And I hear now as well, actually, that there's one of the, you can't be watching the TV.
I wasn't saying biofuel, I was saying it's hydrocarbonate vegetable oil. Biofuels, chip fat being recycled.
Right, well now you know. Hydrocarbonated
vegetable oil.
Fizzy vegetable oil.
Before it's been to the chip shop.
It's before it's been to oh right.
Biofuel's been to the
so
chip
it's
shop.
fresh.
It came back and been filtered.
That's what I used to run my 306 on. Yeah. Right then. Well, enough about chips because I'm getting hungry and I'm sure you guys have got some practicing left to do. Into the 2026 season we go. 10 championships. Who will make it to 11? It's going to be an interesting year and it all starts here at Brands. That's it. Shake hands, start of the year. I like that. That was good. And we'll watch this grow as the year goes on. Don't forget to make sure you're following us over on Facebook, Instagram, official BTRC, and of course watching all the live action on our YouTube channel. For more information, head over to btrc.co.
Right, here we are at Brands Hatch, and between Lewis Kent and Carl Boardley, they have 4 TCR titles behind them. I've done a little bit noise, we've got the trucks going on behind, but Lewis, you're back in TCR. What does this mean to you?
Yeah, it's good to be back. I think I've spoken to more people this weekend than I did all last year racing. Car feels good, championship's looking good, really competitive. Just got to bring our A game really, and hope we can beat the man to the left. Hopefully we can beat everyone else as well.
Well, Carl, he just said he wants to beat you. You are a 2-time champion, of course, TCR. You've got fresh new looking overalls as well on. What's the expectation this season for you?
Initially, just go out and have some fun. Yeah. Obviously, we want to be competitive. We want to be up the sharp end. But yeah, primarily, come here, have some fun, have a good crack with the boys, which is exactly what we did the 2 years that we've done it previous, to be fair. And I think if you do that and you enjoy it, you got a smile on your face, I think the rest of it just sort of takes care of itself. So
I've got to be, every time I've seen you or spoken to you, you're always so relaxed no matter what the situation is. Is that generally how you look at the season then? I'm not bothered about the points table, I'm not bothered about anything, I'm just here to have a good time and what will be, will be.
100%. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, if you're not going to come here and enjoy it, then at the end of the day, what's the point? And that's how I am with everything in life, you know, not just motorsport, but everything in general. At the end of the day, you know, you're here for a short time and to have a good time, so.
I like it, I like it. Lewis, why have you come back to TCR?
Pretty much the same. I had a couple of years out in the Civics. I sort of fell out of love with it a little bit towards the end of my sort of seasons in TCR. Running your own team, doing it all yourself was a bit of a challenge. You know, we were setting up on a Thursday night thinking, can we go home now? It's a long old slug. But yeah, no, as Carl said, if you don't enjoy it, then what's the point? We started to get to a point where we weren't enjoying it. I had 2 years in the Civics, enjoyed it immensely, loved the Civics, but just missed that bug, missed the speed, missed the adrenaline. So yeah, we're back to see how we can get on, and as Carl said, we're going to enjoy it as much as we can. You know, the team that we've got is again another little family-run team, so yeah, have a good time and see how we get on.
Expect these two to be at the sharp end of the grid all season long. Chaps, can we get a friendly handshake between two former two-time champions? There we go. TCR Civic Cup gets underway here at Brands Hatch. Carl Boardley, Lewis Kent, remember the names.
Pointy here, I've been asked to introduce these two. One of them's Simon, one of them's Craig. If you look at the bottom of your screen now, you'll be able to vote A or B. 3, 2, 1, you're all wrong. This one's actually Simon, and of course that would make you Dave.
Yeah.
Craig. Right, so now we've got the official bit out of the way. You like driving trucks, you like stealing trains on trucks that you also drive, but we also do a little bit of truck racing, don't we?
That's right, yeah, that's right. Yeah, we do.
In between.
In between. This is our hobby.
This is our hobby, yeah. Well, unlike your hobby, which is what fills in the gaps between the hobby.
That's right, yeah.
That's right. You see, I'm good at this. I've done this before. So, talk of the town. You're back from Europe, where you were last year. Which championship were you racing in last year overseas?
We did a couple of meetings in the Dutch Cup, and then we went on to the ETRC and did a couple of meetings with them. So, yeah, no, definitely an eye-opener.
Experience. So I was about to lead on to that. How, I mean, you know, let's not go into good or bad, just in case we get answers we don't want. But what was a comparison? You know, was it a bit of a shock to the system?
Yeah, it was. To be honest, I think, like I say, you obviously say, oh yeah, you know, the fast, and then but the whole, it's good because it sort of draws you on, and I think that's the best way to put it to you. It gets your driving ability right up there. That's the best way to put it.
Because you've got to really kind of assimilate to the standards and the way they do things. Were there many, I mean, effectively we're all kind of running to basically the same rules, but were there many things that you were like, oh, we don't do that in England?
Yeah, there was a few. They are very regimented. Yeah, qualifying, and yeah, that was probably the biggest because they're going out, putting one lap in, boom, bosh.
Oh, that's it.
And we're
no wasting fuel.
That's it. We're usually used to running round, and then maybe in your fourth or fifth lap, once everything's warm, you put a lap in. But they're just tuned in.
Wow.
Fire one lap in, they come back in, they know what they've done, you know, and they're trying to. Don't get me wrong. I suppose towards the end of the meetings that we were doing with ETRC, us trying to aim for the best lap we'd done in that one lap hit. It was coming slowly, but there's zero room for mistake.
There's literally something that's just at qualifying, that level of competition.
Yeah, just qualifying. And this, I say, like I say, yes, they are very similar trucks to obviously the way that the UK has gone. A lot of obviously the trucks are ex-European trucks, you know, or they've been built by the people from the European Championship. So it's all, it's all sort of same. I suppose it just comes down to the tracks, but the only thing obviously with the going to Le Mans, that's what I'm saying. That sort of big event. I think it's the show, isn't it? And I think that's what, for a driver point of view, personally, that's what you're after, aren't you?
Yeah, the kind of fanfare that you get at Le Mans is pretty special, isn't it? With all the stuff on the pit lane, all the stuff on the starting grid. Literally hundreds of thousands of spectators get to see those trucks on the Le Mans weekend.
Yeah, no, and I think that's it. We had a lot from the UK coming over saying, listen. I mean, obviously the fans were there with the UK coming over to us saying, obviously a lot about, why aren't you in the British? And we've, like I say, the best, actually, we've come away from it. Obviously with Simon's crash back in 23, side strut needed rebuilding, so that's one thing. And
that was very thoughtless of you, Simon.
Yeah. Well, we had to we've been very busy, but we've sort of restructured our trucks completely, so both of them are technically new to us last year, both of them are new, so really, and also they're also going there, meeting the people we've met, put us on a stepping stone to what we've got now, and to be honest with you, that's especially with Iveco, and must mention them because it's really helped us massively to get to where we are now. But obviously at the end of last year, Stuart spoke to me, and he like I say, we just had a general conversation, general phone call about the championship and the way Stuart was taking the championship for this year, and obviously Stuart wanted us to be a part of it. And obviously at the minute, the way the world is obviously is a bit crazy, and I think that's the reason why.
The drive into some of those races, I mean, even if the Dutch Cup, it's a bit more of an enjoyable, of a fun thing, you're still going to get there, you're still going to feed yourselves, it's all getting a bit crazy, isn't it?
That's it, I think regarding with work as well, again, you've got to have that balance. God, if we could come in and out, easy you would do. But like I say, the like Simon more than me, if you like, is the roots of where Simon started is here.
Yeah.
So
Simon, back to be back on your home patch or home turf rather.
Yes, mate. Yeah, no, I'm glad to be back and just get back into it as always. I think. Doing them two meetings in the FIA, it does hammer your driving, and I'm looking forward to, obviously, even though we were sort of 3/4 of the pack, we were sort of getting still in the mix with it, and it does just you find another gear that you didn't know you had, and
you've got enough of them in those truck boxes, to be fair. You only use 2 of them high and low, don't you?
But you'll only
might try 4th today.
That's it. Yeah. Well, half an hour races, and they're breathing down your neck. They might have made a mistake, managed to get through, and then they're on you for the half an hour. And that definitely does wake you up, because it's either do or die. But then equally, it was full on. The racing, the qualifying, the practices. You really are hammering the trucks. Even just in them 2 events.
So it's a massive strain, not just on the drivers, but on the team, on the vehicles themselves.
The team had to be switched on. And it was long days, you'd be up at like 6:30 in the morning and going bed at 2 o'clock in the morning.
I wouldn't do that for money. Why would you do that for fun? Crazy people. So, go on.
Yeah, but again, we're back here and looking forward to it. It's good to obviously meet out. Everybody's, moved up and cracked on. And, we're here to put a dent in that.
But not too much of a dent, though.
No.
Just putting that out there. So of course, brothers on track and off track and in business. Is there any strategy? Are there any plans of how to race together to utilise that power of team, as we see sometimes in Formula One and things like that? Or is it, no, you want trophies and you want trophies? We'll just choose who comes first and second.
I think to be honest with you, I think with us, because because obviously like before I raced, I mechanic Simon, so we understand how the job is. And then regarding with the Iveco side, obviously no one else here has actually got an Iveco race truck. So for us, both having the same or very similar trucks, we just use that to our advantage, and realistically, whoever can win. There's no way. We're both trying our best to win, and whether that's each other or whether it's competitors, we're all about the racing, and be honest with you, good. Fair racing is all what it's about, and that's what. And obviously, at the end of the day, the show is that's what the show is.
Absolutely. However, having very similar trucks has caught definitely myself out. Still to this day, I'm like, which one is it? Which one is it? Just look at the number. The numbers are,
Now Neil and Steve. Obviously, I saw when they did their release on their trucks, I was like, oh God.
This is going to be tricky. I feel sorry for Dave Goddard because there's so much red. Ryan Smith's gone red this year as well. Honestly, it's going to be crazy. Well, look, let's make sure family comes first, of course, for the rest of the 26 season. It's great to have you back. Of course, you get to see all your European mates at Le Mans later in the year as well. So there we go. Simon, Craig, Simon, watch them out there. They are very similar trucks, very beautiful trucks though, always in tip-top condition. And of course, if you want to catch this interview back anytime, you can find it over on our official YouTube channel and of course, Instagram and Facebook.
Right, I'm here with Jack Finland. TCR season kicks off here at Brands Hatch this weekend. I'm very much looking forward to it, and Jack, you're very much looking forward to it as well. What makes this so special?
I think what makes it so special for us as the organisers is the hard work that we put in, but the hard work that everybody up and down this grid puts in to get here. It's a good start to the season, 17 cars out, and that's a testament to how hard these drivers have worked to put, the different factors in place to go racing. So I think that's the thing that I'm most proud of when I look down the grid this week.
What can people then tune in maybe for the first time to watch TCR? I'm sure a lot of people have seen it already before, but what can they expect to see on track today?
Close racing, I think, is what it is. I think because these cars are manufacturer built, solely, they're built to such a high standard that they're all trying to outperform each other by the millisecond and the little bits of gain that they can. So if you get a grid, especially how our top 6, 7, 8's looking at the moment, that are so evenly matched, and you can't really pick one. That's just going to lead to fantastic racing, isn't it? So, yeah, that's what I think you can expect it to be really close.
These cars are pretty quick. What sort of speed do you think we're going to get up to today?
Oh, I've got no idea. You're asking the wrong person.
Fast, very fast.
Quicker than I'd want to go in a car, put it that way. But
have you ever driven one?
Never driven one. I've been a passenger in one with Lewis Kent. That was lovely.
Scary.
But I'd rather be a passenger with Lewis Kent than a passenger with Stuart Lyons, that's for certain.
Or me, actually. I wouldn't go into me. Look, Jack, thank you so much. I know you're a busy man. Really appreciate it. TCR season starts this weekend here at Brands Hatch. It's going to be something special. Right, I'm down here with Jensen O'Neill, the youngest driver in TCR. Jensen, how old are you?
16.
16 years. Now, you did a round last season, of course. Brand new season, 2026. What's your expectations? I can see a bit of fire in your eyes.
We've had some good pace where we've been testing. So ultimately, the end goal is to have a top 3 in the championship and possibly win it.
Okay.
But it's too close to say. But hopefully, we're going to have some good pace to win it.
Why did you choose TCR?
I don't know. I think it's the closest thing to what I want to do, which is be a factory driver for a team.
Okay.
And obviously, there's a good support with Jazz and Honda, obviously. But yeah, it's just a good package all around.
So, what was your route to get to this point? You're 16 years of age. 16. We're going to keep bringing it up, but what was your route to get to this point? Because I'm sure there's a lot of people watching, maybe a couple of years younger, who thinks I'd like to be in his position.
It always helps when your dad owns a race team, but I've done Fiesta Juniors for 2 years, a year. So I done 2 rounds in 2023. First one didn't go as planned, but I won the championship in 2024. Then I progressed last year. I'd done half a season. I was only turned 16 in August. I done a mini challenge, JCW, and a round at TCRUK, and a 1 series BMW with Josh Bromley.
Okay, so that's quite a range of cars, quite a step up taking a TCR for a spin. What was it like the first time you ever took one out in anger?
Well, I was 13, so yeah, I drove the i30M when I was 13 years old, and yeah, it's a different animal. To be honest, the cars are quite similar, so I was fortunate to do enough testing in the i30 that it's made the Civic quite easy to drive.
Jensen, thank you so much. Thanks for talking to us. 16 years of age, that is it. Remember the name, Jensen O'Neill. Go and enjoy it, won't you? Thanks for talking to us. Top man. Cheers.
Well, thanks very much to Ian and Pointy down in the paddock, catching up with some of our drivers. Almost ready to get back underway after the lunch break here at this Truck Racing and TCR UK weekend here at Brands Hatch, the home of motorsport in the southeast of England. A packed out circuit here today, celebrating everything trucking, and we've got some slightly different trucks coming up next. It is the Pickup Truck Racing Championship for their season opener. Yes, they're back with BARC after a year away. They have 3 races across the course of the weekend. Then it's back over to Andy and Henry to take you through the opener for the TCR UK 2026 season. A cracking field of 17 cars on the grid for our fastest racing division here this weekend. They have 3 races over the course of the weekend as well. There'll be a short pause after that. We have a short qualifying session for the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Super Saloons and Production Saloons. Nice mixture of cars there. They have 2 races coming up tomorrow. They'll have a short qualifying session, followed by the first race for the Mini Challenge Club Sports. They have 3 races this weekend as well. A good mix of BMW Minis here this weekend. Then we have the second race of the weekend for the Civic Cup, and then another British Truck Racing Championship event to round off day 1 here at Brands Hatch. Dave Goddard here taking you through the action along with Andy McEwen and Henry Baudet, who are here for our TCR and Civic Cup events. I'll be with you next weekend as well for action from Cadwell Park, the roller coaster in the Lincolnshire Wolds. We've got Caterham action, Classic Touring Car Racing Club, and much more. Also, the MG Owners Club are at Cadwell Park as well, and we had an absolute belter of a season opener for them recently at Donington Park. I can't wait for action next weekend on the undulating Cadwell Park circuit. That's going to be something very special indeed. So we're waiting for the pickup trucks to emerge for their first race of the season in just a few minutes' time. Now, if you are just joining us here on stream, then we've had 2 races so far. Jake Hewlett taking a clear win in the Civic Cup season opener, and then a change to the status quo in the British Truck Racing Championship, because everybody expected it to be Ryan Smith against Stuart Oliver at the front of the field, but a new name on top in Division 1, Craig Reed taking his first Division 1 win earlier on, while defending champion Jake Evans won at Division 2. If you are enjoying the stream today, do not forget to hit the like button and the subscribe button on BARC TV on YouTube today. Big thanks to all of you who are joining. We've got over 300 likes so far, and nearly 1,300 of you watching as I speak to you at the moment. Big thanks to all of you who have joined us from all over the world. I know we had some viewers from Brazil on our stream, I saw in the comment thread earlier on. Just looking out of my commentary box window now. I can see the pickup trucks making their way to the assembly area at the moment, but Just for the moment, let's head back to Ian and see who's he's been talking to in the paddock.
Well, I am here with your TCR poleman Callum Newsham, no stranger to the front row, and a brand new little award this year as well. Callum, how was it out there?
Very good. Car felt mega, but we put new fronts on then, and it didn't feel as good. So there's still a bit more time in the tank, I think.
First race of the year coming up. Of course, did it feel good to stretch your legs out there again? It's been a long winter, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Well, getting in the car after the winter is a bit of a different feeling, but now you soon get used to it. Yeah, we've only done like one and a half test days, really? So yeah, pretty good.
It must feel quite nice because you never know what's going to happen, do you, at the first round? It's a bit of a lottery for everybody. Front row, of course, pole position. This is a bit of a statement for the season.
I hope so, yeah. The goal is to be in with a shot at the championship at the end of the year. We've come so close last year, and we've got the car to do it now, so yeah.
The car to do it. Callum, thank you so much for talking to us. Best of luck out there, mate. We might be chatting in Park Fermé later, you never know. Top man. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just like that, everybody, the lunch break is over, and as you can see, it's a very welcome return to the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. They weren't with us last year, but they're back in 2026. I want to go chat to some of the drivers. I want to go talk to Chris Land up here in the number 77. He almost put it into the fence behind us there, but oh my goodness, how good do these look. It is so great to see them again. I wonder if I can just jump in. The reason I want to talk to Chris, there's like no door handle or anything here, is I want to talk to you because I understand you travelled 5 hours from Cornwall to be here. It might actually, I'll tell you what, let me come around the other way because there's a giant mesh there. I won't be able to. Sorry, Tom, I'm just going to put that in like that. That's some pretty good dedication, right?
Yeah, we normally find we probably got the furthest to go out of everybody. This one isn't too bad, but obviously when you travel into the likes of Snetterton and well, even Croft and Knockhill, it's a brave journey for us, really.
Knockhill's far for everyone, even those in Scotland, isn't it?
Yeah, it was just over 800 miles last time for us, so I think it was 14 hours.
Wow.
So yeah, brave journey. But when you're doing what you love doing, you've got to be dedicated to it, haven't you?
These cars, these trucks, they're absolute monsters, aren't they? What's it like to drive and launch around Brands Hatch, especially down Paddock Hill?
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. I mean, that Paddock Hill, the sinking feeling you get as you pull down into the bottom of the dip down there is like nothing else. And we've been doing this now since 2014, so we've been doing this our 12th year now in this, and you still don't get over the feeling of it.
Chris, thanks for talking to us. Thanks for making the trip as well. Best of luck out there. Enjoy it. It's great to see you. It really, really is. Let's go around and talk to some of the other drivers as well. We've got Mr. Ward up here as well. It's good to have you back with Barkers. Oh, how are you? All right.
All right,
you
Ian,
good?
you? Yeah, good,
well,
mate.
better for seeing you, of course.
Yeah.
But that you're about to head out. How did things go this morning? All right.
Yeah, all right. It was a bit greasy. We had a little bit of rain, but it was all right. It's been 3 years since we've been here, so for me anyway. So just trying to learn to go left and right again. That's it, mate. That's all.
What did your week look like? Did you test on Friday, or did you just literally turn up this morning?
No, just turned up this morning. Well, we come last night. I think half the lads tested yesterday, but it's not something we normally do. So yeah, just go out cold and see how it goes.
So when you've got it, right?
Yeah. Okay. I'll agree with Ian. Yeah.
Good luck, mate. It's great to see you, by the way. Right, so let's go down and have a little look. It's Eric Bolton who went fastest of all in qualifying. Aaron Thompson in second. Dale Gent we know very well. He's been in part of this championship for a long, long time. I'm just going to jump through here as well. We've got the Chow there. Dale, it's very good to see you again. I missed you last year. I missed you. You don't mind me trying to climb in a little bit here, dear. Good to be back with Buck.
Oh yeah, definitely good to be back. I'm looking forward to this year, running alongside the lorries and that, and hopefully see what it brings.
You guys certainly bring a big draw and a big crowd of you here to Brands Hatch. What's it like racing here?
I've done many laps around here now back in the day, so yeah, I do. It's one of my favourite tracks. It is so. Other than Snetterton, but this track, I do like this track here.
Excellent. Look, great to see you again, by the way. Really, as I said, really good. If you've never seen this before, oh my word, you're in for an absolute treat. Let's go chat to our pole man over here, Eric Bolton, shall we? I have to sort of push the microphone through the empty gap here. Eric, you've got the best seat in the house here, my friend. Are you excited for this one?
Yeah, it should be good, yeah.
Obviously, qualifying went very well. Happy with the car, the setup?
Qualifying went better than expected.
So you weren't expecting to be on pole?
Well, not really. No, I did no testing yesterday, and I didn't race the last half of last year. So yeah.
And you plan on doing a full season this year?
Hopefully, yeah. Yeah, going for a full season, yeah.
Well, you never know, we might be chatting after the race. Cheers, Eric. Enjoy it, won't you? It might not actually even be, it might be pointy up there a little bit as well. The final few cars, trucks, the pickups are coming in. 14 in total, so Eric Bolton on pole, Aaron Thompson. I wanted to speak to Alan Cooper, and he's right here, is Alan, because he was the runner-up in 2025. Alan, how are you? You won't be able to see it. There's a massive smile, and wow, you've got some nice livery in the interior here.
Yeah, that was a Christmas present from the wife. That was.
I'll tell you what. Let me just get the camera to come and have a little look. Can you have a look at there? How nice is that? The inside interior. That looks absolutely awesome. Let me just chuck the mic back in. A bit of, not that you need it, Alan, but a bit of extra inspiration and motivation for you.
Yeah, like I say, I've seen the kids there. It's got my late father on the gear tunnel, so yeah, means a lot.
Now, last year went well, but can you go one better this year?
Always trying to do one better, but yeah, I had a very good year. I was very, very happy for my performance of what I've done. I was over the moon with the second. Obviously, everyone wants to first, but we'll see.
I'll tell you what, you're not in a bad position here in fourth. What can we do? Can we make up 3?
We'll see. We'll put some pressure on them and see where we get from.
Good racing driver answer that. Thank you very much, Alan. Really good to see you. We'll move out a little bit. Let's go chat. We probably have time for one more. This race is due to get underway actually any minute now. So we've got Dan Fisher here. Let me just jump the mic in very quickly. Indeed, Dan, it's good to see you. How are you? Are you feeling? You happy with qualifying?
Yeah, really good. I didn't race last year, so first qualifying back to get 6th. I'm really pleased with that.
I'll tell you what, you're sat in a nice position here, aren't you? This could be quite a nice race. First race of the year, do you get butterflies at all?
Yeah, mega butterflies. Yeah, really nervous. But yeah, good spot. I've got some good drivers around me. I think it's going to be a case of just following and surviving the early laps and making sure we're here for tomorrow, get the best out of it I can, learn a bit and really go for it tomorrow. So yeah, really pleased to be where I am, some good guys around.
Just, you know what you're doing. You've done this before, all right? Just remember that. You know exactly what you're doing. There we go. A few more cars coming in as well. We've got Mark Chalmers just put it. I think that might be the final one, actually. We've got 14 in total. Let's move ourselves down here into position. Just remember, we've got so much coming up for you still throughout the course of the day. We've got the first TCR race of the weekend. We have another truck race. We also have Mini Club Sport and another Civic Cup race as well. So much. If you haven't already, I'm sure you have, but if you haven't, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Most of the meetings this season are live across the British Automobile Racing Club. Next week we head to Cadwell Park as well, but we are back tomorrow too. Still lots to come up. Don't go anywhere. We're about to see for the first time in 2026 these machines. The gate is opening up. The engines are about to fire up. And we are going to go racing for the first time in 2026 for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. I'm delighted to hand over to commentator Dave Goddard. Take it away and enjoy, everyone.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Ian. So, ready for our first pickup truck race of the season. Now, pickup truck racing, if you've not seen it before, what's it all about? Well, these pickup trucks, they're nothing like the pickup trucks you see your local tradespeople using out on the road. They are tubular space frame chassis with 2-litre multi-valve twin-cam engines developing about 230 horsepower. They were founded by the great Sonny Howard back in the 1990s, trying to give a taste of American-style motorsports to the UK's circuits. And they also raced on the Mallory Mile Oval up in Leicestershire. Also at Rockingham on the famous 1.5 mile oval, they achieved about 150 miles an hour around that sadly now closed venue in Northamptonshire. But they are back here with BARC this season, with a new promoter in charge, as you said, TCRUK, the organisation behind the British Truck Racing Championship, take on the management and promotion of the series, and they follow the trucks on their 7-round calendar for this season. The grid fixed by the qualifying session taking place earlier this morning, and it was Eric Bolton who was fastest in truck number 68 alongside the number 41, the Lightning McQueen lookalike of Aaron Thompson, regular race winner last season. Row 2 is a very experienced man in this series, Dale Gents, former champion number 83, and the Kyle Larson NASCAR lookalike for this season, alongside last year's runner-up number 72, Alan Cooper. Row 3 is a veteran of pickups, number 65, Mark Willis, alongside 5 of Dan Fisher, back after a year out. Row 4 is the reigning champion in the gold number 1 truck, Ryan Hadfield, alongside another former champion of several years ago, number 93, Michael Smith. Fifth row of the grid, number 42, is Jonathan Hadfield, Ryan's brother, alongside 71, the ex-classic touring car racer Simon Ward. Row 6 of the grid, we should see Mel Collins, number 27, alongside the Cornishman, 77, Chris Land. At the back of the field, 29, Tom Hutchins. Good to see he is on the grid after a few problems in qualifying earlier on, alongside newcomer number 85, Mark Chalmers. I'm just looking down at the grid now out of the commentary box window, and I can't see Mel Collins there, number 27. There's a gap where he should be. Now, I think I saw his truck in the assembly area, so whether it's refused to fire up, I'm not sure. But we'll wait to see if he joins in from the pit lane at the back of the field when the race gets underway. It will be a rolling start, a 15-minute race. So 13 trucks on the grid then. And it is Eric Bolton, number 68, on pole, who started his career here at Brands Hatch racing saloon cars a few years ago. He's raced Ford Fiestas and Honda Civics, among other things. Now, the last time I saw Eric racing that pickup was on Boxing Day at Mallory Park in their open event at the Plum Pudding race meeting. He was out in the sports car races against a variety of other vehicles. There's Mel Collins, number 27. Now, he's been stopped by the marshal at the end of the pit lane. He's going to have to start from the back. The truck refusing to fire up in the assembly area, so he's going to start from pit lane. So Eric Bolton on pole position. I think that's time I mentioned at Mallory Park in the winter, the only time a pickup truck has raced against other cars of different types in an open event. He starts alongside Aaron Thompson. We saw him win the Britcar Championship in a Renault Clio with his dad Steve a few years ago. Steve, an ex-pickup racer and Eurocar racer. Remember those? The V6 space frame Ford Mondeos a few years ago. And there's the number 83 on row 2. New livery for Dale Gent. We've seen him in the black Dale Earnhardt lookalike truck in the past. Now in a Kyle Larson NASCAR livery, the white and blue Hendrick Motorsports livery. He starts alongside Alan Cooper. And on row 3 it's Mark Willis alongside Dan Fisher. Mark Willis, the most experienced man on this grid, in the red and white number 65. Dan Fisher, the pink and silver number 5. Another ex-saloon car racer. I think the most noteworthy graduate of the Pickup Truck Championship over the years was Matt Simpson, number 303, who went on to race in British touring cars, took a race win in a Honda Civic at Alton Park. So 14 trucks out there then. Mel Collins has had to slot in at the back. They'll form up 2 by 2 behind the pace car for a rolling start. And this 15-minute race is not going to take long. They are very rapid indeed, these 900 kilo pickup trucks, as we mentioned, tubular space frame chassis with 230 horsepower race-tuned engines. Imagine you're the local tradesperson driving one of these pickups to their jobs every day. Reigning champion in midfield, the gold number 1 truck, that's Ryan Hadfield from Buxton in the Peak District. Pace car heads down pit road. Here we go then. A taste of NASCAR style racing comes to Brands Hatch this weekend. Eric Bolton, Aaron Thompson on the front row of the grid. They come up towards the red lights, and as a certain commentator in the United States would say, let's go racing, boys. Here we go then, into Paddock Hill Bend, the first bend of the Pickup Truck Racing Championships new season, and it's a good start by Aaron Thompson from the outside in the number 41. He's taken the lead from Eric Bolton. They head up towards Druids for the first time. He's got the overlap done and takes up the running around the hairpin for the first time. They've all made it through okay so far. Thompson leads, Bolton second. Going to look up the inside here is Alan Cooper. He's going to take second into Graham Hill-Ben, side by side for fourth between Dale Gent and Mark Willis in the 65. Looks like Dale Gent's just got the advantage there in the Kyle Larson lookalike, the 83. Over the curb there on the inside of the right-hander at McLaren was our leader, number 41, Lightning McQueen, aka Aaron Thompson. Surely he should be number 95 with that livery on his truck. Dan Fisher, the number 5, closing up on Mark Willis. That's for fourth position as across the line they go. There is Mel Collins, the 27, having a look on the outside of the number 71 of Simon Ward as the leader runs a bit wide, just kicks up a little bit of dust there, carts back across on Alan Cooper, who's forced to go to the outside into Druid. Eric Bolton has caught up with them in the 68. They could make it 3 wide down the Cooper straight here if they play their cards right. Cooper holding that second place, but it's Thompson who still leads the way. Dale Gent's closing up on them as well. These trucks very, very close racing indeed around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. This short 1.2 mile circuit ideally suited to the pickups as Dale Gent lunges up the inside into McLaren there and through clearways. Can he get third place away from Eric Bolton, our pole sitter, who didn't have the best of starts there? The Ford Ranger bodied truck side by side as they come up across the stripe. They're absolutely side by side, and Gent goes through and up into P3. Not surprisingly, he did the fastest lap of the race that time through as well. The 83 of Dale Gent, 52.018 seconds. That's relegated our pole sitter Bolton down to fourth place. Fifth is Mark Willis in the 65. Then it's Dan Fisher, the 5. And behind them, Michael Smith, a veteran of the pickup truck championship in number 93, the man from the northeast. Behind him are the Hadfields, Jonathan in number 42. And there's our champion, number 1, Ryan Hadfield. Those two are the sons of Rob Hadfield, who raced hot rods for many years at Buxton Raceway up in Derbyshire. Ryan and Jonathan Hadfield started their careers there as well, raced successfully in Formula 2 stock cars on the short ovals. Quite a few of these drivers with a short oval background. Michael Smith, ex-Formula 1 stock car driver. Also Mark Willis, very successful in hot rod racing. Contemporary of Carl Boardley, who we'll see in our TCRUK races later on today. Ryan Hadfield, the champion, runs a bit wide there, just puts a wheel onto the gravel. He's got ahead of his brother Jonathan in the number 42 car, in the 42 truck I should say. Here are our leaders, still Aaron Thompson up front. 85.2 miles an hour average around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit for Dale Gent's fastest lap. The field is covered by less than 10 seconds. Up the inside comes Dale Gent into clearways. He's taken second place away. Here comes Cooper back up the inside then as they go towards Paddock Hill Bend. Can he get alongside? Not quite. These drivers are loving this. Look at that, up on the curb there from Alan Cooper. This could allow the 68 to attack back again. A chance here for Eric Bolton. He's going to have to go to the outside though on the run into Druids Hill Bend. Alan Cooper's been very lively indeed so far. He's held that third place ahead of Eric Bolton. It's still Aaron Thompson who's been able to increase his lead slightly, but another fastest lap that time for Dale Gent, and he's going after race leader Aaron Lightning McQueen Thompson. There's a spinner at the back of the field, just looking out of the window there. That's number 85 of Mark Chalmers has spun coming out of Graham Hill Bend. He's rejoined Mel Collins, had to go onto the grass to avoid him as the leaders come up over the line. 4/10 of a second, another fastest lap this time through. 5 laps completed. Dale Gent 51.328, his new fastest lap. He's going after our leader. Cooper in third place, then Bolton. Willis in fifth place, sixth in is Dan Fisher. Then Michael Smith, the Hadfields, and Tom Hutchins rounds out the top 10, starting from the back row of the grid. Aaron Thompson, the SDT Contracts Limited with DLRD. Truck DLRD is Dave Longhurst Race Developments. Dave Longhurst, former National Hot Rod World Champion and former pickup racer himself, now runs a number of trucks. He's run BTCC cars, including for Lee Ward in the past as well. The Dale Gent here, closing down our race leader. He's almost on his tail now. Dale Gent, who came through the short ovals along with his father Mark, who raced in the UK and the Netherlands. And he's really going for the lead here. He's going to have a look up the inside, possibly into Druids this time. No Thompson, moves to cover, defends the line, defends the lead. Still got 9.5 minutes of this action to go from the first race of the season for the pickup truck racing champion. And smoke out of the back of the race leader. Now, is that tyre smoke or is that engine smoke from the back of the 41 there? Couldn't quite tell as he slid coming out of Graham Hill Bend. It might have been a bit of tyre smoke there. Let's have a look again as he gets on the throttle down the pit straight. It seems to have cleared itself, so I'm not sure what that was all about. Maybe just smoked the tyres as he slid coming through Graham Hill Bend. Over the line they go. His lap time was only a few tenths of a second slower than those behind him. Cooper still third, it's Bolton. Big lock up there for Mark Willis going into Paddock Hill Bend, but he gathers it together again. Look again as the race leader comes down Graham Hill Bend this time. He is sliding about a little there, so I hope he's not dropping fluid. Down towards Graham Hill Bend, and yes, there we see again, there is a problem for the race leader. Smoke out of the back of the 41. That is getting slightly worse, I think. So not sure what the problem is, but there clearly is an issue for the number 41. Of Aaron Thompson. He's still leading, it doesn't seem to be slowing him down. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see Dale Gent make a move here very shortly to take the lead of this race. Here's a battle for 7th place with champion Ryan Hadfield reeling in the white number 93 of Michael Smith. 3-time champion, but that was several years ago now in the early days of the pickup truck racing championship. Through Druids go the leaders. Still your leader is Aaron Thompson, number 41, took the lead on the opening lap. Still that bit of smoke out of the back. It seems to be the only, it's just that one place on the circuit, doesn't it? So we reach half distance in our pickup truck racing championship season opener, with Aaron Thompson having led all the way so far. Dale Gent, aka Kyle Larson, having forced his way through, and the leader was a little bit wide there, coming off clearways. He just got a wheel onto the grass. Now this is our pursuer's opportunity here. Dale Gent, he goes to the outside. That smoke is definitely getting worse from Aaron Thompson's truck. He goes up on the curb this time through Paddock Hill Bend. And Dale Gent is all over him now. He goes to the outside again at Druids. He's forced to go to the outside at Druids. This, of course, is allowing Cooper, Bolton and Willis to close up. It's 5 trucks line astern for the lead now. Down through Graham Hill Bend. Still that smoke trailing from the back of the 41. But still no change in position. Through clear ways once again, coming through to complete 10 laps. Dale Gent still with the fastest lap of the race, 51.328 second. Over the line they go, Alan Cooper with a grandstand view of the lead battle here. One false move by the 2 ahead of him, and he'll be through into the lead. Top 5 are broken away now from Dan Fisher in 6th position there, nearly 3 seconds clear of the number 5. Further back, Smith ahead of the Hatfields, then Tom Hutchins rounding out the top 10. Simon Ward 11th, Chris Lamb 12th, and Mel Collins in 13th, ahead of Mark Chalmers, who spun earlier on. Through Surtees into McLaren, bouncing over the curb there. Aaron Thompson, he's bounced himself a little bit wide. This is Dale Gent's opportunity. This time he's up the inside. He needs to get a run here towards Paddock Hill Bend. Can he get the inside line away? It looks like he's got his nose down the inside. They're going to be side by side across the stripe. Surely Gent's going to go through. Look at that, nothing between them as they cross the line there. Door handle to door handle in no uncertain terms. And Dale Gent goes through, takes the lead into Paddock Hill Bend. Great drive by Dale Gent, but Aaron Thompson is fighting back. This is tremendous stuff. Into Druids, Alan Cooper up the inside. He gives Thompson a bash up the back as he switched his line back again there. They're still side by side for 2nd place now. Aaron Thompson will defend the inside line to Graham Hill Bend. Cooper is flicked wide there. There might have been some contact with Eric Bolton. I couldn't see there, but Bolton goes through into 3rd. They may have touched on the entry. We couldn't quite see there. And Mark Willis hanging on to their coattails as well. This battle really coming alive in the final third of this race. Now Cooper up the inside, and Eric Bolton, who shuts the door in no uncertain terms. Onto the grass goes Alan Cooper. Oh, this is livening up in its closing stages now. Across the stripe come the leaders once again. It is Gent from Thompson. Third place, it is still Bolton, I think. And Alan Cooper will be getting impatient in there, trying to take P3 back again. I've just seen somebody coming out of the pits behind them. I think it was Tom Hutchins who has made a pit stop in the 29. Yes, it was. Never mind that though, because the battle for third is intensifying here. Look at Mark Willis getting involved, the pickup truck racing veteran in the 65. He won the Rockingham Championship a few years ago, but he's never won the overall title. He's always pushing Alan Cooper down the Cooper straight. Through towards Surtees and McLaren. Further back in the order, Michael Smith still under fire from Ryan Hadfield as the leaders slide their way out of clearways up towards Clark Curve at the end of lap number 13 of this pulsating pickup truck championship race. And Aaron Thompson wants the lead back again up towards Paddock Hill Bend. Can he get the inside line here into Paddock? He lunges for the inside on Dale Gent. They door handle together once again, and he's done it. How has he done that on the brakes of Paddock Hill Bend? Superb manoeuvre by Aaron Thompson. He left it as late as he could to brake there. He may have clipped Dale Gent, and has Gent got some damage there because he flicks wide going into Druids. Looks like his handling's gone off, but he holds second ahead of just ahead of Eric Bolton. And then Cooper and Willis closing up. Pause for breath needed as they fight their way for second place. All this is allowing... Oh, and Bolton sideways. I thought he was going to collide with Dale Gent there as they came into Surtees. That's allowed Cooper up the inside now. And he's going to retake third place from Eric Bolton. Here comes Mark Willis into the mix as well. This is incredible stuff. But all the time, these four are now squabbling. And Aaron Thompson will be looking in his mirror and... theoretically rubbing his hands together, thinking this is exactly what I want. I can clear away in the lead again. Less than 3 minutes to go now in this incredible season opener for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. Dale Gent gets the tail hanging out there through Paddock Hill Bend. That's going to allow Cooper to close back up again. He's got to be mindful that all the time Eric Bolton wants to get back ahead. They've clashed a couple of times in this race. Down to Graham Hill Bend once again. Lead gap is up to just under a second for Thompson over Gent at the line last time through. Dan Fisher on his own in 6th place in the number 5. Further back, Smith still holding off Ryan Hadfield. Then Jonathan Hadfield. And in 10th place, it is Simon Ward, the 71. 2 minutes to go, so a couple of laps left up to the start-finish line. There's the battle between Michael Smith, the former champion, and number 1, Ryan Hadfield, the current champion, as they come up over the line this time. The second place fight, meanwhile, is intensifying further. They're heading up into Druids now, and here's Alan Cooper all over the back of Dale Gent. Once again, look at Mark Willis trying the outside run on Eric Bolton. Now, if he keeps that line, he'll have the inside line for Graham Hill Bend, and he's going through into 4th place. The pole sitter is down to 5th. Out of Graham Hill Bend. Fighting back the 68 of Eric Bolton, though. He's having none of this up the inside at Surtees. They're still side by side on the entry. Willis will have the inside line for McLaren and into clearways. He's got 4th position as the leaders come out. I think we might get 2 more laps out of this as they come across the line this time. Aaron Thompson continues to lead. He's increased his lead now to 1.5 seconds over Dale Gent in 2nd place. This has played exactly as Aaron Thompson wanted it. Everybody else started fighting behind him, and he's able to pull away. Dale Gent still with the fastest lap of the race, though. He won't be bettering that, given that he's got 3 trucks stacked up in a line behind him. We're only on race 3 of the weekend, and I'm losing my voice already thanks to this lot. This is brilliant stuff. Into Surtees, then into McLaren. Gent still holds back Cooper, Willis, Bolton down in 5th position. They'll be coming round to start their final lap this time of race 1 of the season for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. What a return to the BARC package it has been for them. Aaron Thompson surely is heading for victory. Here comes Alan Cooper up the inside into Paddock Hill Bend. Look at him sliding under braking there. He left his braking as late as possible. He's got second position. He's done exactly what Thompson did earlier on. But Dale Gent rather is fighting back on the inside as they come into Druids. They're going to be side by side on the run through the hairpin. Cooper hangs on around the outside. He'll try and keep the line for Graham Hill Bend of the Cooper Straights. And he has kept his line. All running wide there onto the dirt there. Eric Bolton got a wheel onto the grass. I thought he was going to spin. Mark Willis nearly clipped the back of Alan Cooper, of Dale Gent as well. I can hardly keep up with this. So here they come through, Surtees and McLaren for the last time, and Aaron Thompson is going to open his season with a victory. I don't know who's going to be second out of these four. We know that Aaron Thompson is going to win it. Here he comes up towards the line. The checker flag is out, and Kachow, the Lightning McQueen truck, takes the win. Cooper in second place in the end, Gent in third, Willis fourth, and Bolton fifth. And I am out of breath already. Dan Fisher comes over in sixth position. Ryan Hadfield in seventh ahead of Jonathan Hadfield. What's up to Michael Smith? There he is, down in ninth. So something happened in the last couple of laps there to Smith. 10th is Simon Ward because Tom Hutchins is a lap down. He went into the pits. Chris Land is 11th. Mel Collins comes over in 12th. And Mark Chalmers, after a spin, will complete the runners on the lead lap in 13th. Tom Hutchins, as we say, finishing a lap behind after a visit to the pits. So the provisional results of that one then, the win going to Aaron Thompson by 1 2/3 of a second over that incredible fight between Alan Cooper, Dale Gent, Mark Willis and Eric Bolton, who finish in that order. And a gap back to Dan Fisher in 6th position. Hadfield 7th and 8th. Michael Smith's efforts to hold off Ryan Hadfield ended with him taking a trip through the gravel and clearways, I'm told, so that's what dropped him back to 9th. Simon Ward finishing 10th ahead of Chris Land, Mel Collins and Mark Chalmers. Tom Hutchins finishing a lap behind. Dale Gent setting the fastest lap of the race, 51.328 seconds. Well, what a season opener that was for the pickup truck racing championship. A wonderful win for Lightning McQueen, aka Aaron Thompson. I think we can head down to pit lane.
Got the memo about the pit lane interviews. The smell, though, of that fuel is something very different that I'm not used to from the trucks. However, something they're not used to is doing interviews after the races. We'll probably get that right tomorrow for you, hopefully, and we'll get a chat with the winning driver. But yeah, it looks like that's all we're going to do here. Fantastic first race, though. New experience for me altogether with regards to the amount of sideways action that we're getting out of those drivers. The general speed, the sound, the smells, it's all totally new for us at Truck Sport. But really, really great to see Aaron Thompson taking his first win. An electrician, don't you know, so I shouldn't even like him really. But you know what? I do. So we got a chance to catch up with him at Pembrey with the pre-race, so that was quite interesting to get to know a bit more about him, a bit more about the vehicles. Call them vehicles because there's a bit of an argument. Let us know in the comments, would you call it a car or a truck? Because it is a pickup truck, but then even they call them cars.
I'm not sure what to say in assembly area, so I'd almost correct when I say car, because I'd automatically say car, and I was like truck.
It's carry truck, it's a truck car.
Yeah, we can claim that carry truck.
Do that, carry truck, you heard it here first.
What's this all about?
Well, somebody told me it was Easter weekend.
It is?
Yeah.
Have you had many Easter eggs?
No, not yet, no.
Can you get me one?
I have, yes. I got you a caramel Easter egg. It's only an egg, but it's caramel.
Thanks, Pointy.
You're welcome. I ate it, though, but I did get it for you.
I wouldn't expect anything else. Right, thank you, Pointy. I'm going to let you go anyway because you're busy, man. Still got another truck race coming up later on.
I know. I got the trophy to do for this. I had to get a lift up because I was like, oh, I wonder, well, I should go and speak to some of these pickup truck drivers. And I was like, are they out on circuit now? And I was like, oh, no.
Yeah, don't worry. I covered the assembly for you.
Thank you, mate. Well, we don't do assembly with trucks, do we?
Well,
we don't get assembly. We're lucky we get the trucks on the camera at all, usually.
I'll sort it for you, don't
thanks,
you worry.
mate, thanks.
Right, thank you so much, Pointy. It's great to see you. Enjoy. Everybody stay with it, because look at what we have behind us. Look at this. Let's get the camera on the cars. They are about to head out on track. We're going to make our way to the circuit very shortly, but let's watch these cars go out on track, shall we? Callum Newsham was the fastest man in qualifying, the first man on pole position at 2026 for TCR. Max Hall is in second, and Max Hart and Jensen O'Neill going. Expecting him a little bit out. The youngest driver on the grid, 16, yes, just 16 years of age. We do have Lewis Kent and Carl Boardley as well. So I'm just going to hand back to Andy, and we'll make our way onto the track very, very shortly. You'll hear from me soon. Andy, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Ian. Well, this is exciting, isn't it? A new season, always an exciting time in any championship, but with TCR UK, we could be in for the most competitive season yet. This is going to be quite a treat. 4 more races coming your way today. We've got TCR UK, as we've said, up next. Those cars will be released from the pit lane, I think, in the next couple of minutes or so. That will be followed by our first Mini Challenge Club Sport racing of the season, before the second Civic Cup race gets underway, and that is the partially reversed grid race. So the top 5 finishers from race 1 will be carrying success ballast in the car, and they'll have to start from the back of the top 10. That's going to be a very lively race. And then, speaking of lively, it doesn't get a lot more lively than the British Truck Racing Championship. That is up at the end of the day, their second race of the day at 5 to 4. But it's all eyes on TCR UK now. Myself, Andy McEwen, and Henry Baudet up in the commentary box to talk through the action. Henry, there's been a lot of chat about TCR in the build-up to this event. It is now time for everyone to lay their cards on the table. We saw a little glimpse of that in qualifying earlier on.
Yes, very much so.
The race could be a different story.
Well, thank you very much for having me on board this year, Andy. It's a great pleasure to be sat next to the voice of TCR UK here in the commentary box. 17 drivers, a really wide open... Well, we thought it was a really wide open field, and I don't want to be the harbinger of doom here, but Callum Newsham, 3 fastest laps taken away from him due to track limits in qualifying, and yet here he sits on pole position still.
It's pretty impressive. He's got pretty impressive pace in that car, but he did last year. He won here at the back end of last year from 10th on the grid, came from 10th on the grid to 1st in a lap. I mean, you don't do that by accident, do you?
No, he is somewhat of an Indy circuit specialist, is Callum Newsham. But of course, everybody, we know this, you now know this, the viewers, and do you know who else knows this now? The other drivers, because they will have to somehow, and I'm not going to hang the winner's rosette, as it were, on Callum Newsham just yet, but the other drivers, it is on their watch now. They have to do what they need to do to peg him back, to drag him into a scrap. I don't think they're going to get any help from the weather, although it's overcast, the wind has picked up, and of course, Storm Dave is apparently about to hit our shores.
And I can see spots of rain on the windscreen, on the windows, in fact more and more as we speak. So it is just starting to rain. Nightmare for the TCR UK teams, because remember, these cars, in dry conditions at least, will be running on slick tyres. They have the choice between a wet or a slick Goodyear tyre. What do? Well, they're being released from the pit lane now, I would imagine pretty much exclusively on slick tyres, but if this rain really comes down any heavier, they're going to have a difficult decision to make.
Knock, knock, knock. Opportunity knocks. This is something that if I were any other driver than Callum Newsham, I would be rubbing my hands together thinking, okay, this is a leveler. This is an opportunity, because of course, even circuit experts such as Callum Newsham, they can get it wrong. They can get, in the slippery surface. I mean, okay, as you're looking at the circuit now, the track remains bone dry, although all it takes is for those little droplets of rain to turn a little bit more, concerted. The wind is picking up, which will help to dry the track a little bit more, I think, a little bit more quickly, as it were.
Well, and as quickly as it came, that rain has died away, if not gone completely. It's certainly not enough to make the track wet at the moment, but what it will do is take a little bit of temperature out of the tarmac. And remember, they're going to be starting on cold tyres. They will get this out lap to the grid. They'll get a further either 1 or 2 green flag laps. That was sort of a discussion this morning in the driver's briefing as to how many green flag laps they'd get. We've seen both used in the past, but not really enough time to get particularly the rear tyres up to temperature. That's what the issue is on a front-wheel drive touring car. The front wheels, because they're doing almost all of the work, they handle the power being applied to the car, the steering, the bulk of the braking done from the front. They heat up an awful lot quicker than the rears, which are sort of just along for the ride. And so it's getting those rear tyres up to temperature that's the challenge. A little sprinkle of rain is going to make that job even more difficult. So as if there wasn't enough to try and wrap our heads around ahead of this first race of the season, even more now for us and the teams to try and figure out. It is Callum Newsham though, who, as you said, starts on pole position. Max Hall alongside. Now Max Hall did the final couple of rounds of the championship last year, got 2 podium finishes actually at Snetterton in wet conditions. He'll be doing a bit of a rain dance as well, and a whole host of other drivers behind keen to get involved. Also getting involved down on the grid is Ian. He is, I believe, primed and poised and hopefully ready to chat to a few drivers.
Would you look at this, everybody? What a way to start 2026 here at Brands Hatch with TCR. There is your pole position man, Callum Newsham, right there. We caught up with him a little bit earlier, so let's make our way down. We'll actually better get off the circuit and come down the side. It is Max Hall. He's just making his way to the grid as well. I wonder if we could, what if it's all right for us to just jump in and have a very quick chat with him. I'll just knock on the window. Is that all right? Yeah, I got a thumbs up from him. Let's go in. Max, how are we feeling today? Are we excited for this?
Oh, mate, born ready for this one.
Born ready, yes, that's what I tell you. Listen, it could be a little bit windy out there and a bit greasy, maybe.
Just more fun, isn't it?
More fun, yeah?
Yeah.
What can you do about Callum up there?
Well, it all depends on if I can get this thing off the line or not.
Okay, look, good luck. Thanks for talking to us, mate. Appreciate it. There we go. Let me get it out of everybody's way. There you go, bud. Let me leave that open. I want to go down a little bit further. I want to go chat to Brad Hutchinson up here as well. As we know, he's a fierce competitor. Let's see how he is feeling. It is absolutely beautiful here. We just had the hydraulic lifters going up there as well. He's just had a bit of a fist pump. I wonder if I can very quickly get a thumbs up. Here we go. Brad, good to see you, my friend. What can you do from here?
Say that again, sorry?
I say, it's good to see you, but what can you do from here?
Oh, we can win, I think.
Yeah?
Why not?
I know you, Brad. I know you can. Look, busy winter?
Yeah, try and get this car ready. This is our second session in the car.
Really?
So, yeah, it should be good. Should be fun.
Best of luck, mate. Yeah, thank you so much. I probably don't really want to talk to us as they've got to get themselves ready and go in. Here is Lewis Kent, a 2-time champion, of course. Look at this car as well. Absolutely beautiful, isn't it? How are we doing? Let's give him a there you go. Look very, very quickly. Lewis, 2-time champion, feeling confident? You must be.
Yeah, it's probably not where we wanted to be, but being the third day in the car, it's probably as good as we could have picked for. So, had a couple of little issues with the car, sort of had a bit of front end issues coming out of the corners, but you know, we've tried to sort them for this race. We know that we're consistent. We know that a couple of the other boys are just sort of like one lap and that's it. Yeah. So, if we can keep doing the times we did in quali lap after lap, then shouldn't be a problem.
Listen, you know how to win this series, so best of luck out there as well. Car looks amazing as well, by the way. Top man indeed. Lewis Kent there, 2-time champion for TCR. Let's just jump. In fact, I think we might have to get off the track very shortly. Not just yet. Let's just have a quick chat with Jensen Mason, my good friend. Jensen, how are you? It's very good to see you. This looks a little bit different from last year.
Yeah, I'm very good, thanks. Yeah, it's a bit of a steep learning curve, considering I only saw the car on Friday morning.
Really? Okay, so this is a real baptism of fire for you then. What can you do from here?
I don't really know, just stay out of trouble and yeah, have fun.
Better let you go anyway, mate. Good to see you, yeah? Enjoy it. We've been called off the circuit here because the TCR race is about to get underway, the first in 2026. Oh, it looks magnificent, doesn't it? Let's hand over to your commentary team. I'll tell you what, great to hear Andy McEwen and Henry Burdett. Boys, take it away.
It's great to be here, Ian. A lot of excitement, a lot of talk, a lot of speculation. No one knows who the pre-season favourite is in TCR UK this year. And that is magnificent news, because it means we're in for a proper treat. We've got drivers, we just heard from Lewis Kent, well out of position on the grid, but who perhaps are scratching their head as to how they're going to get to the front of the grid. It's going to be a fascinating 20 minutes of racing to see who can get there. Callum Newsham, runner-up in the championship last year, is on pole position, looking for career win number 12 if he can stay there till the end of the race. Max Hall starts alongside him in his Honda, the first of a whole host of these new Honda Civic Type R FL5s on the grid. In fact, it's an all Honda Civic FL5 Row 2 with Jensen O'Neill going in his first full season in the championship, inheriting third place after Max Hart, who qualified third, had his fastest lap taken away from him even after a turbo issue led to his car stopping on track in qualifying, and that resulted in a red flag. Double champion Carl Bordley and another of those rapid Civics, 4 of them in the top 5 positions on the grid. He starts 5th there alongside Brad Hutchison, whose shiny new Cupra Leon VZ took a trip through the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend in qualifying. Rod McGovern and Lewis Kent are next. Lewis at his home track, another driver looking for a third title as he makes his return to the championship. Joint winningest driver in TCR UK history is Lewis Kent. Jensen Mason and Harry Bloor together on row number 5. They complete the top 10 of the 17 car grid. Row number 6 for Jack Constable, himself a 6-time race winner in TCR UK, all the way down in 11th on the grid in his Audi. Rick Kerry alongside him, former British touring car racer. Then it's Russell Joyce and Luke Allen in the VW Golf. The only Gen 1 car on the grid is the Golf. Barry John McHenry is next. He should move forward in his Audi with Mark Smith's Cupra for company, sporting a new Battleship Grey livery on that car this year. And at the back is Jeff Alden, not in a Vauxhall Astra as anticipated, but instead in a Hyundai i30N, which was as a result of engine issues in testing, a last-minute decision to change cars. They are being given a second green flag lap, so we've got another minute or 2 before the race gets underway. Time to get some thoughts from Henry Baudet then. It's a dangerous question to ask this, and I realise I'm throwing you slightly under the bus here. Who's your money on for the win?
Well, obviously you can't look much further than Callum Newsham. However, those globules of moisture on the camera lens there certainly says that he's not going to have it all his own way. But think of this is the 113th race in TCR UK history. Brands Hatch Indy was the 3rd venue that this championship ever visited back in 2018. And who was on the podium that day back in 2018?
Remind me.
Lewis Kent.
Really?
Who finished on the podium in his last race here at the Civic Cup last year. In fact, he won the season finale of the Civic Cup here last year. Lewis Kent, who was walking around the pit lane this morning with his young child and his wonderful partner, looking just the happiest, most contented, relaxed driver you could imagine on a race morning. Lewis Kent. Now, I'm not going to say he's going to win this one, but you cannot look beyond that very smart silver and blue number 38 link going through your screen now.
Yes, certainly for race 2. Reverse grid, remember, for race 2. I think he might have that in the back of his mind. If
Did I successfully avoid answering your question there about who I thought
very
was
successfully, yeah.
Well,
you said nothing of the sort.
No, exactly, like a true politician.
No, but the trouble is, we've been saying all weekend, we can't predict it. It was wrong of me to ask you to make a prediction, really.
No, not at all.
But we're looking forward to seeing what happens. Max Hall, I will say, he's going to be up for this. He knows that he needs to get past Callum Newsham at the start if he's to have any chance realistically of beating him. I think if you leave Callum Newsham in clean air for too long, he's going to be difficult to catch and pass. And it is notoriously difficult to start from pole position here at Brands Hatch in a front-wheel drive car. The camber of the road drags you down towards the pit wall, so keep an eye on the cars on the outside of the front. Max Hall and Max Hart, teammates in their Hondas, to try and make some forward progress. The stage is set then for the 2026 TCR UK Championship. It all begins where it finished in November last year on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. in only slightly better conditions than we had in November. Place your bets, everyone. Who wins the race and who wins the championship at the end of the year? Callum Newsham hoping that the answer to both of those questions is his name. He's on pole, the revs start to rise. Hyundai versus Honda on the front row of the grid as the 2026 season gets underway now. Brad Hutchison went very, very early indeed, and Carl Wardley is collected by Lewis Kent. Max Hall, I beg your pardon, collected by Lewis Kent. Disaster for the double reigning champion, and Lewis Kent is out on the spot.
Call that the curse of the commentator. Up towards Paddock Hill Bend we go, up towards Druids Hairpin rather, out of Paddock Hill Bend. And yes, already they are slowing them down. This is going to be a full course caution, and or if not a red flag, well, there's certainly yellow flags out. I could see the safety car at red flags. Oh, and what a disappointment for both Max Hall and Lewis Kent. You just saw Hall just struggling to get going. Do you know something? He was slow to get away from the grid onto the rolling lap, and I just wonder if there was an underlying issue that reared its ugly head again. Let's have a look back, Andy. Oh dear.
Yeah, keep an eye on the yellow and blue Honda. Hutchison caught my eye. He went early, and then Max Hall went and then stopped, and Lewis Kent just get pinched 3 wide. Rod McGovern came storming up the middle of everyone, and unfortunately Lewis just had nowhere to go. I think he'd seen Max Hall's car slowing, but thought that he had somewhere to go, and that door very quickly closed.
That jump start by Brad Hutchinson could just have saved his weekend, because if he hadn't have jumped the start, he would have been right where that number 38 come. And you could see McGovern going at the inside. You had Hall slowly getting started, but then 3 cars, and Lewis Kent had nowhere to go, just pile driving into the back of Max Hall's car. Now the cars are coming back to the pit lane. I haven't seen Max Hall's car is stationary on the outside there. Well, number 1, there's Lewis Kent, A-OK, looking somewhat disgruntled, a shrug of the shoulders. What could he do? He's going to have a little remonstration possibly, but all that build up and can't breathe. We're going to have to do it all again.
I'm absolutely heartbroken for Lewis Kent and Max Hall, to be fair. I was bigging him up on the front row, but you're right, that car just, I don't know whether he's got a clutch issue maybe, because he just, as you said, he went and then it just almost like it wouldn't get out of first gear. There is the Honda, the rear end of a Honda, seemingly quite a bit stronger than the front end of a Lincoln Co, because that car's not come out too second hand. He's examining the damage now.
Yeah, well, that rear end of a Honda's got half a Lincoln Co front end stuck into it.
Good point, yes. Max Hall trudges away, but just one of those really unfortunate incidents. I said that it is difficult to get a car off the line here, even on the outside of the front row, and it's a very narrow circuit as well, so it's not unheard of for us to have these start line incidents. So the field then have been brought, the majority of them anyway, down into the pit lane, and we will in good time get a full race restart over a shortened distance, I'm sure, but we will get them lined back up on the grid for a restart. And obviously we've documented a couple of the losers there, a couple of winners, and I do think Brad Hutchison's one of them. Not only did, we're saying he jumped the start, it looked an awful lot like he jumped the start.
Anticipated it very well.
Very well indeed. Not only did that get him out of harm's way potentially with Max Hall's car slowing, but if it was a jump, well, that never happened now.
No.
And he gets to have another go at getting the car off the line, hopefully just as quickly, but legally.
Yes, and if there is any good news for Maximus Hall and Lewis Kent, it means this is the only TCR UK race of today. And it is only middle of the afternoon, so they do have time on their hands. Now, of course, spare parts notwithstanding, but it's not a complete weekend catastrophe, game over situation at the moment, although hands on hips and desultory. Yes, well, of course, you have to go through the medical procedure there. You're just getting checked up. Yeah, I know what day it is. Yeah, I know it's Easter. Yeah, I know that's expensive. Next question, please. You know, that's probably the nature of Lewis Kent's conversation. Maximus Hall having, I would imagine, a similar conversation with a different group of medical staff a little bit further up towards Paddock Hill Bend.
Yeah, and interestingly, the medical crew's checking his helmet as well to make sure that didn't get damaged. If you bang that against the roll bar, that can damage the helmet. That's then obviously a significant issue moving forward. So
with Lewis Kent, that's not so much of an issue. You're checking for brain damage. It's not. I've known him for a long time. He's okay. He's okay.
He seemed perfectly fine, but the medical crews have to check him out, of course, and he will already be thinking, as you said, ahead to race number 2 tomorrow and counting the cost and trying to figure out exactly what's damaged. The whole right front corner of the car took the brunt of the impact. Suspension, steering arm, that can all be changed. If the chassis has been damaged, that's when things start getting a lot more complicated, so he'll be hoping against hope that is not the case.
Yeah, and it's the right front corner. Now, SVG Motorsport, I'm sure they will have plenty of stuff there to fix parts and things like that. If that left front corner has been shoved back a little bit, then we have issues.
Indeed. So, right, I think I heard in my ear just then.
I thought I heard that as well.
That Ian has surfaced somewhere in the pit lane and could potentially go and get the thoughts of some of the drivers. All of them apart from Carl Boardley and Brad Hutchison are there, Ian. So, see who you can find.
Well, we are here with Daryl from DTR, the owner, the founder of a brand new team as well, racing in TCR this season. How did this come about, Daryl?
Obviously, having coming from the touring cars, been in there 8 years now, as a mechanic, the opportunity come about to sort of bring the Honda back to the UK.
Oh, yes.
I was with Restart, doing the Honda before. Couldn't really turn the opportunity down. I was offered the cars.
Yeah.
So here we are.
And you're running Harry Blore and
Carl Boardley. He's running under us as well.
Carl must be quite a help, isn't he? He's a 2-times champion at TCR. Have you been able to use his experience a little bit?
Yeah, Carl's data has been crucial for us because it's an experienced pair of hands. We've got a rookie in one car and then obviously Carl in the other. Carl's very good with the chassis stuff, so he can help bring the car along.
Yeah.
It just helps speed up the process of getting it where it needs to be.
So let's go to the very beginning. How long did it take to set DTR up? When the idea came, are we talking this was an idea from 2 years ago? Was it 6 months ago or 2 months ago?
So DTR has been going sort of in the background for the last couple of years, but it's mainly been like performance road car stuff. And then the end of last season, it was like, should we do a race team? And
nice.
Here we are. Yeah, it's all over the winter.
Quite a proud moment then for you today.
Yeah, quite a proud moment because it's getting everything in a row. From normally working on the car, being number one, to running the team.
So you're the big boss now. Everybody answers to you, right?
Yeah.
How are you finding that?
There's a big boss in the background, but yeah, everyone answers to me. But no, it's great. I love it.
Daryl, thank you for giving up your time. I really appreciate it. We're still under red flag conditions. Best of luck as well. We'll be keeping an eye. I spoke to Carl a little bit earlier as well, so that's great. Stay with us a little bit longer if you like. As you can see, the drivers are all here. Is Harry Blore there now? So we are still waiting to get going again. I wonder if we can speak to Harry Blore. I wonder if we're allowed to pop it. I don't know what the rules are actually, whether we're allowed to have a go. Look, it's Dave Farrow, everyone. It's Dave Farrow. Dave, don't disappear. Don't disappear. I was out in Britcar the other week as well. It's great to see you. Good. Who are you looking after?
I'm looking after Rick Kerry again this year again.
Okay.
So yeah, he's doing well. He's in Callum Lucia's old Hyundai, so it's a little bit of a learning curve getting into it, but he's doing a fantastic job. So testing, he's doing fantastic. Just jumping into another chassis again, so he's doing well.
Quite the challenge, isn't
Always.
it? And for you as well, what's it like on the sidelines of it today? Is it quite difficult? Do you want to be out there?
I always want to be out there, you know that. But I enjoy working with Rick and everybody else. You know, coaching Rick's great. I do a lot of work with him, so engineering his car, coaching him as well.
Super stuff.
So fantastic, yeah.
Mind if can I have a quick chat with Rick? Is that all right? I see you there, Rick. Rick, you all right? Sorry to interrupt you, but you're not going anywhere right now.
No, not at the minute. No, not at the minute.
What's it like working with Dave?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, Dave's good. I'm fairly new in the car.
Yeah.
Only done sort of the Brands Hatch range last time. So we've been looking at the data, and he tells you where I've gone wrong. So that's But there's more in the car and there's more in me, so just got to try and get there.
Well, at least you managed to avoid the carnage at the start there, but eager to get going.
I think we always expected there to be a bit of carnage at the front. I was quite pleased that I wasn't sort of too close to it. So I've been about for a while, so I try my best to avoid it if I can.
You said that, not me. Best of luck out there. Yeah, take care. Good stuff. Let's keep going down a little bit. Oh, it's very fortunate all the drivers have got their windows open. I must know that. I want to come and talk to them all. And hello. Who do we have here? It's Jack Constable. Jack, how are we? Are we a few butterflies, or are we ready to get going now?
We're all right. Just steady away. Hopefully not have any more of that nastiness.
Yeah. Look, tell me about your motorsport journey. Where did it begin? And did you go down a karting route? Tell us the things you've been up to.
Yeah, so I started in karts 11. Kind of built my way up through that, and then into cars. Did a couple of championships in the car stuff, and then a bit of touring car racing ever since.
This is quite special, isn't it, TCR? Tell us what attracted you to it.
Well, I raced it for a good number of years with Power Max in some Cupras and different bits and pieces, and then just absolutely loved having the. Sorry,
he's on the radio.
Yeah, got two things going on at once. Just absolutely love the way the cars drive, love the front wheel drive feel, and being in a natural born tin top is just amazing.
Yeah. Forgive my ignorance here, but on your helmet it says 10th of the 5th, 25. Why is that date significant?
It's my wedding date, so I got married last year.
Congratulations.
It's something that I'll never forget because it's sprayed on a helmet.
I assume my invite got lost in the post then, did it?
Yeah, probably.
Cheers, Jack. Best of luck, mate. It's great to see you, my friend. Right, so let's have a little... I wonder if we can sneak ourselves up onto the track a little bit. Actually, sorry, Tom, I'm just running around a little bit. There's a few people up here. I don't see any reason why we can't move on. Is that okay if we just pop up here for a second? We've got Carl Boardley up here as well. Maybe we can have a quick chat with Carl. Oh, yeah, there you go. Are you okay to talk for a second? Got a bit of a wild start there.
A little bit wild. I've been in wilder, so it weren't too bad.
So you know what you're doing, don't you?
Yeah, we know what we're doing. It was quite lucky at the start. I see Max has got a problem. I had my clutch was binding on and stuff, so I had to literally just bomb the start and crack on. So I got passed by a couple anyway. So yeah, it was just a case of trying to keep to the right and give people a bit of space. Obviously, a couple of cars with a load of damage, which ain't great, but it is what it is.
It's a real shame, isn't it? But it is motorsport. I'll let you crack on anyway. Thanks for talking to us, Carl. Really appreciate it. There you go. Good stuff. The cars are making their way out of the pit lane. As you can see, Carl Boardley is just firing up his right now as well. So we're not far away from going racing again. We better get off the track. Let's go back to our commentators, Andy McEwen and Henry Burdett.
Thank you, Ian. Yes, so here's another replay. Keep an eye on the car fourth on the outside lane. That is Lewis Kent. Ignore the potentially jump-starting Cooper ahead. Kent gets a good start. Boardley was slow away, and that's what led to the pinch. McGovern had to jink to the left of Boardley, and Kent was trying to go right to avoid the slow-starting Honda of Max Hall. So a sequence of events that could never have been foreseen that unfortunately led to Lewis Kent and Max Hall's cars meeting in the middle rather, and both sustaining big damage. As we said, both drivers were out of the cars, they were absolutely fine, but the cars rather worse for wear. I can see out of the commentary box window they've both already been delivered back to their teams down in the pit lane area. So the teams will go to work with Hall's Racing looking after the Honda, and SVG Motorsport has documented the Lincoln Co. There are Audi dramas though, are there? This car has not got going from the fast lane in the pits. This is Jensen Mason, isn't it? Yes, Jensen Mason's Audi with the bonnet up, and they were looking internally. Bonnet down, but car going nowhere. This car maybe won't fire back up again, and this is always the danger. You put a heat cycle through everything, warm the engine up, then you sit it in the pit lane for a while, it all cools down, and it doesn't always want to get going again. So that car will need maybe a bump start to get the restart. Cars, by the way, will be brought around onto the grid, will do this start procedure again, basically, that we did before, so they will get, I'm guessing, 2 more green flag laps again, or at least 1, and then be released out into the race. Haven't yet had any notification of a race time. It still says 20 minutes on the timing screen. We'll see if that changes.
Now, he seems to be able to get it fired. Maybe she won't go into gear. There we go. A bit of elbow grease and yes, off they go. And it just goes to show that no matter how simple they try to make the platform of the vehicle, these things are very technical, finicky pieces of kit.
That is a drama I've just spotted. You can see it on the left-hand side of the screen. Callum Newsham's car is back in the pit lane.
Oh dear.
The pole-sitting Elantra, is it being pushed back into the garage? It is. So Callum Newsham's car that was supposed to be starting from pole, dominated in qualifying, is being pushed back into the garage. That is a major, major drama. Ian, I can see, is sprinting, well, was sprinting down the pit lane. He's making his way
swiftly, yes.
He'll get there anyway. But we really do need an answer on that, because that is major drama. And it means now that Jensen O'Neill going is your net pole sitter. We'll get more on that in a moment. Ian is down there. Let's see if he's got any news for us.
Yeah, a bit of a worry here. Callum Newsham, the man on pole position, and he's come into the pits. It looks like it might be terminal. Probably doesn't want to speak to me, but Callum, very quickly, what's the issue?
Clutch.
Oh, sorry to hear that, mate. I really am. Look, hopefully we'll be seeing you tomorrow, yeah?
Yeah, I hope so.
Top man, thanks for telling us. There you go, clutch. Callum Newsham, the man on pole position, out of the race. Clutch issue. Andy and Henry, back to you, my friends.
I'm glad he said clutch, because when you know, I thought, is he said something else? Has he dropped a swear? But no, it clutch. Again, it's procedure. It's a repeated procedure. You're putting a lot of strain and stress on the clutch, and of course then you have to go around and do it again, because of course the drivers have left the pit lane. They've stopped here on the grid. Then they've left the grid for their rolling lap. Then they've come back to the grid. Then they've had that one race start. It's just... yeah, there's an awful lot of pressure on that. But I was standing on the exit of Graham Hill Bend during qualifying this morning. Jensen O'Neill going had the mother and father of all tank slappers coming into Graham Hill Bend and thus coming out of Graham Hill Bend, and somehow saved it. How significant is that? Because if he hadn't have saved it and gone off, well then he could have damaged the car. If he'd have gone off and stopped, that would have been a red flag, which meant the lap that put him where he is now wouldn't have counted. And due to a chain of completely unrelated freak occurrences, that save this morning realises that he now sits, okay, 2 rows back, but with a clean track in front of him for the start. No, that's not going to go out, is it? No. I do you know what? I thought they're just manoeuvring it back into pit lane, into the garage.
Yes, there's the Lincoln Co. shaped hole in the back of the Honda. That will need some immediate attention, and that will have done damage to the exhaust system and potentially knocked the tracking out at the back of the car. So that's going to be a late night for them as well. Max Hall, sadly, will take no further part in this race. The one good thing about all this, yes, they're dropping like flies a little bit, but because of the strength in depth we've got in TCR UK, we're not short of potential race winners here. Jensen O'Neill going and Max Hart are now essentially the front row of the grid. They're actually the second row of the grid, but there's no one in front of them. Jensen O'Neill going got a demon start the first time around, didn't really get a chance to document it with everything going on behind, but Jensen O'Neill going in only his 5th ever TCR UK race is now sitting at the very front of the grid with a TCR Europe podium finisher alongside him in Max Hart. I mean, talk about in at the deep end.
I'm very, very, very hesitant based on my previous comments on how well Lewis Kent was going to do.
Who are you throwing under the bus next, Henry?
Well, I mean, would you say that it's probably going to see Jensen O'Neill going beat his previous best TCR UK finish of 12th in this race? He says, nervously looking and making sure that there's the clutch is going to explode on that car when they get the green flag to start their rolling lap. Okay, breathe. Everyone's left the grid so far, or have they? No, they haven't. Another
Jensen Mason.
And that is the now we surprised? No, that I think if that clutch isn't going to work, then I would get that car off the grid.
Yeah.
Get it into the pit lane, push starting for the pit lane. Let's not leave that car, which is obviously hobbled, which obviously doesn't like those starts. The clutch has said, no, 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 no. And yeah, that would be a good thing. Get the Audi in the pit lane so that there's not a repeat of what we saw before. Oh, but it's so devastating for one of our 3 newcomers to the championship. And of course, the marshals have just realised, oh yeah, the run up to Paddock Hill Bend, it isn't up, isn't it? It's quite a steep up. And yeah, come on, come on. The Orange Army, ladies and gentlemen, the most important people in all of motorsport. This is how many marshals it take to push an Audi? Well, the answer is 5. That's more like it. 6? I cannot. British marshals are the best in the world, and yes, 1 or 2 of them have got their steps in today.
Most definitely, yes. I've complained that I've had to walk backwards and forwards from the commentary box twice today. That is nothing compared to the hard work that the Orange Army have to do, and we really must extend our thanks to them. As always, we try to, because we wouldn't be here without them. So big, big thank you. I was worried for a second that was going to lead to a delayed start, because they've only actually given them 1 green flag lap this time around. So they're already making their way back onto the grid for the start. It is still, by the looks of it, a full 20-minute race. We've had no time taken away on the timing screen. So 20 minutes of racing. The sun is shining again now at Brands Hatch. The rain, touch wood, has gone, although there's an ominous looking dark cloud in the distance. Who knows? I've given up making predictions now already. What we've had of this race has caught me by surprise. Let's hope this time we can get underway and put on a show for you all. Jenson O'Neill going on pole, Max Hart alongside, double former champion Carl Boardley starts third, then it's Brad Hutchison, and then Rod McGovern. Remember how quick he was off the line the first time? Those VZ Cupras, definitely worth watching. Take 2 of round 1 of TCRUK for 2026 then. We're missing a few, but we've got plenty of star drivers ready to go to battle on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit as we attempt to get the race underway for a second time. We should have had the green flag at the back of the grid, and all eyes turn to the lighting gantry. Rev start to rise then. Round 1 gets underway. Now away we go, and the pole sitter goes nowhere. There is contact. Hutchison into the side of Boardley, and thank goodness everyone avoided Jenson O'Neill going, who that time fluffed the start completely, and he is mid-pack into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. It is Max Hart that leads. It's Hutchison second. He's in the dirt though. He was in the dirt at Paddock in qualifying. Jack Constable to the inside in the Audi. He will go second as Boardley roughs up the Cooper of Hutchison at Druid. What a topsy-turvy start to this race it's been. It is Hart who leads, Constable second, McGovern third, Hutchison versus Boardley for 4th, and it's Boardley who gets elbowed wide on the curb but keeps on coming.
Heart in your mouth stuff from the word go. No start, but Jenson O'Neill going. He's there now, back in about 6th position. Hutchison and Boardley. Well, Hutchison almost lost it on the outside of Paddock Hill Bend as they come through Clearways, through Clark. Now onto the start-finish straight. Hutchison on the outside, Boardley on the inside. This is for 4th position. What a start from McGovern, and what a start from Constable as well.
Oh, Boardley and Hutchison have been side by side for a whole lap, and still they're debating the position into Druid with Hutchison on the outside. Jenson O'Neill going is the grey and pink car behind them, and he is going to really have his dander up after that bad start, wanting to regain the lost ground. Inside line there for Hutchison, finally gets the job done on Boardley, who immediately switches back to the inside line. O'Neill going is in there too. This all over, as you said, 4th position, and Jenson O'Neill going. He's going around the outside of a double champion. What a move from Jenson O'Neill going, and through he goes. That was such brave driving. I really shouldn't be surprised, having been commentating on Jenson for pretty much every year of his very short career so far, but he is a star of the future, a star of the now perhaps in TCRUK. What a confident bit of driving that was.
Fearless, absolutely fearless. Not looking at reputation, not looking at the amount of silverware any of his rivals have collected in their careers next compared to him. And of course, we've hardly mentioned the fact that Max Hart leads this race by 1.5 seconds. Lap number 2 is in the books, and Hart up the road. Constable second, McGovern there in that yellow and green livery machine. Hutchinson and O'Neill going. Boardley down to 6th. Well, Brad Hutchinson, he's had some heart in his mouth moments as well.
And he's about to have another because he's got Jensen O'Neill going behind him. And Jensen O'Neill going in the first sector was 3/10 quicker than the leader. In the first sector, that's a 29-second sector, and he's 3/10 quicker than the leader. Jensen O'Neill going, it's on an absolute charge. There goes Hart in the lead, Constable second, McGovern third, by the way. Rob McGovern aiming to beat his previous best finish in the championship of, I believe it was a 5th place that he had, at Donington last year. And he is, perhaps on course for a first podium. Then it's Hutchison, then O'Neill going, who swipes the bollards away on the inside of Graham Hill Bend. He was doing that in qualifying too, with Boardley 6th and Harry Bloor keeping on their tail in the red and white Honda at the back of the group. But Hart with a 1.7 second lead, and he needs to try and grow that if he can. Smoke in the background, that's from Boardley's car. Carl Boardley's car smoking heavily, and the Hondas, looks almost identical to the turbo issue that befell Max Hart in an identical car in qualifying, and Carl Boardley is out.
He, along with, it looks, is it a right front tyre rub? I'm hoping, he's hoping, we're all hoping that is a right front tyre rubbing against the bodywork. Now, I can't imagine where that contact would have come from, although he was battling tooth and nail with, is that a puncture, is that a slow puncture? Oh, it's hard to see from this angle. The smoke has stopped as we cross the line, and he's got to get out of the way, has Carl Boardley. Now, judging by the fact that he's trying to bring it back to the pit lane, I would say that he thinks that's tyre, not engine, exposing oil.
No, I don't know. It just looks identical to the turbo issue that Max Hart had this morning, but it could be a tyre. He's heading to the pit lane, so we'll hopefully get a camera on it in a moment.
I'm an optimist.
Yes. No, I'll take that. I'll take a bit of optimism at the moment. Jack Constable could do with some as well, because Rod McGovern is all over him. Jack Constable, 6 times a TCRUK race winner, on his return to the championship in the Audi that carried him to pretty much all of those wins, and he is now under serious threat from McGovern, from Hutchison, and from Jensen O'Neill going. This is a 4-way battle for second.
I will say this, Rod McGovern, he has been given over the off-season a huge jolt of performance. Thank you very much, here all week. But it does go to show, what a superb performance. He comes in fighting from the off-season and almost looks like a new driver, does Rod McGovern. As we look further back, that'll be Rick Kerry, and following Rick Kerry, is that the number 8? Well, no, it's not the brake car, that's that Ford Focus.
That is the Golf, isn't it? The Gen 1 Golf with, that is Jeff Oldham that he's trying to get past.
Yes, sorry, the Ford Focus, what am I talking about? It's the Hyundai i30 that's got a Ford Focus-ish looking shape to the front of it. But yeah, Jeff Oldham, no wonder it was, he's just literally picked up that car due to issues with, like we said, with his Gen 1 Opel Astra. Dear me, Jensen O'Neill is going for a position on the podium potentially. He's got Hutchinson in front of him now. P5, there's McGovern, and there's Constable, second, third and fourth. Very nicely poised, Andy.
And Harry Bloor, I'd say, is catching them slightly as well. Rod McGovern did hold the fastest lap of the race until Max Hart came across the line that time by with a 48.6, a new fastest lap of the race. His lead margin then is now 1.9 seconds over this Audi, Cupra and Honda battle that's going on behind for the lower podium places. They head down behind the pit to paddock area. I will say the attention on the Carl Boardley car, and watching this out of the window, he's on that right front corner. They've had the wheel off and put it back on, so I wonder if it is, if not a tyre, maybe a suspension issue of some sort in the right front corner of the Civic. We'll again try and get some clarification of that if we can, as our second place battle blasts past the pits, and it is an increased margin to Max Hart, the leader, over 2 seconds now, but second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth still very much up for debate.
Jensen O'Neill Goings, he seems to have calmed down a little bit. He's still as quick. We're having less ragged moments as he sets his sights on Brad Hutchison. Now, of course, racing and being at the same speed as the championship regulars, the championship veterans, the race winners is one thing. for taking them in race conditions on a circuit with very limited opportunities. You know, it's all go. There's no room to rest here at the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. That's a different kettle of fish altogether, and that is something that Jenson O'Neill is going to have to learn, as you just see in the background, Boardley returning to the circuit, and McGovern about to give Jack Constable all he can handle. Up Halewood Hill they go towards Druids.
Yeah, this is game on, isn't it? Constable doesn't look like he's quite as strong as McGovern at this point, and McGovern needs to get a move on because he's got Hutchison and O'Neill going and Harry Blur right behind him. This is a fantastic battle, reminiscent almost of that five-way battle for the win we had in the pickup trucks a little bit earlier on today. This has a very similar feel to it, and Jack Constable looks to be a little bit the cork in the bottle right now. Through Surtees they head, and there is O'Neill going, just keeping a watching brief from fifth position for the time being, as these five cars, clearly very evenly matched, head out onto the main straight once again. 10 laps in the book, we tick towards half race distance, still plenty of time for things to change here. And I tell you what, if McGovern could get past Constable quickly, he might have ideas of bridging that gap to Max Hart, because until he really started getting held up by the Audi, he was lapping just as quickly as the leader.
Well, I mean, you can still see the leader. That visualisation will always help a driver. Now, he's got a good run coming out of Druids, down towards Graham Hill Bend, up Cooper Straight. We're going to go into Surtees, McLarens and Clearways now, and it does seem as though we can get the car turned in a lot sooner, can Rod McGovern. That front end looks a lot more pointed. He gets a nice turn in, he gets a narrower apex, lets the car run off the circuit, run off the exit of the corner. Boardley is continuing to go around with smoke billowing, so something in the right front assembly has collapsed. Maybe a spring or a shock absorber has just gone bad.
Yeah, as he went down the Cooper straight car, Boardley, it looked like the front splitter was wobbling around and smacking the ground, so something has broken at the front of the car. That could be a secondary issue, the splitter, but the front left corner of that Honda is rather falling apart, so he's back into the pit lane. This battle continues to rage on though. There's Harry Blur who did part season last year, did Harry, and started off racing with Power Max Racing. Of course, sadly lost his car in that awful fire that the team suffered halfway through the year. Came back and did the last couple of rounds though, and managed to get a best finish of 5th early in the season with PMR at Donington Park. He is one position away from matching that, but to get that position he's got to get through Jenson O'Neill going, which is not going to be the work of a moment. It rather has the feel, this battle, as we tick into the second half of the race now, of a little bit of a stalemate. Constable I don't think is as quick as McGovern, but McGovern isn't necessarily quick enough in the right parts of the track to try and make a move. Tries to go around the outside of Druids, that's ambitious. I thought for a moment he'd got the overlap on the exit, but no, Constable has that one covered. And then as they drop down into Graham Hill Bend, it's McGovern who misses the apex, and he has to switch from attack to defence.
Jack Constable has that veteran guile about him. He can just position that Audi where he needs to, because you only need to be, you know, there's only a few opportunities to get alongside. If you could just position your car in front of your rival at key points around the circuit, it doesn't matter how fast McGovern is, he ain't coming through. As Max Hart gets further and further and further away. Here comes McGovern to the inside. Hang on a minute! McGovern tries to send one. Constable opens the door. This is going to be quite tight, and McGovern's going to have to try to around the outside of Graham Hill. This is going to invite Hutchison into play as well. Constable holds on.
Oh, and that stacks them all up. Jenson O'Neill going things high. This could be my opportunity as they turn into Surtees. Someone's going to have a go into Clearway, surely. Who will it be? Will it be McGovern? Yes, it is. Goes to the inside of Constable, who closes the door just about on the Cupra driver, but there's just a little hint of frustration creeping in now for Rod McGovern. He knows he's quick, he knows he's got the pace to finish at least second in this race, but he just can't break through the defences of Jack Constable's Audi in front. They remain line astern as they head through Paddock Hill Bend. Constable climbs the inside curve, but this is a proper pressure cooker race, isn't it? You can feel that any moment now the lid could blow right off. Here comes Hutchison to the outside, and McGovern shoves Constable through Druids corner. The Audi sideways, but still will not be moved.
Yeah, the Audi almost got a little bit too sideways coming through Paddock Hill Bend the last time. Jack Constable was very lucky not to get it into the gravel. The car just washing out mid-corner. It seems as though when Jack tries to turn in, the side just gets a bit lazy. There goes O'Neill going, and that's of course what Jack Constable is hoping is going to happen. I hold everybody up. They all start squabbling as they're tripping over one another, like O'Neill going and Hutchison are. I will try and make my escape. Good move. Good move.
Proper touring car move that from Jensen O'Neill going, wasn't it? Levered Hutchison aside at clearways. Brad didn't like that and is trying to come back in a bit to Druids, but not quite late enough on the brakes. And so Jensen O'Neill going moves up into 4th position. Can he now get on the podium? This is really building up nicely because Constable and McGovern are going nowhere. Until McGovern can get through, those two cars are not going to get any further away, and I'm pretty sure Jensen will be with them again by perhaps the end of the lap because he's able to carry so much more speed through Surtees into clearways. McGovern runs wide. That's good news for Jensen O'Neill going, who's chasing behind him, and they're all going to gang up on each other. Hutchison's wide into the dirt. Through comes Harry Blur, who is now back into the top 5, and that was Hutchison maybe a bit rattled after what happened a lap ago at clearways, pushing a bit too hard and making a mistake.
And I think that will release O'Neill going to have a real concerted effort now at Rod McGovern and maybe even Jack Constable. Further back, looking at the number 77, Mark Smith. And a newcomer to the championship behind him, that would be the number 5 car, Barry John McHenry in his Audi RM3 with the Vanin Motorsport. And this is for 9th and 10th position overall. They're just in front of the lone Gen 1 car of Luke Allen. Jeff Alden is still out there behind them, but good to see Mark Smith still in the championship. Good to see him with a new gunmetal grey. Well, it worked very well for David Marshall in the Civic Cup, so why not for Mark Smith as well? 5 minutes to go, plus a little bit of change.
Yes, we're in toward the final quarter of the race now, and still Max Hart leads the way. Max Hart, who the last time he won a TCR UK race was in 2022 towards the start of the season at Donington Park. Is he slowing?
Yeah, why was Max Hart slowing down just a little bit there? Let's have a look. The gap was 4.2 seconds. It's absolutely not 4.2 seconds now. There goes Max Hart. The gap is down. Oh, and Hutchinson is having a problem. Hutchinson, maybe he's run out of left rear tyre because he was, possibly. Yes, from 4.2 seconds to 1.7 seconds. What has happened to the race leader? They're coming up on the slower car of Jeff Alden as well. So traffic is going to play a factor. It's almost as though Jack Constable has seen this and woken up a little bit because he's pulling away now from Ron McGovern. O'Neill going and Blore are next. Rick Kerry running in 6th position. Russell Joyce is 7th. Now, was that a one-time mistake? Was it something off camera that we didn't see that cost Max Hart those 3 seconds? Let's see the gap now.
There are still issues, aren't there? That time wasn't great. It was a 49.0, although actually it was still a 10th quicker than the leader, than the second place car, sorry. So, I don't know, maybe he's managing an issue, but remember they had to change quite a bit on that car after the turbo issue in qualifying this morning. Maybe he's just sensing a return of that problem, just trying to manage the car to the end. He's 3 minutes 45 seconds away from maybe claiming the victory, but it's not going to be smooth sailing. There is Max Hart. I was trying to listen to the car as it came through. It sounded okay, although we can't really hear it that well through the commentary box windows. No, he's slowing. He's pitting. Max Hart is pitting. The race leader is in, and Max Hart potentially is about to add his name to the retirements list. Jack Constable leads the race, and Rod McGovern suddenly has an extra incentive to try and get through, because this could be a first ever win in TCR UK if he can make the move stick. What drama at Brands Hatch, and Ron McGovern is all over Jack Constable as they turn through Druids Corner for the 21st time. We're about 3 laps away from, maybe 4 laps away from checkered flag, and we have got a proper battle on our hands for the race victory.
just as Max Hart came around clearways here, the camera was showing the rear of his car, and it looked like it juddered a little bit before he brought it into pit lane. And that's the most technical term I can use. It looked like it just, this exact camera angle there, it juddered. And so I don't know what that means, but it obviously means that something isn't working correctly, and into the pits he came very quickly. He didn't give it another half a lap to see what would happen, and this has lit a fire underneath Rod McGovern. He has made one. But since it out goes Max Hart. Potentially, I mean, could it be something as a wheel weight coming loose, or he thought he had a vibration or a puncture of something like that? Who knows? Well, all we do know is that it's game on with 2 minutes to go. Here are your top four, and of your top four, 3 of them have never been on the podium before.
This is remarkable. Jack Constable started this race 11th on the grid. He leads with less than 2 minutes to go. Rod McGovern started 7th, so one of these two more most likely to win, and they are certainly not 2 drivers we predicted before the race started. That is where McGovern seemed strong at the end of the main straight into Paddock Hill Bend. He wasn't quite close enough that time, but lap after lap he gets himself onto the rear bumper of Constable's Audi towards Druids, and he keeps trying this outside line. Can he go right round the outside? He's trying. Constable ushers him over to the edge of the road, but you feel that McGovern's got to have a go for this, because he's clearly quick enough to have a pop at Constable. He's going to have 2 laps left after this one. If he can make the move, when and where does he make the move? He switches the headlights on as they head into Surtees. That's worth an extra 30 or 40 brake horsepower psychologically, if nothing else. And he tees himself up now for a good exit out of clearways. He's closer than he's been for some time. He's in the slipstream of the Audi. We know McGovern is good on the brakes at Paddock Hill Bend. Is this where he attempts to make the move for the lead? Up towards the first corner they go. And no, Constable has it covered for now.
McGovern's best chance, from my perspective, is coming up into Druid's hairpin. He gets a great run. Constable's going to have to be very, very, very wily and crafty with his defence. Here comes O'Neill going. McGovern's trying to go around the outside. That would have been a move and a half if he'd have pulled that one off. But again, this is, and I can't believe I've known Jack Constable since he was about 10 years old, and I'm talking about him. He's a wily, crafty veteran. It makes me feel old, but we are looking at the style of a driver that knows exactly where to position their car against much quicker machinery.
If McGovern can get in that position again on this, the final lap, I think he'll stay there. I think he'll just keep his car on the outside, but he's dropped back as a result of that little rub. And the gap grows again at the beginning of the final lap. So Jack Constable then a lap away from claiming his 7th career TCRUK victory. Rod McGovern on for a career best finish already, as is Jensen O'Neill going, as is Harry Bloor behind. What an absolutely unpredictable first race of the season this has been, and still we don't know the outcome, because McGovern over the first few corners of this lap has closed back in slightly on the Audi driver ahead. Harry Bloor perhaps still has ideas of going for a podium finish as well. Into the last couple of corners we go. Is Constable far enough ahead? I think he probably is, and he has weathered the storm magnificently. What a superb defensive drive this has been for Jack Constable, who on his return to the championship after a couple of seasons away is going to stand atop the podium once more. Jack Constable wins at Brands Hatch. Rod McGovern and Jensen O'Neill going join him on the podium. Who would have predicted that at the start of the weekend, with Harry Bloor in 4th. Rick Kerry is going to finish 5th in that one. It was a race of attrition admittedly, but he'll be delighted. He actually went off on the first lap of the race through Surtees. I spotted out the window, avoided the barrier just about, and managed to get the Hyundai home in 5th. Russell Joyce should be next in his Audi in 6th. And then here, Barry John McHenry, who I think has managed to get himself ahead of Mark Smith. Yes, he has. The Audi ahead of the Cupra now. This is 7th position that they're battling for, with the Audi coming out ahead. In fact, Smith slowed on the run out of the final corner and came home 9th. So through goes Luke Allen to 8th in the Gen 1 Golf. Smith 9th and Jeff Holden 10th, and that will be, in theory, a Jeff Holden and Mark Smith front row now for race 2 coming up tomorrow morning. I mean, that is a fight you'd buy a ticket for, isn't it? Jack Constable, though, speaking of a fight, what a fight that was to defend race long from a fired up and racy Rod McGovern, who comes home in 2nd. Jensen O'Neill going 3rd, with Harry Bloor and Rick Kerry completing the top 5. Russell Joyce 6th ahead of Barry John McHenry. and Luke Allen in the Gen 1 Golf in 8th. 9th was Mark Smith, 10th for Jeff Alden, with Max Hart not running the flag but classified 11th. It really was a race of attrition in the end, with 7 cars, failing to reach the finish. Hart, Hutchison, Boardley, Newsham, Kent, Hall and Mason, all non-finishers, and I think at least 6 of those 7 drivers were potential race winners, and they unfortunately were not able to get to the flag. Thankfully, Jack Constable was. He's made it all the way round to the Parc Ferme area, and our race winner catches up now with Ian.
Well, I'll tell you something, I bet when Jack Constable lined up 11th on the grid about half an hour or so ago, he wasn't quite expecting to come home in first place, but he has done. I'm just trying to gauge a little look at his face, see how happy he is right now. He looks very calm and composed at the minute. Rod McGovern came in second place with a big cheer as he pulled up, and Jensen O'Neill going, the 16-year-old, takes 3rd place. Here is Joe. We're just waiting for him to get out of the car. I don't know if he's in a little bit of disbelief here or what exactly is going on. He's trying to stop the car, actually. It has been rolling forward quite a bit. They're gonna swap. They're going to just stop a second. I can't seem to get the car stopped for some reason, but we're holding it in place at the minute. So we'll have a chat very shortly. Whilst we do, let's move around and have a quick chat with Rod McGovern here if we can as well. He's in here right now. Rod, that was the biggest cheer of the day when you pulled in.
I'll tell you, I'll take that. I just said to myself, there's no point in pushing for the lead when I saw the lead was available, because I knew I didn't have a big enough gap behind to mess things up. So I said, championship points are always essential. Take them when they're coming.
That race was more a case of, look, if you finish, you've got a good chance, right?
Yeah, I kept my nose clean. I knew I was pretty good at a clearway, so I could gap and get that gap there. And then I've been held up a little bit in front through Druids and down into Graham Hill, but you know, just a little bit of rub between the two of us, nothing bad at all, and a really enjoyable race.
Congratulations, I'm so happy for you, mate. Great stuff indeed. Where is Jack? There he is. He's all the way over there. Let me just, oh, sorry guys. Oh, my bad. I've literally, are we in? Are we good? We're good? If I just moved your car, kicked it out of the way.
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
When you lined up 11th, I bet you didn't expect that, did you?
Nowhere near at all. With the testing and everything that we've had go on this weekend so far, did not think we'd be anywhere near. So yeah, really, really happy to have it.
How does it feel? Cool. How does it feel right now?
Yeah, pretty spectacular. Yeah, nice to come back from 2 years off and then come back to win it. Yeah, pretty nice.
One race, one win.
Yeah, take that. We'll take that all day long.
Top man, right, I want to find where is Jensen O'Neill going, 16 years of age. He's definitely not in the car. Where's Jensen, everybody? There he is, he's over there. Jensen, can we grab you for a very quick chat? Well, congratulations, P3.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was a good race. The car started to go off towards the end, but I'm sure that's something we can solve for tomorrow.
Bit of a case of stay out of trouble, right?
Yeah, pretty much. We had a problem with the steering wheel after the first red flag. So we had to quickly change the steering wheel, and it was good after that.
Excellent, well done, mate. Congratulations, 16 years of age, still can't believe it. Yeah, there's an issue with getting Constable's car stopped. I'm just walking into a photo there. Let's move out of the way. If you just can stay with me alive for a little bit, we'll just move along if we can. Stay with us, because I just want to show you something. We've got a qualifying session coming up next. I think there might be a little bit of work just going on out on the circuit. I wonder, sorry, I've completely lost Tom, my cameraman. I'm really sorry, Tom. I have walked away from you. I just assumed he was following me. I'm right here. Sorry, Tom. I'm behind you, buddy. You stay with me. Come on, stick with me. We'll go far together. Literally. I just want to show you the cars here. The CMMC are here as well. They've got a 10. You just pop the camera around the side, we can watch these cars go to the track. Then we will have the mini Club Sport cars heading up to assembly area, so I'm going to chat to those guys as soon as they arrive. We'll have a good chat with them live. But here we go, this is a qualifying session, so I don't think we're going to be bringing you the track action for this particular bit, but we will be chatting to a number of the drivers very shortly. Tomorrow we'll be catching their racing action. If you haven't already, there is Rod Burley, by the way. If he wins tomorrow, he will make make it 300 race wins here at Brands Hatch. What a story he is. I'm sure we'll catch up with him at some point after this. This is a very short session, as I said, just 10 minutes for these guys out on track. The Mini Club Sport cars will be coming up to assembly literally in the next couple of minutes, and then we'll chat with those drivers live very, very shortly. The first TCR race of the season comes to a close. It was a chaotic race indeed, but Jack Constable, low, is the race winner. We can just actually, may as well stay with us for a little bit longer if that's all right. You can see this is the media attention that the drivers get here right now. I can see Jensen O'Neill going. He's been interviewed by Henry Baudet there. You've just heard from him on commentary as well. Rod McGovern, a very happy man, and Jack Constable as well. We're in a real wind tunnel here as well. Henry has just made it down. In fact, Tom, do you mind if we know where camera position 1 is on the top of that building there? That's the hospitality building there. We've got a camera right at the top, and just in that little box next to it is our commentary box. That's where Dave Goddard is, Andy McEwen, and of course Henry Baudet as well. We'll just move out of the way before we get run over. And Henry has run all the way down from up there underneath the tunnel here straight through to here. So I wonder if we can grab Henry very quick. Henry, can I just grab you for? We are live.
Oh, hello.
So I just, if it's all right, just to sort of jump in a little bit.
Okay.
You must be absolutely exhausted. You just run from the commentary box.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I mean, the first race of the season, they could have put something a bit more exciting on for me, couldn't they? My word! What a fantastic race! What a fantastic. The emotion you can see from Jensen O'Neill going. That tells you there's a driver that isn't happy with third, even though they should be over the moon because of what could have been. That big word, if.
I'll tell you who was happy, Rod McGovern.
Well, I was not surprised. Well, what an outstanding drive, aggression, speed all the way through. I mean, I'm surprised no one's mentioned Jack Constable, the guy who won, who was just sitting around.
Oh, I have.
Of course you have, Ian. You're an ultimate professional. But I mean,
it's not ultimate something.
It's not often. I think probably maybe the 4th fastest car in that lead group is the winner. It was almost running as fast as my nose at the moment. That's because I have been running.
Well, do you know, heartbreak though for Max Hart. I was just about to try and run down to see what had happened, but I realised we only had a minute left on the clock, so I had to stay behind. I don't suppose you found out what happened?
Well, when the car came through clearways, it seemed to judder a little bit, and as it juddered, he brought it straight in, which means I think that it was maybe not so much like a vibration or something. He felt, oh, if I don't park it now, it's going to get expensive. But then he did come back out afterwards, so I think he's probably seen what's happened to some of the others, so like Max Hall, Lewis Kent. Do I want to risk a potentially catastrophic failure in the opening race, or is it better to just come in and maybe have a little look? But obviously he didn't feel something was right. But
that's it. Well, he lives to fight another day. Lives to fight another day.
Lives to fight another day.
You better go. You've got to do civics later, so go. Get your runners on and off you go. Henry, thank you so much. Just stay with us a little bit longer. I'm going to just move around, see if we've got any cars. There is Rod McGovern's car there. It's just going through some of the scrutineering, as you can see. Right, I'm going to go get ourselves. We're just literally going to go over there, and we've got mini cars coming in. So I'm just going to hand back very shortly. Give me 2 minutes or so. We get into position, and we'll chat to some of the Mini Club Sport drivers. I'll see you very soon.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. As we say, just a few minutes of qualifying at the moment for the Classic and Modern Motorsports Club, their Super Saloon and Production Saloon series out on track at the moment. We've got 3 races to come after that, though. We've got the Mini Challenge Club Sport Division, a mixture of BMW Mini Coopers out in that one, including, I noticed, a Clubman Estate as well for Andy Langley. That'll stand out in the pack. Then we hand back to Henry and Andy for the Civic Cup second race of 3 this weekend, and then the British Truck Racing Championship are back on track to round out the day. So 3 15-minute races to come, currently underway with qualifying for the Super Saloons and Production Saloons promoted by the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club. A warm welcome as our guests on the programme this weekend. Their 2 races will be taking place tomorrow, one just before the lunch break and one at close of play. It's scheduled for 4:55 p.m. in tomorrow's schedule. It'll be Rod Burley's very modified Ford Escort WRC that will start as the favourite, looking for his 300th Brands Hatch victory of his career. He's won over 750 races in his career, Rod Burley, one of the UK's most successful national level racers. And we'll see if he can do that in the 2 races tomorrow. That's the qualifying session currently taking place. There's just over 6 minutes of it to go. We'll update you on who was quickest once the session has concluded. So we're back with you in a few minutes.
Feel like you might have missed some of the racing action? Don't worry, we've got you covered. Why not just go and watch it all again over on our official YouTube channel?
Well, here we are, already. I promised we wouldn't be long, and here we're living in a mini wonderland right now. Let's move over, and it's a bit of a surprise to nobody. Ollie Wilmot is on pole position for this race. There's Mr. David Taylor. David, I'll be over in a second. You get parked up yet, top man? I really wanted to come speak to Freddie Hewitt. This is a scene that we've seen an awful lot of. Wilmot Hewitt. This is going to be very tasty indeed. Freddie! It's very good to see you, my friend. How was your winter? You've got a nice new trim as well. You're looking very dapper, I must say. How was your winter?
Yeah, shaved and haircut for the occasion.
Does it make you go a little bit quicker?
I wish it did in qualifying. Proves not to, though.
Okay.
Not quick enough for pole, anyway.
I tell you, we know Ollie. He's always quick, isn't he? But you are too.
I mean, he's a tough cookie to crack. I'll put it that way. No, it's good fun. Happy to be racing against him again. Andy beside me, he seems quite quick.
Yeah.
So it should be a good battle, us three at the front. Yeah, it should be fun.
One of my joys in motorsport is seeing your journey in it as well, Freddie. We go back to your Ford KA days, don't we? A little bit different, these, of course, not endurance racing either. What are these like to drive, especially around Brands Hatch?
They're really good fun. I mean, if you're looking for like a budget series to get into, this is definitely the one for you. The cars are relatively cheap, good for parts as well. But driving them around here is just great fun. It's a great circuit, and yeah, they're just great.
Excellent. Freddie, best of luck, mate. Really good to see you. Shake my hand, because no, your hands are quite cold. I'm freezing. It's cold, isn't it? It's really cold here today. I don't know if you want me to shut that, but I've just done it anyway. I do want to speak to Andy Langley as well. Andy, how are we? It's good to see you. Are you all right? This looks different.
Great. Yeah, it is a bit different, yeah.
Why the change?
So, obviously I ran with Norfolk Cars last year, and this is Gary's car, who sat here. He raced this in 2024.
You trust him?
Yeah. So they're giving us a challenge this year, and said, how do you fancy driving this? So, yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
What can you do? What can you do? What can you do about these two up here?
I think we might struggle today. Yeah. We've got a couple of little issues we're trying to work around. I'm not sure we're going to sort them out this weekend, but you know, I'll give it everything, as always.
There's pots up for grabs, Andy.
We're up for it.
Great to see you, top man. Thank you very much. Do you want this left open? Yeah, top man. Thank you very much. Right, somebody I really want to talk to. A good friend of ours. He's become here at Bark, and to myself as well. Paul. Oh, man. Bring it in. It's good to see you. How are you? You've been a busy man over the winter, haven't you? The tunes are going well?
Yeah, really good, actually. Yeah, the label's been doing well. So
tell me about the team this season as well, because it seems to be expanding.
It's expanded four ways. So yeah, it's been extremely time-consuming putting it all together, but we're here now, and it's great to see all four cars all in the same colours and everything. So
this has really become a passion for you, hasn't it, motorsport? I see it every time I talk to you. I see it in the eyes. Why is motorsport so important to you?
Oh, it's just the fun that it's been giving me. It's just amazing. Yeah. And the fact that all my family come along and we're all enjoying it together is just brilliant.
Have you think about it, actually, you have a couple of 15-minute races and a bit of qualifying and a bit of practice, but most of the time is spent socialising, isn't it?
It is, I know. You make so many friends doing this. It's great.
Well, Paul, I am a real pleasure and honour to be able to call you a friend as well, so thank you very much indeed. Let's move along a little bit. Let's go a bit further back. Let's go have a quick chat with Neil Clark. He's just getting his helmet on, but we'll have a very quick chat. He's got the Union Jack draped over his... Johnny, just putting your helmet on, typical timing, isn't it? How are we feeling today? All right, are we excited to be back?
Yeah, it's great to be back, and I'm going Cooper class again not again this year. I was Cooper S last year, and when I found out there's a lot more numbers in the Cooper class, it was like, yeah, I'm getting in there as well.
I was going to say, it's going to be exciting, isn't it?
Oh, well, it is. It was when we had sort of smaller numbers, but the fact that it was sort of like doubled now in this class. Yeah. And if you've seen the qualifying times, haven't you? They're not that far apart. So
it always makes for good racing, you guys.
It does. I'm sort of nervously looking forward to it.
I'll let you get in the car. Sun's just coming out as well for you as well, just in time. Let's go chat to David Taylorshaw, because he has made the lengthy trip down from Scotland. We know we're supposed to a driver who's made the trip from Cornwall a little bit earlier, but let's go have a chat. Some way. When did you arrive? How long did it take? Did you get here this morning and left on Monday?
I picked the car up from Stoke on Friday, yesterday, and then made the journey down. Got here about 2:30 in the afternoon.
Oh, that's a nice easy journey then.
Yeah, I've got an Airbnb over there, about 15 minutes.
What, Stoke?
About 15 minutes up the road, so got the team all staying in that.
You're back for another season, David. Why Mini Club Sport? Why is it so good?
So friendly, you know. It's course racing, and enjoy it.
Excellent.
Rather than just one make at Nuttall Hill, I'm constantly going around the same track. I get to visit loads of other tracks. You get to tour the UK basically, like you do.
Absolutely. Desperate to get back to Knock Hill, though. I am as well. I had a great time there last year.
Oh yeah. And I've got a teammate now, so.
Yeah. Where is he? Oh, there he is. Let's go have a quick chat with him, if that's all right with you. Sorry. Hey. Sorry, David. Got to go. We've got to jump on. Let's have a quick chat here, side by side as well with Mr. Taylor. It's good to see you. How are you? Are you excited for this?
I am actually excited. I haven't had the best morning, but it's all right.
Yeah, but the sun's just come out.
I know, that's what I'm every time I go racing in the past, it's been raining. So this is the first for me.
So tell me, what things have you done before?
So basically I raced with Richard Hammond and Abby Eaton in the MG GT. Yeah, done a few seasons with them in the CSCC, and so I've gone from rear wheel drive to front wheel drive.
How have you found that transition?
Hard.
Have you?
Yeah. Because I'm used to, you don't get this sideways, you got to put your foot down. In the other cars, I'm backing off. So my brain's backwards at the moment. But it'd be good. I haven't had the best start. I'm starting from the back, but like I said, the only place from there is forward, isn't it? So
you've got to show David how it's done, though, haven't you?
Well, my aim is to beat David, so I'm sure you. I've got to.
Thanks for coming. It's great to see you.
No, nice to meet you, mate.
Enjoy it. Yeah, have a great time. Right, sun has come out. We're underway. Where's Colin Wilmot gone? As we spoke a little there, he's right there. Father-son duo, of course. Here's Colin Wilmot. He starts 9th pole position. Mike underneath him once again very quickly. Ollie, I'm just coming for another very quick chat. I won't keep you long. Appreciate you're about to go, but this is a bit of a familiar position for you, isn't it? Pole position. I think everybody's a bit worried about you.
It's a nice one, let's say it that way.
Are you still living overseas and travelling back for these meetings?
Yeah, and we're about 3 more weeks of our winter season, so me and my dad are winter tied, let's say that.
Wow. Okay, look, I'm going to let you crack on, mate. Enjoy it. Good to see you. I've got a feeling we might be chatting in about 20 minutes or so as well. Sorry, Tom, I just bring you absolutely everywhere, don't I? Let's just move down a little bit. I think we've still got a little bit of time. I just want to say hello to Chris here as well. Chris Aram. Let's go and say hello. Chris, how are we? It's good to see you. Are you? Did you winter well?
Did I winter well? Yeah, I did. Well, just about, yeah. Yeah, it was all right.
I was going to say you're looking very well. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
Yeah, confident to a degree. Qualifying didn't really go as I wanted to, but had a few look at things and a bit of data and see where we can make some improvements.
That means it's quite good news for us then, from an entertainment point, because we're expecting you to make up a few places?
Well, that is the plan. I'm looking forward, well, trying to make a good start, to be honest with you. That's where I'm trying to get a couple of places up there. But I think this year, with the Cooper class being the size it is...
Oh, it's great, isn't it?
Yeah, the first couple of corners are going to be quite entertaining, I think. So we'll see what happens.
Excellent. Chris, thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. There you go. The first few corners are going to be entertaining. Tom, if you turn around, we'll have a look at the cars as they're lining up, almost getting ready to go racing. Yes, you heard it from Chris Aram. The first few corners are going to be very, very entertaining. This is going to be an absolute cracker. The first race of the season for Mini Club Sport. About to get underway here at Brands Hatch. The drivers are in the car. They're about to fire up. The gate is going to open any second now. So let's hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, who will take you through the action. Enjoy.
We certainly will enjoy, yes. Thanks very much, Ian. And it's almost time to get underway with the Mini Challenge Club Sport with AirTech Motorsport. Brand new season starting here at Brands Hatch today. It's entering its 4th year under the BTRC banner. This is the entry-level category of the Mini Challenge Championship. Of course, the JCW class, which we see supporting British touring cars, is the top tier. Then we've got the trophy category, which we do see on our BTRC TV streams occasionally. But this is the Club Sport division. We've got 3 classes out there, R56, R53 and the less powerful Coopers. The Coopers start separately from the back of the field. The R56 and R53 classes will start mixed in together. And it's the man who was on top in the R56 class, Ollie Wilmot, the man based at Wengen in Switzerland, works in the skiing industry, who will start on pole position. He was joined by his father Colin on the grid this year. He's in the Cooper class, so we'll see him a little bit further down the order. It was Ollie Wilmot and Freddie Hewitt who pretty much divided the wins up between them last season. They will start on the front row here. We will also see, we've already heard from Andy Langley. We mentioned there's that unique Clubman estate out there, the only one in this championship. We'll start alongside the first of the cars from Crafted Motorsports. DJ Paul Sawyer will start on the second row of the grid. That's by far his best qualifying effort in his couple of seasons racing so far. I'll give you the full grid in just a moment as the cars make their way out onto the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. It's got one car being recovered from our qualifying session previously there, Lee Clue's Audi TT, unfortunately breaking down during that session, so hopefully he can repair that for tomorrow. It was Rod Burley who was quickest, I can tell you, in the qualifying session for the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club that we just had. But here is the grid for Mini Challenge Club Sport with AirTech Motorsport. Ollie Wilmot and Freddie Hewitt on the front row of the grid. Then we've got Andy Langley and Paul Sawyer. Paul Sawyer is the quickest of the R53 class cars, so he leads his class with the white numbers on the graphics there. Row 3, 231 Steve Webb alongside 77 Adrian Lingy. Row 4 is Ian Trundley, number 41, alongside treble 7 John Wyatt. A new colour scheme for John this year because he's joined Crafted Motorsport. We used to see him in his black and gold liveried car. Row 5, number 16 Ben Trundley, second of the R53 class, and 219 alongside him is Chris Johnson. Moving on back, row 6 we have number 7, which is James Dudley alongside 10 of David Gibbons, and row 7 469 Lauren Fletcher alongside 55 Simon Sinfield. Then there's a gap of a couple of rows and we get the Cooper class, the less powerful machines. It was Daniel Truman, number 19, who dominated that class last season, and he starts on pole this time around with number 20 Jacob Heap, the ex-junior saloon car racer, starts alongside him. We move to row 11 is number 23 Daniel Butcher Lord alongside 53 Neil Clark, that's the Union flag liveried car. Row 12 we've got 33 Jacob Baldry, another ex-junior saloon car man, alongside number 14 Chris Aram. Row 13 is Colin Wilmot, our pomsitter Ollie's father, alongside 28 David Taylor, all the way from Dundee down to Kent as we've just heard, and Anthony Greenhouse, David's teammate, number 35, completes the grid lineup. So a standing start, a 15-minute race. Well, this mixture of R56, R53 and Coopers. Listen for the whine of the supercharger from some of these cars as they go by. Cars just moving off on their pre-race green flag. The sun is now out here at Brands Hatch. It is still very blustery out there. Storm Dave hitting the UK this weekend, as we mentioned earlier. It's mainly up in the northern half of the UK. The R53 class was dominated by Andy Langley last year, but he's moved up to R56 with the Clubman Estates. So Paul Sawyer will be leading contender in R53 along with Ben Trundley, I would think. Looking at the colour schemes of some of the cars, Ollie Wilmot, the white and red, number 70 on pole position alongside the number 5 of Freddie Hewitt. That's the predominantly grey car with the green flashes on the side and the wing. Car 42 is very monochrome, the estate in black and white. Then Paul Sawyer, the green sort of purple and white livery of Crafted Motorsport, the Radio 1 disc jockey. His best qualifying effort so far. 231 is next. That's Steve Webb, the black and red car there, alongside the predominantly silver machine of Adrian Lingy, number 77. Then on row 4 we've got number 41 Ian Trundley. He's in a dark grey and green car, the livery of Norfolk Cars, BMW Mini Specialists, alongside treble 7 John Wyatt, teammate of Paul Sawyer for Crafted Motorsport this year. That car's got gold wheels though, so you can pick him out. Completing the top 10 on this grid, Ben Trundley, number 16. He's in a navy blue and pink livery. That's the Norfolk Cars machine, and Chris Johnson in orange and purple completes the top 10 on the grid. Right at the back there is number 35. That's Anthony Greenhouse at the back of the Coopers in the navy blue car. Leading Cooper Daniel Truman in white, green and red, the number 19. You'll see the less powerful Cooper class lining up with that gap behind the quicker R56 and R53 grid. So are we going to see the status quo continue from last year then, with Ollie Wilmot and Freddie Hewitt pulling away at the front of the field? We'll find out over the next 15 minutes from now. Watch for Andy Langley. Will the longer roof help the aero on that Clubman Estate? One of only a couple we've seen race in the UK. Revs rising then, and we're underway. Cooper's already in the back of the R56, R53 grid, further back. Fair bit of overlapping going on there. They're all away cleanly though, down towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. We'll pick up who has got the lead, just like Freddie Hewitt. Yes, Freddie Hewitt has taken the lead from Ollie Wilmot. Andy Langley is in third place. They barrel their way into Druids for the first time. Still all okay. One of the Crafted cars just running out wide there, the purple, green and white livery, but it is Freddie Hewitt who has the early advantage over Ollie Wilmot. Battle is going to be joined, I'm sure, between those two at the front of the field. Somebody a bit slow there in the midfield. That's the number 10 car of David Gibbons. So he's dropped back a few places towards the tail of the field. The rest of them stream their way through. There's Chris Johnson, number 219. Had a lot of mechanical issues with that car last season. So they come around to complete the opening lap. Then it's side by side between the two leaders. Ollie Wilmot, I think, had his nose in front, yes, according to TSL timing, just had his nose in front at the line, trying to go around the outside into Paddock Hill Bend. That's a brave move, and he's done it. Oh, superb from Ollie Wilmot. That's the overtaking move of the weekend so far. And look at Langley at the inside now in the estate. He's side by side with Freddie Hewitt. Didn't get the best of runs off the end of lap 1, Freddie Hewitt. He's going to hold second place. He's got the inside line for Graham Hill Bend. Those three have pulled clear already of the rest of the field. Steve Webb is up into fourth place with the red headlamp covers there, just ahead of Paul Sawyer. He leads the R53 class. Behind him is Adrian Lingy and the number 41 of Ian Trundley, as they come around to complete the second lap in his first race of the season, the first of 3 this weekend for the Mini Challenge Club Sport division with AirTech Motorsports. Up across the line they come. Here's a battle further back in the field. This is number 14 of Chris Aram. This is the second in the Cooper class behind Daniel Truman, who leads them at the moment, I think. And zipping around the outside there is one of the quicker R53 cars. That's the number 10, I think, recovering from that slow start, possibly David Gibbons. It's a fair few cars with a similar livery in there, with the green, purple and white of Crafted Motorsport, so a bit tricky to pick out the numbers on some of them, so apologies for any misidentifications. There's a battle coming out of Graham Hill Bend. This is the 41 on the tail of Paul Sawyer. This is Ian Trundley. on the attack on Paul Sawyer. The slightly more powerful R56 up the inside takes the place away. Adrian Lingy, number 77, in behind the professional DJ now. And then behind them is John Wyatt, a jeweller by trade, in the number 777, the man from Brentwood in Essex, on his local circuits this weekend. Been racing BMW Minis for quite a few years now. Attacks Adrian Lingy as they go over the line. That's the battle for 7th place. It's Ollie Wilmot now pulling away now. He's got ahead of Freddie Hewitt. His sister Chloe Hewitt was quite successful in that car a few years ago. He's now calming down after the frantic opening exchanges. 16 of Ben Trundley on the tail of Chris Johnson. That's at the bottom end of the top 10. And the Coopers come through. They are still being led by Daniel Truman. It's number 20, Jacob Heap, second in that division now, after that little sort out at the end of the opening lap that we saw. Jacob Baldry and Chris Aram in there as well. Chris Aram lost a couple of places on that last lap. Excuse me. It's over 11 minutes of the race to go then. Things have settled down slightly. There's the number 20. That's Jacob Heap in the Gulf livery car, the powder blue and orange. Daniel Butcher-Lord closing up on Chris Aram in the Cooper class fights further back. These the slightly less powerful cars towards the back of the field. Steve Webb under fire there for 4th place from Ian Trundley in the Norfolk cars, number 41. There's Ben Trundley on the tail of Chris Johnson as they come out of Druids. Here are the leaders. Still Ollie Wilmot who leads the way from Freddie Hewitt. Andy Langley in 3rd place. Could be a move being made here for 4th. Ian Trundley has a look now. Steve Webb able to hold him off. Through Surtees, then onto McLaren. Then round Clearways and to Clark Curve to complete their 5th lap. Fastest lap of the race is with Ollie Wilmot, 55.714 seconds. Leads by 1.8 seconds now over Freddie Hewitt. Still number 41 of Ian Trundley all over the back of Steve Webb for that 4th place. The first 3 have escaped, so they're away and gone at the front as Ian Trundley moves to the inside again on the run-up into Druids. He's surely going to get the move done this time. Side by side around the hairpin. Now, can he get the move done? Yes, he's done. It's Ian Trundley up into 4th position in the TGR and Norfolk cars, number 41. Paul Sawyer, 6th behind them, still leads the R53 class. Second in that category at the moment is Chris Johnson, the number 219, the orange car. He's holding off Ben Trundley, the number 16, the blue and pink machine there. Small gap back to number 7, that's James Dudley for AC Motorsport, the Welshman. The longer gap then back to number 55, that's Simon Sinfield, one of the newcomers for Crafted Motorsport. Rest of the pack come through with Daniel Truman still leading the Cooper category. Here are the Coopers. Jacob Heap in 2nd and Jacob Baldry there, the white car with the green roof, is 3rd in that division, the number 33. A couple of junior saloon car graduates in this battle, proving this is an ideal stepping stone into senior saloon cars for an aspiring young racer. To Panico Bend they go. Daniel Truman dominated this category last year, the man from Leighton Buzzard, looking like he's going to do so again here. There's number 23 of Dan Butcher-Lord in 4th place. Chris Aram is next, and then Colin Wilmot. Wilmot Senior in 6th position. Starting to spread out slightly now, coming up towards halfway in this first Mini Challenge Club Sport with Airtech Motorsport race of the 2026 season. Wilmot leads by 2.6 seconds. That's Wilmot Jr. ahead of Freddie Hewitt. We watch the battle in the Coopers, and number 20, that's Jacob Heap, is pushing for the lead here. He's not let Daniel Truman get away. Has a brief look there going into Clearways. Up they come towards the start-finish line. Is he going to have a look here? Jacob Heap going down into Paddock Hill Bend. Daniel Truman positions his car to the inside. Is Jacob Heap going to try and get the cut back? I don't think he's going to be close enough. No, he's not. Jacob Baldry has a grandstand seat for this battle, looking on from 3rd place. Dan Butcher-Lord is trying to reel them in as well at the inside. Jacob Heap into the hairpin, later on the brakes. Can he get the move done? Yes, he can. Down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend. Daniel Truman back up the inside though. He's got him back again. He's got him back again as they come into Graham Hill Bend. Great battle here in the Coopers. Side by side for the lead. Back up the inside comes Jacob Heath again as they come towards Surtees. But Daniel Truman's got the inside line for the right-hander at McLaren. Jacob Heath, you see him squirreling about there under braking, trying to hold second place with Baldry now on his tail. This is brilliant stuff in the Cooper category. And these three are only fighting for 13th place overall. The overall lead's up to 4 seconds now. Ollie Wilmot over Freddie Hewitt. All eyes on this Cooper class fight. It's going to be 4 soon because Dan Butcher-Lord is catching them up as well in the number 23. It's a three-way fight behind them as well. Chris Aram being reeled in by the number 10, that is, of David Gibbons, we saw make a slow start in his R53. Just behind them as well is Colin Wilmot in the 12. It is now 4 cars for the lead of the Cooper category because Dan Butcher-Lord is latching onto the tail of this fight. There goes the second place fight we just caught a glimpse of, and this is for 4th place overall. There's battles everywhere you look, showing how evenly matched these BMW Minis are. Ian Trundley holding off Paul Sawyer. Used to spinning the tunes, but he hopefully won't be spinning in this race. He's coming under fire there from Adrian Lingy, the number 77. Treble 7, John Wyatt, Paul Sawyer's teammate, is behind them. Ahead of them all is Steve Webb in 4th place. A bit further back there, I note that Ben Trundley has got ahead of Chris Johnson. That's for 2nd in the R53 class. 5.5 minutes of this race to go. Still your leader is Ollie Wilmot, we saw so often last season. 55.642 seconds. He's just on a new fastest lap. He's over 5 seconds clear of Freddie Hewitt now, and Hewitt's under pressure still from Andy Langley for that 2nd place. Down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend once again. They have just lapped David Taylor, I think that is, the number 28. That's him in the background with the orange headlamp covers on the dark blue machine. The Scotsman a lap down. Andy Langley runs a little bit wide there coming into clearways. Still your leader is Ollie Wilmot. Class 53 is led by Sawyer. Dan Truman still leads the Coopers. Pick the Cooper class lead up when we can. Just looking out of the commentary box window, they're going up and around Druids very shortly. And the overall leader, Ollie Wilmot, is going to be catching them soon to put a lap on them. He's lapping one of the Coopers there. I think that's his father, Colin Wilmot. Yes, similarly coloured car, but he's just put a lap on there. Colin ahead of Chris Aram, who's slowly dropping back as this race has gone on. That's the green car. He's got Neil Clark behind him, number 53, in the Austin Powers style Union flag liveried Mini. Just under 4 minutes of this race to go now. All 23 cars still running. Here's the Cooper battle. Still Jacob Heap unable to dislodge Daniel Truman from the lead of this race. Now Ollie Wilmot's coming up to lap them. There's the overall leader up on the curb there through Paddock Hill Bend. He's closing up on Jacob Baldry. They need to be looking in their mirrors here. Jacob Heap didn't see that Ollie Wilmot was there. It's these three having their own race, of course. And Ollie Wilmot's got to negotiate his way through them. He slices down the inside into Graham Hill Bend. He's got through. Briefly, Jacob Baldry dropped back there because of the leader coming through. But now, has Jacob Heap got a run here into Surtees as a result of all that place swapping? Yes, he has. They come up to Surtees side by side. But again, Daniel Truman's got the inside line for the right-hander into clearways. And Baldry up the inside. He hasn't dropped back at all. He's going for 2nd place on the inside of the number 20, the Gulf livery powder blue and orange car of Jacob Heap. Dan Butcher-Lord thinks I'll have a bit of this as well. It's 4 cars for the lead in the Coopers again. Baldry up the inside. Yes, he's got 2nd position. 2nd in category, that is. Wilmot's away and gone. Leads by nearly 6 seconds now over Freddie Hewitt in 2nd. Hewitt's pulled clear of Andy Langley, back in third place in the estate car as well. Through Graham Hill Bend. Up the inside, that's Freddie Hewitt coming up to lap the Cooper lead battle. He's not met them in a very good place here. Of course, with headlamp covers on these cars, he can't flash the headlamps at them as Jacob Baldry up the inside, and there's contacts between the two Cooper leaders. Baldry up the inside. Truman's going to be shuffled back because Jacob Heap comes through as well. He's down to third. He could be fourth in class. Freddie Hewitt jinks to the outside to pass our new Cooper class leader, Jacob Baldry. Well, contact there between the two leaders, and suddenly Daniel Truman is down to fourth in class because Dan Butcher-Lord has come through as well. That's how quickly it can happen in the Mini Challenge Club Sport with Airtech Motorsport, given how evenly matched all these cars are. Now Baldry's running too deep, he's braked too late, he understeers wide. Jacob Heap says, thank you very much, I'll take the lead of the class. 3 wide into Graham Hill Bend. Look at that, that's not going to work, surely. Butcher-Lord backs out of it on the outside, and Dan Truman's back to second in class again. Jacob Baldry's on the curb, but Butcher-Lord could go through. Jacob Baldry could be from first to fourth in class. This is like the pickup truck race we saw earlier on. This is fantastic. Jacob Baldry, again, he's going to have to go over the grass. This is not rallycross Jacob Baldry. That hasn't been held here at Brands Hatch for a number of years. There is a very successful championship in rallycross for BMW Minis, so they do work well on dual surfaces. But this is not rallycross today. Jacob Heap then has got clear of these three who are still squabbling. Truman's back up to second in class. Baldry third, and Butcher-Lord who had to back out into Graham Hill Bend is fourth. I think we're into the last lap of the race now. We've been so busy concentrating on the Cooper class battle, which is absolutely brilliant. I've lost track of where our overall leader, Ollie Wilmot, is. So Wilmot's going to take the win, surely. There he is, he's on the Cooper straight, lapping a few back markers. He's over 8 seconds clear of Freddie Hewitt now. Now, is it going to be checkered flag this time? We might get one more lap out of this if we're lucky. Here he comes around Clark Curve. Ollie Wilmot's picking up exactly where he left off last season. It will be checkered flag this time. Ollie Wilmot comes up over the line, having pulled away to take a clear victory in the first Mini Challenge Club Sport race of the season. It will be Freddie Hewitt who comes home in second place. And what about further back? There's battles everywhere you look. There's John Wyatt, who's got ahead of Adrian Lingy. That's Chris Aram in there, who's, I think, is being lapped. I've totally lost track of the midfield in this race. There's so much going on. Paul Sawyer's in there. Look, he's got ahead of Ian Trundley. That's Ben Trundley coming up the outside. Right, let's just get the order as they cross the line, shall we? It was Wilmot, Hewitt and Langley your top three. Steve Webb was fourth, Wyatt fifth, Lingy was sixth, Paul Sawyer down to seventh. He wins the S53, the R53 class. Ian Trundley was 8th, Ben Trundley 9th, Chris Johnson was 10th, then Dudley and Sinfield, and it was Jacob Heap who won the Cooper class in the end, in 13th overall, ahead of Daniel Truman, Jacob Baldry and Dan Butcher-Lord. And breathe. There was so much going on there towards the end of that race, I couldn't keep up with the midfield. What we do know is that Ollie Wilmot wins by just under 7.5 seconds to pick up exactly where he left off at the end of 2025. Freddie Hewitt in second place, his rival from last season. And well done, Andy Langley. His first appearance in the R56 class ends in a podium with the Clubman Estates. Paul Sawyer wins Class R53 ahead of Ben Trundley and Chris Johnson, and Jacob Heap eventually came out on top in that crazy Cooper battle ahead of Daniel Truman and Jacob Baldry. All 23 starters went the distance, and Ollie Wilmot got the fastest lap. Let's head down to Ian in Parc Fermé to see if he can make head or tail of that crazy first race of the season for the Mini Challenge Club Sports.
Ollie Wilmot starts 2026 the way he ended 2025. Ollie, congratulations, you're kind of getting used to this, aren't you now?
It's nice, isn't it?
The only thing is, at the start actually, Freddie got past you for a little bit, didn't he?
Yeah, I'm not the best at starts, let's say it that way. So let's see how the end of the year ends up with starts. But yeah, it's okay.
Well done, my friend. Congratulations. Another race winner in Mini Club Sport, Freddie Hewitt. Freddie, when you got past Ollie, we thought, oh, just maybe.
Yeah, I thought maybe. It seems like we got him through the corners, but just down the straights he seems to be a bit special. So yeah.
Got a little bit hairy at a few times, with a few back markers there as well.
Yeah, I was pretty sure I was pushing about 3 Coopers up into the clearways up here, which was great fun. But I didn't really want to be in that battle, if I'm honest. I just wanted to be out on my own, out of the way. But yeah, one decided to have a little spin in front of me. It was eventful.
It certainly was, but look, you brought it home in P2. Live to fight tomorrow as well. Thank you, Freddie. Really good to see you as well, my friend. Andy Langley, thank you very much. Leah is down here. There he is. He's right at the front. A bit of an uneventful race, actually, really, for Andy. It must be said. Again, the only real issue is just coming through a few back marks. In fact, he's just having a look at the car. Andy, everything all right with the car?
We came together with a back marker, unfortunately.
I was going to say, it looked quite hectic with traffic out there.
Yeah,
that was the only real thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was chasing Freddie down. He looked like he was struggling. So, yeah, we came up against the back markers. I thought the back marker was going to go wide because Freddie had just gone through.
Yeah.
And then he closed the door on me. There was nowhere to go. So, disappointed with that. The car's a little bit bent as well, all the tracking's miles out, so I backed off completely. So
a little bit of work to do tonight then.
Yeah, she was a struggle to go across the line, so never mind. Next time.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Mate. Thank you.
It's good to see you. Right, as you can see, Civic Cup cars are already heading out on track, so let's get straight into the action. Over to you guys. Well, here we go, everybody. Time for the second race of the day for the Civic Cup. Dan Pettis is here, and I'm delighted to see you, Dan, because I'm a little bit worried you might not make it out for this race after the retirement from race 1.
Yeah, no, we're all right. We got it done in the end. It was just a broke drive shaft, which is a little bit of a shame on a new car, a new shaft, you know, but it's racing and these things happen.
Listen, you've been involved in the Civic Cup for a few seasons now. What keeps bringing you back?
This is the 3rd year for us now, and it's just the race, the quality of the race, and you know how close the grid is. Qualifying this morning sort of tells you all you need to know about that. I think the top 10 pretty much within half a second, you know, it's unreal racing.
Listen, you're a fierce competitor, but you are quite a way down. What can we expect from you here?
Hopefully, I feel like I'm starting in Swanley, but you know, we'll try and get up as high as we can and keep it clean. And
I said to the crew here, I said, I want to speak to Dan Pettis. They said, where is he starting? I was like, no offence.
Yeah, no, it's not ideal, but these things happen. You say, I'll control it.
It's good for us because we get plenty of entertainment from you here.
Hopefully, I'll do my best.
Tom, mate, great to see you, mate. Thanks for talking to us. Really do appreciate it. There's Mr. Roddle. I do just want to jump through and say, no, I've got Ben. I saw that little eye roll there. I know how love to come talk to us. Look, you've been involved in the Civic Cup, got your own team, of course, for quite some time. What keeps bringing you back?
They're great racing. They're brilliant looking cars, as everyone knows, and yeah, they sound great. And everyone who drives one, you never see anyone get out of one and say they don't love them.
Are you going to make your own guest appearance in your own car this season?
Oh, not a chance. I'd love to, but I'm never going to race customers for a start. It never goes well, and I get just as much enjoyment watching my customers do well. Like Jake here in qualifying had his best qualifying. He was doing well, but fortunately a damper broke in the race. But he'll be flying through today. But yeah, it's good.
Really looking forward to this, and Ben, really good to see you as well. Thanks to Ben from Ben Sharp Racing, of course. Right, here we go, the second race of the day and the weekend for the Civic Cup. Let's hand over your commentators, Andy McEwen and Henry Burdett.
Thank you, Ian. Well, just like magic, the drivers that he was just talking to are already being released onto their green flag lap ahead of the second race of the weekend for the Civic Cup, and this one features the partially reversed grid. So the top 10 finishers from race 1 are inverted to give us this grid, and that means it's a David Walsh pole position with Harry England alongside in his FN2. Wilf Butler, one to watch. Can he get a podium on his debut weekend? The former Junior Saloon Car Championship frontrunner. He's got Jamie Pettis for company row 2. Row 3 for Don de Graaf. and Spencer Stevenson alongside. Then it was Matt Wilkins and Alistair Camp on row 4, with Dave Marshall and Wesley Swain on row 5. That is because our race 1 winner, Jake Hewlett, was disqualified after the race for a technical infringement, so he will not be starting 10th. He'll be starting right at the back of the grid. Harry McGovern and Charlie Constable are together on row 6, with Louis Austin and Francisco Howitt on row 7. Row 8 for Josh Bromley and Jack Riddell, 2 to watch for. I spoke to Josh between races and he was absolutely made up with how his car was handling, apart from when he got turned into the gravel at Clearways, but he has high hopes for this one. Then it will be Sean McGovern and Aidan Mitchell, with Adam Parker and Ben Bateman completing the top 20. Row 11 will see Charlie Budd share with Joseph Dalgano. Then it will be Anthony Gannon and William Butt, with Freddie Ingram and Mark Hughes on row 13. Row 14, Adam Kirkland and Dan Petters, getting into some of the retirees from the race earlier on. Jake Renshaw running top 6 when he went off at Graham Hill Bend. He's one to watch from the 15th row alongside Callum Enstone. Callum had a spin, I seem to recall, up at Druids. And then right at the back, Jake Hewlett. Dominant race 1 winner, I think is the word I would use. Certainly never looked like being challenged. He was 3/10 quicker than anyone else in qualifying as well, but a non-conforming part in his Civic meant that he was disqualified and will start from the back. Now, there is new for 2026 success ballast that gets added onto the cars if you finish in the top 5 in any given race. I'll get to that in a moment, because is that Dave Marshall's FN2?
It looks like a gunmetal grey coloured FN2 shaped Civic. All the mice are getting at the machinery in the Civic Cup, Andy.
Yeah, that's such a shame if it is. It is Dave Marshall. I can see his grid slot is empty. Look, alongside Alistair Camp. Just to finish the point about ballast, top 5 finishers from the race earlier on today now carry success ballast. The winner carries 40 kilos, second carries 30, third carries 20, fourth carries 10, and fifth carries 5 kilos, and that still applies to Jake Hewlett. Even though he lost the win, even though he starts at the back, his car is 40 kilos heavier now than it was when he won the race on the road earlier on.
Engine expelling water and steam before the start. Not a happy Honda by the looks of it for Dave Marshall. And such a shame. He had come out swinging this year. He's done so much hard work. He credited his team with it, of course, but
we are away. Race gets underway, and that is David Walsh that gets the early jump, a very good early jump actually, heading into the first corner. Harry England not that quick away. He will lose second position on the run towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. And who was that slipping up the inside? Will Butler, I think. One car spits out into the gravel trap towards the barriers, and I think made contact with the barriers. We'll get an ID on that car in a moment or two. That will be yellow flags at Paddock. It was Don de Graaf, our Paul Winfield Trophy winner from the race earlier on today, who unfortunately is in the barriers and going no further. We'll wait and see whether that leads to a safety car intervention, but for now the rest of the pack streams down towards Surtees, and it is David Walsh from pole position, new to the championship, who holds the lead for now.
Yeah, it looked as though smoke billowing from the second place car. There's Harry England to the inside. England alongside the number 70 of Wilf Butler, and wave yellows. They're all going to have to slow down. The guys at the back going to see just about all of them. But I mean, we'll probably get a replay of that start. It looked as though de Graaf was to the inside of another driver, and as the car washed out at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend, it looked like de Graaf's left rear just made contact with the right front of somebody else, because suddenly he speared off at a 45-degree angle, which tells me that's not snap oversteer. That's suddenly coming into just contact at a high rate of knots with the front corner of another driver. Let's see if we can pick it from here.
Yes, so de Graaf is to the inside of the yellow and blue car of Jamie Petters as they head into Paddock Hill Bend. Petters goes wide. The slow starting Harry England's then sort of pinched in the middle. De Graaf up the curb. Or was it maybe landing off the curb?
It was a tank slapper. My apologies. It wasn't contact from another driver. It was on the inside. Yeah, he just got it unsettled over the curb.
Yeah.
back end steps out, and yes, the mother and father of all tank slappers. Luckily, there's enough gravel and sand to slow the car down because he leaves the track at a rate of knots. Yeah, he gives the tyre barriers a nice little side swipe, but luckily Motorsport Vision thought to put some nice big black rubber sort of, foam barriers there that just saved, I think, the Motion Motorsport team from an even longer night than is already facing them.
Yes, definitely. Those recticile barriers have saved many a racing car over the years, and hopefully Don de Graaf's car not too badly damaged. The highs and lows of Motorsport, though, debuted in the championship earlier on this morning and picked himself up a class win. Yes. Now he's in the gravel trap with potentially a little bit of damage, but more to the point, staring down the barrel of a non-finish. So David Walsh then, hugely impressive this from David Walsh, debutant in the championship, held the lead off the line. There's Dave Marshall, he's going nowhere, the bonnet's still up on his FN2, and he was so thrilled with the result from the race earlier on. Sadly, his second race, if it does get going, will do so with him a lap or two down from the pit lane. The team going to work, though, on the car. Walsh then the leader, Wilf Butler second. Very interested to see how he goes on the restart. Harry England, a little bit slow off the line, is in third. Fourth for Spencer Stevenson. He perhaps is the sort of more established front runner in that lead group at the moment, I would say, with Matt Wilkins in fifth, Jamie Petters sixth, seventh Alistair Camp, eighth is I keep wanting to say Jack Constable, of course it's not Jack, it is Charlie Constable, who is in eighth position, ninth for Harry McGovern, and Francisco Howitt into the top 10. That's a really good start from Howitt, actually. Where did Francisco start this race? 14th, so he must have gained a few places towards the end of race one that I hadn't spotted, and he is just ahead of Josh Bromley, who is 11th. So Josh Bromley has made good progress. Josh started from, I believe, 15th on the grid, 8th row of the grid. So Josh Bromley is marching towards the front, as indeed he rather confidently predicted to me that he would.
Aidan Mitchell, 31st on the grid for the opening race, finished race number 1 in 18th position. Has it gone better for Aidan? Well, no, he's dropped back to 21st. How about Alistair Camp? We haven't mentioned Mr. Camp, we haven't mentioned Mr. Swain. We've already talked about the trials and tribulations of Jake Hewlett, who from the back of the grid has managed to keep his nose clean and has gained several places, but this is not helping him because the clock is still ticking. Where's Swain? There in 15th position, so he's gone backwards. And we'll have a little look for Mr. Hewlett. He's 24th, so he's gained half a dozen places. Okay, there's one driver in the barriers, so that's one place he hasn't picked up on the track, but the rest of them are all passes on circuit. There's Wes Swain running in 50th. Alistair Camp, P7.
Yeah,
I was sort of. You said that was the correct, and that's the correct way. I was thinking, Alistair Camp 7th. That's not great. It's not terrible. It's not what he would expect, and it's not necessarily what we came to expect either.
I'll tell you what it is. It's the ballast. That's all it is. Remember, he inherited a podium finish. Didn't actually increase his ballast, but he was still carrying some ballast in the car. And that's what this is supposed to do. It's supposed to stop the same people winning every race. I think that's almost a given anyway, given how competitive the grid is, but certainly with the ballast and throw in a reverse grid, it's going to be difficult, much more difficult now for those drivers that were on the podium, certainly in race 1, to come through and do the same thing in race 2, which we did see on a number of occasions over recent years, with certain drivers seemingly able to carve their way through the order. So the ballast having an effect, definitely, and we'll see how much of an effect that continues to have as the race resumes, which it's about to. The safety car is headed for the pit lane, and now David Walsh has another challenge on his hands. He's got to try and execute a rolling restart. Is he going to go early? Is he going to go late? He's going to wait quite late, actually, until they come out of clearways. Now stamps on the throttle, I can see out of the window. It is not a brilliant restart, though, and Will Butler, the youngster, in his, again, second race start in the championship, same as Walsh ahead of him, is right on his rear bumper as they head towards Paddock Hill Bend. It's game on for the race lead. Butler's going to look to the inside line. There's not really a gap, though. There's almost a bit of contact. Butler on the grass nearly, elbows his way through. Fantastic stuff, and Harry England tries to go with him. and Will Butler then gets the lead. Can England come through into second position? No, Walsh slams the door in his face, and that opens the door for Spencer Stevenson to come around the outside for third position. Brilliant restart that from Butler. He leads down the hill, and it will now be a podium place for Spencer Stevenson.
Fantastic opportunism from Wilf Butler. He was banking on the fact that David Walsh, a rookie, would cede position. He would not want to hang on the outside of Paddock Hill Bend in his debut in the championship. Forgetting about the fact that Will Butler is making his debut, that's the driver psychology. I'm going to push you because I know that you will back out because you don't want to wrap your car up on your seasonal debut. And of course, he came away with a fantastic lead. Can he hold on to it? Because you've got plenty of others. There's Spencer Stevenson now passing Harry England, and further back, that's the number 67 car of Sean McGovern.
Yes, it is. McGovern in the mix then. Side-by-side action there. That's Petters gaining a position, I think, maybe at the expense of Matt Wilkins. That's for fifth position. Wilkins having none of it, though. Gets the inside line for Graham Hill Bend, and they run side-by-side through the corner, and indeed out of the corner. Still wheel-to-wheel as they head down the Cooper Straight. I wouldn't want to be on the outside at Surtees, but Jensen O'Neill going made this work in the TCR race, and Jamie Petters just did exactly the same thing. Here comes Cam Wilkins, is on the grass into clearways, can't get the car turned in, and there's further contact behind as McGovern and Josh Bromley were getting together right behind where Wilkins was rejoining. Josh Bromley getting properly stuck in his brand new car. Quite a few drivers actually with brand new cars, new builds for 2026, and really saying that they're benefiting from that quite massively. Dave Marshall was one, Josh Bromley another. Harry England on the attack there to try and reclaim third position from Stevenson. Butler though nearly a second up the road.
There we see Bromley there with that new rear bumper on the back of the number 37 machine, and he's certainly not afraid to get very close quarters with anybody who he is trying to pass, running the risk of losing more body. But there is a move to the inside. Wes Swain trying to pass. Is that Louis Austin in the number 26 car? Now Swain still 15th. He does the crossover on the 192. That's the 192. Yeah, that's Adam Parker. That is the two different shapes of Civic. Swain on the inside. Can he make it work? He's got the run into Paddock Hill Bend. Extra ballast or not, Swain has the line, has the position.
Indeed so. So Wesley Swain then with a nice little move, and Parker might lose another one now. Actually, he's been elbowed out wide, and the recovering Dan Petters now tries to get to the inside of him. Remember, Dan was a retiree, having been running inside the top 10 solidly in race 1, so we know he's got front-running pace, and he is indeed now about to make another position. Whoops, we're going very wide in front. That was Francisco Howitt, perhaps off the pace. Francisco Howitt right in front of this group. Yes, Parker and Petters to the inside, and there's a bit of a lead actually between Parker and Howitt, whose white and red car is not at full racing speed.
No, Howitt seemed he either made a mistake coming into Graham Hill Bend, which then made him slow down the Cooper Straight, and he's still slow now, but of course he's trying to get back on the racing line, and he can't because there's 27,000 Honda Civics chasing him and trying to disrupt his line. Meanwhile, up at the front, Wilf Butler, don't say this too loudly, Andy, but the rookie is 1.7 seconds up the road over David Walsh. Spencer Stevenson, Harry England. Here's a massive scrum for what I believe is other number 90 guy. That's Renshaw, Mitchell, Will Butts in there. And what a great thing. Will Butts, he's still racing. New windshield, issues to try and get here, but the green fronted car, the Welsh Dragon from the valleys of South Wales, there is Will Butts. And yeah, he just wants a clean weekend, so he's not bringing the car home in one piece. As Mr. Hewlett now fighting forward. This is going to be interesting. How many positions can Mr. Hewlett pick up? Even though he's a dominant race one winner, you know, the technical exclusion notwithstanding, that's still a very, very fast car with 40 kilos of ballast on it. How does it race?
well, pretty well, although he's not yet into the top 20, so work to be done, although he was certainly trying to do something about that up at Clearways Corner. One of the Petters there gaining some ground. That is Dan, isn't it? So yes, Dan Petters up ahead of Adam Parker and perhaps a couple of others now, so he's continuing to charge towards the front as Will Butt there defends busily heading down the Cooper Straight. Back with the, well, I hesitate to call them the lead group because it's a lead group of one right now. Will Butler is nearly 2 seconds up, in fact he is now 2 seconds, nearly 2.1 seconds up the road from David Walsh, who's still hanging on nicely in second. Spencer Stevenson struggling really to get within a second of him, and in fact is maybe about to lose third position because Harry England's going round the outside of Spencer Stevenson out of Paddock Hill Bend, and well, he can't quite get it done into Druids, but Stevenson, I'm really mystified as to where the pace has gone really from Spencer Stevenson's car. I had him down as a potential race winner here, but he's barely holding on to third.
Does he have a little bit of ballast from 5th or 6th position? I don't think he
5 kilos.
Well, there's, you know, that was my Christmas holiday, so it's quite easy to put 5 kilos on. It's harder to take it off.
Correct myself, actually. Sorry, he was credited 5th, but of course that was an inherited 5th, so no ballast. No
ballast. Well, forget what I said about Christmas dinner. Josh Bromley, meanwhile, just behind that camera shot, you saw Josh Bromley side by side. He was getting into the side of the number 47. Who's that with Bromley? That's Alistair Camp there. Camp, again, with heavier ballast, has not been able to make any progress. He's now fighting back against Bromley, but he's going backwards, Andy. Well, he's probably going backwards shortly. It depends on how him and Josh Bromley get on. But certainly, the success ballast is effective, if nothing else. It is effective.
Well, yes, that is a car with admittedly only 10 kilos of ballast in it, being overtaken by a ballast-free car, and
that's so competitive, though.
Yeah, exactly. You only need to drop a 10th or so, and you could be 3 or 4 rows further back on the grid. Remember, the ballast at the end of the weekend carries over to qualifying at round 2. Whoops, we've got dramas down the Cooper Straight. I can see a car in the middle of the road. I'm seeing this out of the window, and others scattering to avoid. We might have dramas on the main straight here before too much longer. Who was that? That was, I didn't quite catch it, 14 I think, wasn't it? Aidan Mitchell, who was broadside across the middle of the road. This was what caught my eye heading past the pits. That is, I think, the ex-Lewis Kent car in the middle of that. Yes. The Area Motorsport machine, the car that Lewis piloted to a handful of wins over the last couple of years in the championship. It is, as is often the case in Civic Cup, a job to know where to look. Where we should be looking, though, is to the top left-hand corner of your screen. We are on the final lap of the race, I believe, 15 seconds to go, and Will Butler is about to claim one of the more dominant victories I've ever seen in the championship. What an incredible debut this is for the man who finished 3rd in the Junior Saloon Car Championship last year. Heads out of Clearways and Clark Curve. The checkered flag is being readied, but not waved for Will Butler, so we're going to get one more lap. He crossed the line with 15 minutes and a second complete, so technically...
Why is that? What is... Someone's gone off into Paddock Bend. Who is that in the gravel? That's not our leader. No, it's not. That was just...
It was a green car. Oh, and I think it's the oil down because there was someone sideways further back and through the gravel. So there's drama at Paddock, and there's been a change amongst the podium runners, has there? Harry England keeping Spencer Stevenson behind, but Stevenson under threat now from Matt Wilkins. So I think something catching them out there at Paddock Hill Bend on this extra lap that arguably we shouldn't have had. We are now on the final lap, though, and Will Butler is still on course for a dominant victory. Who joins him on the podium, though, and in which order awaits to be seen, because this is all going to be decided in the final corner. David Walsh with a brilliant drive here from pole position, looks as though he's going to hang on to second position. Harry England had a go at him into Clearways, but wasn't able to make the move stick. Will Butler, though, is going to claim a fantastic victory in only his 2nd ever race in senior racing, full stop, let alone in the Civic Cup, with David Walsh coming home 2nd. It was England 3rd, Stevenson 4th, Wilkins 5th, Jamie Pender 6th, Josh Bromley 7th, Alistair Camp 8th, Harry McGovern 9th, and it was Charlie Constable who completed the top 10. Remarkable battle that was. About a second and a half covered 2nd down to about 7th place in that race. That was a fantastic scrap going on for the lower podium places and beyond, but all of it was happening 3.3 seconds behind Will Butler. That is remarkable. We've seen some very good drivers come into Civic Cup over the years, and it's taken them a long time, my word, to get to grips with it. That was Francisco Howitt getting to grips with the left rear corner of Aidan Mitchell's car, and that will be I fear a slam dunk penalty. That was the spin wheel. It was Enstone, I think, who went off up at paddock. Yes, it was. He didn't get through. Will Butt also didn't make it to the checkered flag in that one. So there were a couple who fell by the wayside in the late going. This, though, is your provisional result. It is Wilf Butler the winner by 3.3 seconds. I have to say, I'm massively impressed with Wilf. I spoke to him earlier on today and I was amazed at just how calm but coolly confident he was for someone brand new to the championship, and that is why he was a very comfortable race winner. David Walsh second, Harry England third, Spencer Stevenson fourth, and Matt Wilkins in fifth, with Jamie Petters, Josh Bromley, Alistair Camp, Harry McGovern and Charlie Constable completing the top 10. Jack Riddell, that's more like it for Jack, charges his way through to 11th ahead of Louis Austin and Wes Swain, with Dan Petters in 14th from the back of the grid. He said he was starting a long way back. What did he say? He felt like he was starting in Swanley, but well, managed to not only navigate his way into the Brands Hatch circuit, but navigate his way all the way up to 14th place by the checkered flag. So that was brilliant stuff from Dan. Right, lots to unpack after that one. Let's head down into Parc Ferme, shall we? Ian is the man on the ground. Let's see what our race winner thought of that.
Well, I think this has got to be one of the most popular wins I've ever seen. A serial winner, of course, in Junior Saloon Car Championship, and in just your second Civic Cup race, you're on the top step of the podium, wearing the first place hat. How does that feel?
Honestly, it feels amazing. Totally wasn't expecting that coming into the weekend. Obviously, reverse grid and the safety car helped, but yeah, just amazing. Amazing feeling.
I've got to be honest, in terms of Civic Cup racing, that was quite a winning margin, actually.
Yeah, obviously just getting a nice move done under the safety car, and then I think the cars behind were battling, just enabled me to sort of drive off of it really, but yeah, really happy.
I've got a sneaky feeling this is going to be the first of many, Will, but don't all expect him to be by that margin, right?
Yeah, hopefully we get a few more, but yeah, see how the season goes. I mean, yeah.
Now, I know the family are here as well. You want to go celebrate with them. Where are they? They are just behind us. Go celebrate. Off you go. Go on. Jump up. Let's keep the camera on, Wilf. Look at this. Yeah, look at that. That's what it means. Harry, can we grab you as well for a chat? Congratulations. Move right at the end there as well.
What race. It was just so hard out there. And like, it was just no gaining all race, but fair play to Wilf to win it.
You Civic Cup drivers, you've got no fear, have you?
No, just go out and just throw it about and see how it ends up.
Well done. Look, congratulations. Have some water. Enjoy. Oh, nice, very nice warm hands as well. Let's move around, because I would like to find, if we can, David Walsh, who certainly, where is, I don't know where David Walsh is. He's probably run away, having a great time. But there he is, David. Come in, my friend. Come in.
I'm just claiming this fantastic hat.
It is brilliant. So what a race, eh?
Oh, mate, it's great.
Goodness.
It was great.
Do you know, I have to say, I think it almost had a bit of a wobble right at the end there. I thought, no, he's going to lose it.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, once he was gone, it was brilliant, mate. The way he did it, the way he just knocked me into paddock and just took it down the inside, I thought, fair play, that's yours. And then when I realised that actually he genuinely was that quick and we weren't going to catch him back up, I was keeping one eye on Matt in the mirror, thinking to himself, oh, he's not that far behind. If I can keep everyone together, then there's a good chance that he can come through. But, mate, great race. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
I was just talking to Harry, actually, about you Civic boys. You got no fear, have you? But the racing action is so good, isn't
There's
it?
something wrong with all of us. But, to be honest, my biggest disappointment is the fact, not that I didn't win, I mean, that would have been great, but I've got a really tight mate who's here this weekend that said if we won, he'd buy the beers all night.
Really?
And now I'm going to stick my hand in my own pocket. But
surely you could get at least one round in.
Yeah, well, I'll swap it for the hat or something, but we'll do something, won't we? But no, brilliant race, mate. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Looks like it's going to be a good year.
I think it is going to be a good year. Thank you so much. Well done. Congratulations. Right, there you go. That rounds out Civic Cup just for today. Of course, we still have one more race coming up for you. And I think I can almost hear the roar, because it's time for the second race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Let's hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Ian. Time for our final race of day one here at Brands Hatch, the first day of its centenary season, this circuit. It was back in 1926 that motorcycle grass track racing was first held on this site. They raced anti-clockwise in those days. Clockwise direction came in the early 1950s, and the rest, as they say, is history. Getting ready then for race number 2 for the British Truck Racing Championship to close out our first day. Now, the grid for this race originally was set by the second fastest time in qualifying for each driver. Now, that would have put John Bowler in pole position for this next race, but John has been given a 5-place grid penalty for causing a collision in our first race, so he drops back to P6 on the grid, and that gives Ryan Smith, our reigning champion, pole position for race 2. So it'll be Ryan Smith on pole. Of course, earlier on we saw Craig Reed take his first ever Division 1 victory. And in Division 2 it was Jake Evans, the number 10. Jake Evans will be heading up the Division 2 grid again, I can tell you, for our next race. Chance to preview some of the action coming up here on BARC TV. Of course, next week we are at Cadwell Park in Lincolnshire for classic touring cars. We've also got Caterham's, MG Owners Club, Junior Saloon Cars, a Track Action Racing Club. That's all out at Cadwell in Lincolnshire next weekend. What else have we got coming up here at the BARC? Well, the season opener for the British Hill Climb Championship is coming up at the end of April, 25th and 26th of April. That's at Prescott down in Gloucestershire. And then on the 2nd and 3rd of May we'll have coverage of Speedfest North up at Croft. TCRUK are back in action at that one, along with Caterham's, Junior Saloons and plenty more besides. Don't forget to subscribe to BARC TV. Do join us if you can't make it trackside to those events we've just mentioned. You can follow us on social media as well. Let's take a further preview then of some events that are coming up.
We are back.
This is the British Truck Racing Championship. Delivering edge-of-your-seat racing action for over 40 years, this is a championship like no other. While looking very similar to their road-going counterparts, these monsters are built from the ground up. With over 1,200 brake horsepower and 6,000 Newton meters of torque, these things don't hang about. Weighing in at over 5.5 tons each, these guys spray water on their brakes to stop them exploding during the race. Consisting of 34 races over 7 race weekends at some of the UK's best circuits, including one at Le Mans in France. So that's it, we've got 20 trucks in 2 divisions battling at 100 miles an hour around circuits at the UK and in France. For more information, check out BTRC.co.
Quality there for giving us a little bit of background info on these race trucks as the trucks make their way out for their second of 5 races this weekend. It is number 1 Ryan Smith who will start from pole alongside 68 Craig Reed. Second row number 12 Michael Oliver, around 69 David Jenkins. Nathan Smith's truck's been repaired after he's off at the exit of Paddock Hill Bend in race 1. The number 11 starts alongside 14 John Bowler, qualified on pole but will be starting with that grid penalty. Stuart Oliver and Simon Reed on row 4, Ricky Collins and Neil Yates round out the top 10 on this grid. Row 6 of the grid is number 3 Stephen Powell alongside 86 Tom O'Rourke. We've qualified ahead of the Division 2 drivers. Row 7 we've got Jake Evans in the number 10, the winner of race 1 alongside 6 John Powell. Bradley Harvey in 96 on row 8 will start alongside Sami Oyanen. Yes, they're both there. The 9th row we won't have Callum Eason or Archie Handy. Unfortunately, they're non-starters. I think they had problems in testing yesterday. Hopefully we'll see them out tomorrow. Simon Cole, he failed to finish race 1, as did 97 Warren Harvey. Starts at the back of the grid this weekend as a novice. So that completes the grid then. We await the trucks to get into line behind our pace truck. It'll be another 15 minutes of racing. The trucks go on from here. The next month they're at Thruxton down in Hampshire, May the 16th and 17th. Then on June the 20th and 21st they go to South Wales at Pembrey. In July they're at Snetterton. August it's Convoy in the Park, the big meeting at Donington Park. Hopefully we'll see the international entries in action there as well. And then the end of September they go to the Le Mans Bugatti circuit in France to race at their away round. Then they're back here October the 31st and November the 1st at Brands Hatch for the traditional season finale and firework display. See if Ryan Smith over those 7 rounds of the year can make it a record 11 championships and finally defeat Stuart Oliver's record of 10 that he equalled last season. I know he's desperate to try and overhaul the great Stuart Oliver. Stuart's a subdued start to his weekend, back in 7th place in the first race. Ryan Smith had to settle for 4th, but he's on the front row this time in his newly liveried Daimler Freightliner. Returning names to the championship, a couple of new names, several new liveries as well. It's all new for the 2026 British truck racing season. 18 trucks out there on this first day. Hopefully tomorrow we'll be able to have the full 20, as we say. We haven't got Archie Handy with the ex-Paul McCumsky Volvo. We haven't got Callum Eason out for this one. As I say, I believe they had problems in testing yesterday. Callum Eason, the Division 2 runner-up from last year. Hopefully tomorrow we will have the full complement of 20. The MAN pace truck is in position, the GT Tyres liveried machine, to lead them away. Once the circuit is clear, of course, for truck races, the marshals will have to move back off their posts for safety reasons. The circuit just being inspected at the moment by our officials. And once they're happy, the chief clerk of the course this weekend, Dorothea Wota, and the British truck racing clerks of the course, David Cartwright and Bob Lentel, are happy, then we'll be able to get this race underway. Race trucks electronically limited to 100 miles an hour. There are penalties if your truck should break that speed limit. Any black smoke is frowned upon as well. You can be disqualified if you emit any smoke. And as Pointy was explaining as well, these trucks run water-cooled brakes, so you'll see steam coming off the wheels as the race progresses, as the brakes heat up. It's like Simon Cole and Warren Harvey down at the back of the grid have just swapped places, making sure that Simon Cole is on the outside, because he didn't take part in the qualifying session this morning. In tomorrow's races, of course, the grids are set by the races from today, with the top 8 in each division reversed. Race 5, the grid is set by race 3, which takes place tomorrow morning in a similar way. Must say a big thank you as well to Steve Bewers and Trackside Recovery, who provide the heavy recovery vehicles, organise the heavy recovery vehicles for our truck races here at Brands Hatch. We saw Mick Gould's huge American Peterbilt in use just before the lunch break when Nathan Smith's truck ended up in the gravel on Halewood Hill. Just awaiting the all clear then to get this one underway. In fact, the pace truck now rolls away. Time for 15 minutes of truck race action here on the Brands Hatch Indy circuits. It was back in 1985 that the sports debuted here at Brands Hatch with the Lucas Truck Super Prix. One truck has not got away at the back. It's Simon Cole. Simon Cole stationary on the line. No, he has now got it going. It's April 1985 that the Lucas Truck Super Prix took place. It was Gaudenzio Mantova, wheel of a Scania, who took the prize on that occasion, the Italian, with Richard Walker, who would go on to be one of Britain's all-time greatest truck racers, in second place. Still around the motorsport scene today, his son Jack Walker-Tully went into car racing a few years ago, and Bent Bos of the Netherlands was third in that Super Prix event. And the likes of motorcycle rivals Steve Parrish and Barry Sheen took part on that occasion, and Slim Borgren as well, the musician turned Formula One driver who sadly passed away a couple of years ago. But these are the current stars, 18 of them on track. Ryan Smith on pole. Can he take the first win of his title defence? Can Craig Reed make it a double? Will we see a new winner for 2026? Find out over the next 15 minutes. Tension begins to rise. This large crowd here on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Truck and TCR spring weekend. Pace truck is pulling into pit lane. Ryan Smith and Craig Reed will lead them towards the lights. The red light's on the gantry at the moment. When they go out, the race will be underway. The power will be unleashed. Here they come then, the power about to come on. And the race gets underway. Truck race 2 of the weekend, then Ryan Smith makes a perfect start from pole position. Michael Oliver trying to move up the inside in the grey MAN number 12, but I think Craig Reed in the Iveco has just about held him off. David Jenkins moves to the inside. We've got Sangle at the back, and off go 2 trucks up there. That's one of the Harveys, and that's going to be a red flag almost certainly there. I think Simon Cole has gone in there as well. Yes, red flag out immediately. And the race is stopped now, looking up towards the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. I don't think those trucks have reached the barrier, so I don't think there's any barrier damage up there. It's Bradley Harvey, number 96, that has gone in, the younger of the 2 of the Harvey family in this race, and I think the other one is Simon Cole in the gravel. So the red flag out immediately on our second truck race of the weekend. 2 of the Division 2 trucks off at Paddock Hill Bend. And I think the heavy artillery is going to have to be brought out here. We just mentioned it in the run-up to that race, and we're going to see it in action. Yeah, I can see them on the move on the exit of the paddock. Let's see if we can see again what happened here. At the top of your picture, watch towards the back of the field. Oh, Bradley Harvey lost it and smashed into the side of the cab of Simon Cole. Simon, the innocent bystander there, but the gravel trap did its job perfectly. You can see it stopped the trucks from sliding across into the recticel barriers, and the gravel trap did its job perfectly there. There we can see the damage to the cab of Simon Cole's machine, the Iveco. We hope he's okay, and Bradley Harvey as well in the Weaver DAF. think that's John Powell's truck that he's driving. So here's the heavy artillery, and there is that very impressive American Peterbilt from Mick Gould Commercials, custom built in the USA. 600 horsepower, 15 litre Cummins diesel engine in that machine. Imagine that in your rear view mirror, all lit up on the motorway at night. Very impressive machine indeed. We've also got the DAF XF from NWVA, nice nationwide assistance group. It's just turning around there to recover the other truck up there. So while the recovery is in progress, we'll catch up with that in a moment. Let's see who Pointy's been talking to.
Have you noticed though that red, when it comes to televisual stuff, is actually a good thing? Good sign. Have you noticed that? Whereas on anything else, on any other dial in any vehicle or plane, imagine if you got a red light on a plane. It's dangerous. That's bad. You don't want that. You don't want that. That's no. So red lights on camera, good. Red for go. There you go. Green for stop. Green for you're safe to say those things you were going to say, but the red light was on and now it's green, so you're okay to say it. Reverse psychology. So I'm here with Jake Evans. We can call him reigning champion now because, well, he is the champion from last year, still is the champion this year, 2026. Here at Brands Hatch, defending the title. First of all, without going into too much detail, very quickly touch on, I suppose we can call it a win of whatever was going on between Brands last year and Brands this year. Yeah. As I say, no real detail, but the feeling to have that result finally after so many months of waiting.
Yeah, it took some time. We still, when we left here in November, we still weren't sure what was going on. We were aware there was an appeal raised about the collision. I'm sure everyone saw in the last race, and that took a few months to come to fruition through reviews and then the final appeal, and then eventually we won, like you say. So. Took a few months to get the feeling that you need, that you hope you would leave Brands with.
I was going to say, do you think that it kind of tarnished the championship win a little bit for you? And from maybe, let's get inside everyone else's head. Do you think that if it had gone the other way, it would have tarnished their win a little bit as well, just having to that battle involved?
I don't think there's anything better than, crossing the line and having won. You look back you watch Ryan's, 10 titles, and you see Ryan come in and he knows that they've got the point score. And,
usually about 2 races before the end of the week.
Mathematically unbeatable, right? And because of events that unfolded earlier in the season, the stack up of points didn't go our way, and the Thruxton round, I harp on about it, was a killer for us because we didn't race at all. So that destroyed all, the championship lead that we had to that point. And then it was a clawback exercise, and which is why it ran so close to the wire.
I'd like to call it the underdog experience.
Yeah.
No, maybe not. But a victory is a victory nonetheless, no matter how it's dressed. That was a little bit of a rhyme there, forgive me. But here we are, as I said, 2026. Weather's all over the place here at Brands Hatch today, but we've got a long year ahead of us. Bit of a mishmash with regards to where we're going to be and when we're going to be there circuit-wise. Do you think that's going to make any difference to you having a meeting per month now?
Yeah, I think it takes benefit of what we used to have, the summer break. I think we used to have like a 6, 7 or 8 week in some seasons gap in the middle of the summer where the weather's at its peak in effect.
Yeah, great conditions for racing.
Exactly, yeah. So it's like, was it June? We used to have like a whole month of June off and then we'd start again later, whatever it was. And I prefer it spaced out that way, and it means you don't end up with them bunched like we had Le Mans and Snet a week apart last year.
No one can do that again. I don't think that was going to happen again this year.
So, getting that out of the way and getting some gap between gives everyone a bit of breathing room. And I mean, you've seen how hard these things are to maintain, and when the damage is big, you need time to put it right.
It's late nights, early mornings, sometimes no sleep whatsoever whilst you're rebuilding them for effectively what would take weeks if you took it to a commercial garage for a road going truck.
100%, yeah. And the turnaround from Snet to Le Mans, for us, there wasn't a crazy amount of damage. It was more service turnaround, and it was, 2.5 days of flat out work from the team to turn it around. So, yeah, it's, I a week off work as well.
A week off work, yeah. So what do you do in between winning truck races?
I actually work for Cummins, the engine manufacturer.
Oh wow! So a little bit of experience around blocks there.
Yeah, well, I've worked for my dad in different guises over the years in many roles, and yeah, I went to university and then started working for Cummins. So if we're not in the workshop there, I'm in the workshop down there. So I don't get any rest from any of it, to be honest. It's all engines and turning things and mechanical stuff.
So one could argue it's definitely in your blood.
Oh, 100%. I don't think I have a great deal of choice, did I?
No, right. That's it.
From the background I'm from, it's the options were limited, and I certainly wasn't going to go be a footballer.
See, I merely adopted trucks. You were born by them, raised by them.
Yeah, true. But I mean, you look around.
The Batman reference there.
There's different. There is, you look around, right? There's teams here of all different guises, and this is what we love so much about being in the truck paddock, is it is wholly inclusive. Like, it doesn't matter who you are, what you're doing, what background you have. We have, entrance into this sport, and they've come and gone over the years that have had zero, truck mechanic, engineering background, and have been and bought the stuff, and have got a team around them, and they come and they're competitive racers, and that's what I love about it. I don't think you get that so much in the top flight car stuff.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It becomes that kind of almost like a kind of like pedestal thing. It's like, well, all right, it's just racing. We know it costs a lot, and we know it's hard work, and we know it's pretty much a hobby, but then, you get trophies for if you're getting good at it. Yeah. So, I do feel the same way as that with you, with the shall we call it, the higher end cost of racing. That's just like, well, you've been bred up into it, haven't you? Like, but are they any good, or have they just followed the path? Exactly, speaking of paths, though, any changes mentally, physically, or of course mechanically into the 26 season that we need to be aware of, that you might think this is what's going to give me the edge? Any fears that you're thinking of, right, this is what I've really got to watch out for this year because they'll be after me?
Yeah, not so much on our side. It was just more service stuff, keeping on top of all the maintenance, gearbox service, suspension service, all that stuff. So we know we're right when we come here, because as we found out last year at Thruxton, consistency is what we need in this championship to score the points. On the other front of what's around me and the grid, we've obviously got John Powell back in Division 2 this year, and he's wealth of experience. And then the kit around this championship now in our class,
Div 2 is definitely coming up, isn't it? I mean, you see it about 10 years ago, and it was literally like the dregs of, well, they're still running, fair play to them, they're good guys, but now it's like, no, okay, we're here, Div 2 is it.
But that's it, mate. You look around now, and some of them you look at, you wouldn't be hard pressed to tell the difference between an A and a B class truck now. And everyone's stepped their engine game up. I think most of us have moved across to the MAN engine now, the Division 2 MAN engine. So I think that should improve the competitiveness and the closeness on track as well, where in previous years we've perhaps been a bit more strung out.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to that. It's a bit more wheel to wheel, and I'm sure the spectators will be loving it as well.
Is there any particular circuit that you're looking forward to the most this year?
I think Donington has to be. I like Le Mans as a bit of a tour. I think that's a good, not just the racing, but the social aspect of it.
Yeah, it's a big event, isn't it? Yeah.
But Donington being the home event, we had a whole load of guests there last year from, all the sponsors and family and stuff. And to do as well as we did there after the Thruxton event, which is where we blew the engine up, and to come with a new engine to Donington and do well, and found a feat there really quickly in the testing, and then went on to do so well. I'm looking forward to going back there and try and do that again, to be honest.
Excellent. So there we go. Right. Well, in that case, good luck for 2026. The trophy is still yours at the moment, but who knows what the first weekend of Brands Hatch will do for you. But we've got 5 races ahead of us, maybe less by the time you guys get to see this. But of course, if you want to follow Jake's year, and of course, look back on any of the races from the 2026 season or anything before this year as well, make sure you're following us over on our YouTube channel for all of the racing action live and replays. Jake, thanks for joining us.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Why was Pointy using a spoon as a microphone during that interview? He is completely mad, that man. But we knew that anyway. Anyway, I'm pleased to report that both trucks are out of the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. Race 2 of the British Truck Racing Championship this weekend red flagged when Bradley Harvey spun and took Simon Cole with him into the gravel, but the Mick Gould Commercials Peterbilt has recovered them and is now being expertly manoeuvred by Richard Tier, its driver, back into its parking space in the paddock area just behind the race control tower. That is a very impressive feat of reverse parking. I have to say, I can barely reverse park a small hatchback, never mind a gigantic truck that size. See Bradley Harvey's truck on the left of your picture there in pit lane with a big chunk missing out of its front corner. And Simon Cole back in pit lane as well. He's not his weekend at all. He had problems in testing yesterday, failed to finish race 1, and now was the innocent bystander really in that incident as Bradley Harvey lost it and took his truck off into the gravel. So it looks like we're down to 16 trucks for the restart with Ryan Smith on pole. Looks like it'll be a full distance according to the TSL timing screen. Full 15-minute race for the trucks as they hadn't completed a lap when the red flags came out. Craig Reed on the front of the grid, who is leading the championship, having won the opening race of the season in the Iveco Stralis. So it's Daimler Freightliner and Iveco on the front row of the grid. Two MANs on the second row, Michael Oliver and David Jenkins. Let's have a look again at the initial attempt to start our second truck race of the weekend. Watch towards the back of the field coming into Paddock Hill Bend. Bradley Harvey just gets sideways, slides back across, wallop into the side of Simon Cole, and into the gravel they went. But the gravel doing its job perfectly, stopping the trucks before they reach the barriers, and meant that there was no costly barrier damage to repair, which would have meant a much longer delay under the red flag. Trucks just needed to be plucked out of the gravel by the recovery vehicles, and they were able to return to the pit lane under their own steam. Looking ahead to tomorrow, we kick off just after 10 AM with the second of our 3 TCRUK Championship races of the weekend. Hopefully all the cars that hit problems in that race of attrition earlier on will be back out. Quite a few with repairs to do overnight. That's followed by the Mini Challenge Club Sport, and then our third truck race of the weekend due off at around 11:15. Rolling lap underway once again then for the British Truck Racing Championship, race 2 of 5 this weekend. It's Ryan Smith on pole, just a reminder of our grid. We have Craig Reed alongside row 2, Michael Oliver and David Jenkins. The third row, Nathan Smith and John Bowler. And on the fourth row, Stuart Oliver and Simon Reed. Completing the top 10, Ricky Collett and Neil Yates. Row 6, Stephen Powell and Tom O'Rourke complete Division 1. Then the Division 2 trucks, row 7 is Jake Evans alongside John Powell. Row 8 would have been Bradley Harvey and Sammy Oyanen, but Bradley is still in the pit lane. On the 9th row, there's no Callum Eason or Archie Handy. And at the back of the field on his own is Warren Harvey in the Weaver Motorsport DAF. He's got a pole family honour now, really, with Bradley. Looks like he's out of it. So we're down to 4 contenders, unfortunately, in Division 2 by the look of things in this one. Good to see numbers in Division 2 going up for this year, though. It's had a thin couple of years, it has to be said, with a number of Division 2 drivers graduating to Division 1. So, will it be a first win of the season for the 10-time consecutive British champion Ryan Smith? Will we see an improvement from Stuart Oliver? He's back on row 4 in the number 7. Pace truck about to pull into pit road. It'll be Smith and Craig Reed to lead them up towards the red lights. Take 2 with race 2 this weekend. It's Spring Truck and TCR weekend here at Brands Hatch, the final race of day 1. The second attempt about to get underway. Revs begin to rise. And the pack is unleashed. Here we go. Great start by Ryan Smith down towards the first corner. Craig Reed will slot in behind, side by side for third. David Jenkins trying to go around the outside of Michael Oliver. A little bit of a lock-up on the inside from Stephen Powell in the number 3. They've all made it through Paddock Hill Bend cleanly this time, up towards Druids. Smith, who leads, Michael Oliver's on the grass. He lunges at Craig Reed. That was more like stock car racing than truck racing into Druids. Then Michael Oliver is very eager indeed. He's got through into second, but that's allowed Ryan Smith to charge away at the front of the field. Into Graham Hill Bend. It's Oliver second. Craig Reed is in third position. David Jenkins just ahead of Nathan Smith for fourth. There's the pairing of Neil Yates and Stephen Powell, the NYR Alco livery trucks, new colours for them this season. They bounce their way through. I wonder if Craig Reed has picked up any damage. That's earlier contact with Michael Oliver. We'll wait and see. There's John Bowler. He should have been on pole for this race. Got a 5-place grid penalty for contact in race 1. David Jenkins there holding off Nathan Smith, and Craig Reed has got damage. He's not come through. He's pulling into pit lane. I thought he may have some damage to the front end with that contact with Michael Oliver. And yes, Craig Reed, unfortunately, our race 1 winner, has pulled into the pits. So that's given a big lead to Smith and Michael Oliver. Third is David Jenkins. Nathan Smith going well up there in fourth. No relation, incidentally, to Ryan. And behind him is John Bowler, Stuart Oliver. Ricky Collins going well up there in P7. It looks like it's Simon Reed in 8th place, the second of the Smith brothers in the Ivecos. Then we've got Neil Yates, Stephen Powell, Tom O'Rourke, and then the Division 2 battle, which is headed up by John Powell in the number 6 Greenhouse Group DAF. So Jake Evans has dropped back to third in Division 2. He's behind Sammy Oyanen. Warren Harvey having a better run this time, keeping up with the back of the field as he continues to learn his craft as a truck racer in his first ever weekend. He's at the tail of the field, but not losing touch this time. Nathan Smith looking to have a go for third place. Needs to make up some points after he crashed out of race 1. There's Simon Reed, the second of the Reed Truck Sports Ivecos, under fire from Neil Yates, the recovery company boss, in number 33. His running mate Stephen Powell, the Brantatch local, in number 3 behind him. Clouds of dust being kicked up there on the outside. Someone ran by, didn't quite see who it was. There's Tom O'Rourke currently at the tail of the Division 1 field. Jake Evans up the inside into Druids on Sammy Oyanen. This is for second in Division 2, and he's through. There was a bit of rubbing there, but Jake Evans is through, looking to make it 2 out of 2 in Division 2. Gets ahead of the Finnish driver in the Sisu. The Mad Croc, as he's known after his sponsor, Mad Croc Energy Drink, is trying to fight back, but they're well behind John Powell, as you can see there. John Powell, who struggled to get that new DAF to run in Division 1 spec last season, having a much better time of it in Division 2 here today. Leaders have gone across the line. Ryan Smith leads by 1.5 seconds ahead of Michael Oliver. The rest of the pack heads across behind them. David Jenkins still ahead of Nathan Smith for P3. Then it's John Bowler, Stuart Oliver behind them. There's Ricky Collett coming under fire for P7 from Simon Reed. Now, of course, the result of this race sets the grid for race 4 of the weekend, with the top 8 in each division reversed. In race number 1 earlier, 8th place went to Neil Yates, ahead of Simon Reed in 7th. So up with the front row for the next race tomorrow. Currently, that's for race 3 tomorrow. For race 4, it's currently Simon Reed in 8th place in this one, so he could be going for pole position for race 4. Let's have a look again at the opening lap here. This is Michael Oliver and Craig Reed. Up the inside comes Michael Oliver. There's the contact. Hits the right-hand side of Craig Reed's truck, and that presumably caused some damage that took Craig Reed out of the race. So we'll see if the stewards have anything to possibly say about that. So this is another lunge into Druids. Jake Evans taking second in Division 2 from Sammy Oyanen, looking to chase down John Powell for the lead of Division 2, which he is currently doing. But Ryan Smith continues to lead the way, chased by Michael Oliver, Jenkins, then Nathan Smith, then a gap back to Stuart Oliver again. Stuart Oliver looking a little off the pace here this weekend, it has to be said. Only 7th in across the line in race 1. Sorry, 6th across the line in race 1, I apologise, after we lost Nathan Smith. This is the battle for 7th currently in this race. Ricky Collett up against Simon Reed. They're behind John Bowler in the number 14. He's having a strong weekend. Lead gap is now to 1.7 seconds. Nathan Smith in 4th place has just done the fastest lap of the race, 58.703. He only made his debut at Brands Hatch in November 2025 at the wheel of his father David's MAN, the former Division 2 champion of a few years ago. Nathan is certainly a chip off the old block. There he is, the white MAN, the front bumper's flapping, but not slowing Nathan down as he tries to catch our top 3. Almost 75 miles an hour average around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Here's the Division 2 battle. The gap is coming down there. What was the gap at the line last time through? Just under a second between John Powell in the number 6, Jake Evans behind him in the number 10 MAN. Crews complete their 6th lap this time. They're behind Tom O'Rourke, Scotsman in the 86 International Navistar. Boss of MV Commercials, long-time partners of the British Truck Racing Championship. Ricky Collins under real pressure now from Simon Reed. This is the battle for P7. Whoever finishes 8th, of course, gets pole position for race 4 of the weekend. Could be Simon Reed who starts on pole. It'll be provisionally Neil Yates for race 3. And the results earlier on. There is Yates just ahead of Stephen Powell. It's been a very quiet weekend so far, has to be said, for Stephen Powell. A couple of the favourites on paper going into this weekend, slightly off the pace. Stuart Oliver, Stephen Powell. And Ryan Smith was stuck back in 4th place after a struggling qualifying in the opening race of the weekend. There is Ryan Smith out in front this time, 1.8 seconds ahead of Oliver and Jenkins as they try to close up for second place. David Jenkins, incidentally, has now done the fastest lap of the race, 58.609 for the Staffordshire driver in the Digraph and Morris Lubricants MAN. And he's closing on Michael Oliver for second. Still this battle rages on between Simon Reed and Ricky Collett. Reed's got the inside line for Graham Hill Bend. Ricky Collett doesn't give way though and nearly forces Simon to cut the corner on the grass there. This is allowing Neil Yates to close in as well. And Stephen Powell as well, so we could have a 4-way battle for 7th place developing here pretty soon. So this is the main battle at the moment, along with that 2nd place fight between Oliver and Jenkins. Brian Smith opened out his lead by nearly half a second last time through. I can tell you that just looking out of the window, Simon Cole is rejoining from the pits, albeit several laps down on the field. Meanwhile, this is the Division 2 fight as well, and Jake Evans has caught John Powell and is going for a 2nd class win of the weekend. He's gone very high there, going into Paddock Hill Bend, high, wide and handsome, as the late legendary voice of Brands Hatch, Mr. Brian Jones, would have said. Up into Druids. Then down the hill. Oh, that's Ricky Collett. Ricky Collett has spun. He was 7th. Now, did he have contact with Simon Reed? They were very close for several laps. We didn't see what happened there, unfortunately, but Ricky Collett trying to get going again, but looking out of the window, I can tell you he's got a flat right front tyre, so he won't get much further. That's going to be end of game for Ricky Collett, unfortunately. Yep, he's out of the race. This is the Division 2 battle coming through clearways. Still John Powell hanging on in front for the moment. Let's have a look again, see if we can see in the background. No, he just spins out there. I don't think Simon Reed was near him. But he has a front puncture. That's end of race for Ricky Collett. So that's given Simon Reed 7th, Neil Yates 8th. Is he going to luck in and get pole position for race number 4, I wonder? Meantime, here's the battle for 2nd. Mike Oliver with David Jenkins still on his tail. Nathan Smith is still in P4. Jenkins still has the fastest lap of the race. So Stuart Oliver is still 5th. John Bowler 6th. Everybody else moves up a spot. Just looking further back down the order, there's been another change in Division 2, but not for the lead. But we concentrate on this 2nd place battle. I can tell you Warren Harvey has got ahead of Sami Oyanen, so he's going well. We concentrate on second place for now because David Jenkins is all over Michael Oliver for the runner-up spot. This, of course, is playing into the hands of Ryan Smith, the champion, getting away at the front of the field. Nathan Smith just looking. Oh, we've had a tangle, and that's Oyanen and Warren Harvey. So what must have happened there is Oyanen's tried to get the place back again. I said that Warren had got ahead of the Finn, but they've tangled. That's at Clearways, and that's there's 4 minutes left on the clock. That is almost certainly going to be a red flag if Sami Ojanen can't get going again. Warren Harvey's got going, and that's such a shame. He was going so well, and Sami Ojanen trying to dig the Mad Crop Sisu out of the gravel. You can see what happened. Yeah, Ojanen had got back ahead, and it was Warren Harvey back up the inside, and Ojanen, I don't think he knew he was there, turns in and wallop. That is big contact, and into the gravel they go again. The gravel does its job. That's a shame. They were having a good battle, those two. So Sami Ojanen's still in the gravel. The race continuing for the moment. I wonder if we might see the red flag come out here with 3.5 minutes to go. Still, your leader is Ryan Smith. We look further back down the order. This is the Division 2 battle now. Simon Cole, who's rejoined for the pits, is several laps down, so he really needs to let John Powell and Jake Evans through here. He lets Powell through at Druids. Warren Harvey, I can tell you, is still going, but I think the red flag is coming out. Ryan Smith slowing the field down on the pit straight. I can't see a red light on the start-finish line, though. It looks like we may have gone virtual safety car. Yes, that now comes up on the timing screen. I was confused over whether we were going virtual safety car or whether the red flag was coming out there. It took a while for the prompt to come through. Yes, we have gone virtual safety car. That's the reason. Sami Ojanen walks away dejectedly in the background. If anything, that means that Simon Cole has struck lucky by rejoining from the pits, because if he does enough laps to be classified, he'll get points in Division 2. But out of luck, Jake Evans, because under the virtual safety car, he can't pass Simon Cole to lap him, and it's let John Powell increase his lead again. We've got 2 minutes left on the clock. Now, is the race going to finish under virtual safety car, or virtual safety truck, you might say? And in fact, the red flag is now coming out. We've just under 2 minutes to go, so yes, there won't be time left to get Sami Ojanen's truck out of the gravel up there at Clearways. So that will be a win for Ryan Smith. And a win in Division 2 for John Powell. Confirm the full results as soon as we're able. So Ryan Smith picks up the first win of his title defence, looking for his 11th consecutive title this year. The provisional result there with the red flag coming out, Ryan Smith the winner by 1.7 seconds ahead of Michael Oliver. David Jenkins completes the podium and also gets fastest lap. Nathan Smith a good fourth with Stuart Oliver fifth. John Bowler completes the top six ahead of Simon Reed, and Neil Yates P8 again. So I think that's two pole positions provisionally he's got for tomorrow's first two races. Stephen Powell ninth, Tom O'Rourke completing the top 10, and John Powell wins Division 2 ahead of Jake Evans. Warren Harvey did get going again. I think we'll take third in Division 2. We lost Sami Ojanen, Ricky Collins. Simon Cole was still running at the finish, but several laps down. Craig Reed pulled into the pits, and we lost Bradley Harvey on the first start. Let's head down to Pointy in pit lane.
Red flag. My gosh, I will not allow any more red flags tomorrow. Watch this space. I've said it now. That's it. It's final. Right, let's have a quick chat over then with Michael Oliver, because he's at the front. Moving. Yeah, do that celebration again. Yeah, yes. Yeah, it's the first time he's pulled that face. He's super happy. What a result.
It could have been one better, but no, I'm chuffed with that start from fourth, finished second. I think I might be leading the championship. Early days though.
Early days though. It's great. It's going to be that all year. I've decided now. Okay, we're going to write it down, put it in a sealed envelope, and then we'll come back to it. Brands Hatch Race 2 in November.
I know. Honestly, it's so close. Like, I've never had competition like this before. Like the whole grid. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
It's so fantastic. I mean, 2 races, 2 fantastic podiums. It is a great start to the year. We've got 3 more races tomorrow. Where do we end up now for your first race tomorrow morning? What position are you going to be starting the race in?
At Brands Hatch.
No, yeah, I know that. Jesus. I asked him, you know what, there's a video coming out tomorrow, hopefully. A certain type of bread, and he was the only one that just turned around and called it bread. I was like, great, thanks, Michael, thank you. So no, second place. Second place.
Second place.
Yeah. So that's reversing the top 8.
Aye.
So does that make you?
Race two tomorrow. That'll put us 7th. But race 1 tomorrow. That'll put us 6th. So
6th. So a bit of a battle on your hands tomorrow.
I'll pass them all though. I'll just pass them all. It's that easy.
Where did Ryan Smith start in this race?
He started first.
Oh, so really didn't gain anybody then in this race?
No, you've got to let him have one, haven't you?
Yeah. Well, I can hear whistles blowing. Michael, well done, congratulations. Another fantastic bit of silverware. We'll shut this door. Won't get my toes run over just yet as the trucks now make their way back down to the paddock. They'll be under Park Ferme. They'll be under Park Ferme for 15 minutes before we get a chance to hand out some silverware. John Bowler checking his emails, not quite got the memo as yet. It's the one on the right, John. That's it. Come on. 3, 2, 1, go. Wow, I'm glad he's not this slow on circuit, ladies and gentlemen. Shall we go and give him a push? Shall we give him a push? I mean, there's just a little bit of traffic. Air brakes haven't released. I can hear an issue with his air brakes, and we've of course got some serious damage over to the left here with Bradley Harvey's 96. I think his air brake solenoid's gone. I can hear something not releasing his air brakes. Ian, come on in, mate. I don't think his air brakes are releasing. I can hear it. He's trying to top up the air, but it's just not happening. So they're going to have to try and squeeze through there or get this one moved.
They're stuck.
Big smash of Bradley Harvey. Do you think we'll be seeing him tomorrow morning?
I hope so. I tell you, I've seen these guys work miracles before, so doable.
Engine out, wheels off, everything in pieces on the floor. 3 a.m. in the morning, it's back together again.
Although the only thing I will say, if there's a time for this to happen, it's now, at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right, Pointy, I think I just want to say thank you to you as ever.
Thank you to you as ever.
You can keep going if you want.
I'll allow you to thank me.
Thank you. I'll tell you, e-bike coming out of some race, wasn't it?
It was interesting. I'd like to get like a checkered flag for the trucks tomorrow. That's my prediction.
Top man, 3 races for the trucks tomorrow. So much more action. Civic Cups, TCRs, Mini Club Sport. Got Super Saloons in action as well. So much. Thank you to all of you for watching today. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We're back live tomorrow morning, about 10 o'clock or so-ish. But from Pointy and I, big thank you to Andy McEwen, Henry Bodette and Leah as well, and of course Dave. But I'm going to hand back to Dave. He needs the last word. He is the king. So Dave Goddard, over to you.
Go, Dave.
Thank you very much indeed, Ian and Pointy down there. Wonder what Pointy's done with his spoon. So, a couple of slightly comedic scenes down there. Of course, we had John Bowler with his air brakes jammed on. I can tell you Ricky Collett's truck has beached on the grass. He tried to get it back to the paddock with a flat front tyre, and that's now stuck on the opposite side of the paddock on the Cooper Straight. Anyway, that concludes day 1 here at Brands Hatch, this spring truck and TCR weekend. We kick off again at 10 a.m. tomorrow. We've got the second of our TCR races. Hopefully all the cars involved in incidents earlier on in race 1 will be back out. We've got the second of our mini challenge club sport races. That's followed by truck race 3. And then the pickup trucks are back out. I nearly lost my voice during pickup truck race 1. It was that good. Then we have the Classic and Modern Motorsports Club, Super Saloons and Production Saloons. Rod Burley's Escort starting as favourite there. Then our 4th truck race. comes up after the lunch break, then the Civic Cup for their finale this weekend. More mini action is followed by TCR Race 3, then our final truck race, the pickups, and finally the second Super Saloon and Production Saloon race to close out the programme here at Brands Hatch tomorrow. Well, thanks very much for watching here on day one at Brands Hatch. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and set your reminder for the stream going live tomorrow. Give us a follow on all our socials here at the BARC as well. Check out the website barc.net for the full fixture schedule for the 2026 season. That's about all for day one here at Brands Hatch. We'll see you at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning for a full day of race action, but it's goodbye till then.